What is up, YouTube? Dolly. I would say I'm losing reception a little bit. As you can see, I don't know if y'all can see outside. Um, Snowing up here in Boston. So today they got like some extreme weather advisory going on for flooding, heavy snow today. I don't know if you can see out my window right now. Can y'all see the snow falling? It's just really started to snow right here where I'm at. I'm not far from the courthouse, but at this point, I don't know if they're going to cancel court this morning, what they're going to do. So we're just kind of on hold. So I'm staying in because the roads, it's supposed to snow today pretty heavily, and tomorrow it's supposed to be sunny, and the next day it's supposed to be sunny. So instead of going out here trying to kill myself on these roads, I'm going to cover the case right here live from the courtroom. I mean, not from the courtroom, from the hotel room today with you guys. We're going to be streaming it. Um, that way we can all watch it together. Now, if Adam Montgomery or something crazy goes down, of course, I will jump in the car and head over to the courthouse. I'm not that far from it. But as you can see, it's starting to snow really heavy here. Some people say I've seen some 3 inches, but here's the thing: I don't know the roads real well here, and people drive like lunatics here. So I figured just to stay safe, hey, let's keep it in the hotel today. Tomorrow, like I said, it'll be clear out, and we can go out there to the courthouse. But if something crazy, get an Uber. The thing about that is I don't want to be in any vehicle. It's getting in a crash that I'm worried about. I don't want to crash. I don't want to be in an Uber that crashes. So we're going to sit here and chill today and let the snow blow over. And then tomorrow, after they done plowed the roads and salted everything, we will trek to the courthouse. I don't think we're going to miss, but the witnesses, well, we ain't going to miss anything. We're going to be watching it here live, of course. So stay where you are safe and warm. That's what I was thinking. Okay. And like I said, it's starting to snow heavier and heavier. Safer in the hotel room. Yeah, I didn't come up here to die, or, get in an accident or cause an accident. One, because I have to look at my GPS when I'm driving. Um, yeah, I'm just like, nah. When I seen it snowing, I was like, well, and then I looked at the weather and it's supposed to blow right past. So hopefully it don't get too bad. Thank you, Turtle Gang. Hit that like button. And the stream should start up. A court TV stream should start up in about, what time is it now? 15 minutes or so. Court will be in at 9. And the last people they called in to be witnesses were, I believe, one of the social workers. It was crazy. It was crazy yesterday. You got to see the last part of Kayla testify. Now, I don't know if she'll be called back to the stand at any other time. And, we live in a world where you can kill a baby and not have to show up to court, which I find super crazy. Highways are clear, not according to the news. Do you feel overall with the case since being there? Stay safe. Thank you, Turtle Gang. Oh, I am. Trust me, I'm definitely going to stay safe. I ain't going to do nothing to get myself killed. I don't want none of these people up here pushing me around in a stroller. Let's see what's going on. We'll be over around 4, but an inch an hour south of Boston, a little less in Boston. Welcome to Dolly Vision. Well, we'll see how everything goes, guys. If it stops snowing and nothing really sticks, then I will head out. Like I said, the news said stay home if you ain't got to be anywhere. That's what the news said. So I see Okay, I'm back, guys. I had a phone call coming through that's trying to stream court TV for me because I'm not streaming it. It's streaming from my studio. Huh? Hold on. How did your court turn out? My court? Oh, my court's fine. That's been over with. See, it's coming down pretty heavy now. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see the snow? I think you can. Look at those giant snowflakes. Yeah, I know. And do I really want to be out in that? Be safe, but it looks like it's barely snowing. It just started. It just started snowing here. So, yeah, I'm for the most part, I'm staying put unless something big goes down in the court today. Like if I see, we see something, then maybe I'll go out. But for the most part, I'm staying in today. No, stay there. Definitely stay there. Well, like I said, I can see the conditions. If that's it and it blows over and it stops, that's one thing. But if it snows like this for 4 hours, then of course I ain't going nowhere. Yes, court is on for today. That's what the judge said. She said, this is New Hampshire. We're used to bad weather. Court is on for 8:45. When the news says stay home here, they mean it. LOL. At least we get Dolly commentary today. That you do. Okay. I will be watching it with you today. So. Plus, really, technically, all y'all was doing was watching it without me anyway. The only difference is I'm watching it with you today, and I just say sitting in the courtroom. I'm sitting down the street from the courtroom. So my plan, I guess tomorrow, we will do all the locations that the jury went and seen. Okay. So how come Boston schools closed? I'm so confused. LOL. All the chat is like, looks hard, but the news and government there was saying otherwise. I don't know. I watched the news this morning, and what I heard on the news was severe storm warnings, like flooding, severe snow. If you don't have to leave, stay home. That's what it said. And I was like, okay, well, I don't gotta leave. I mean, I don't have court, I can stay. Yeah, the Boston schools are closed. All the schools are closed. Yeah, it's supposed to snow till 4 p.m. Yeah, see that everybody else driving, they're used to this weather. Okay, I live in Virginia Beach, Chesapeake area, Norfolk, 757. 3 inches of snow where I'm at shuts the whole city down. Okay, up here they driving this shit probably like it's nothing, but I don't want to get killed in it. Switch out your car. I'm lucky I got that car. Technically, I'm supposed to be in a minivan, okay? But the dude felt sorry for me and gave me a decent car. Because I got the cheapest rental, okay? Dolly ain't rich. I was like, let me get the minivan. It was $100 cheaper, okay? Almost $100 cheaper. So sometimes in life, you got to make pimping decisions, okay? I can take the minivan and stay in an okay hotel, or I could take the car and stay at a crack hotel. So I said, okay, I'll take the minivan in a decent hotel. And then just happened, the guy felt sorry for me at the airport. It's like, yo, bro, you can get that car. You know what I'm saying? He said, you got a bunch of kids with you? I was like, nah. He said, why are you getting a minivan? I was like, it's $100 cheaper. He was like, yo, bro, you get a car. And I was like, all right, that's what I'm talking about. Little baby Jesus was on my side, so I didn't have to roll in a minivan. So I don't got the option of going back and switching it for a 4-wheel drive anything, okay? So, I mean, I knew the snow was coming, so I wasn't stocked up on, just, okay. So court should be kicking up in just a few minutes. I seen the screen change. That means court will pop up soon as it starts. Good morning, y'all. Dolly, stay there. Yeah, I'm here. I mean, if anything good goes down, if we have to, we'll do what we got to do. But I don't think nothing's going down today that is that important that I have to move. Plus, y'all get Dolly commentary. Y'all get some Dolly commentary. Who else is left to testify? I don't know. I have no clue. I'm assuming they're going to call that drug dealer to the stand. Don't you think he would come up in there? He was living outside their house. I mean, they're going to call that dude in. I know he should be there. I don't know when. And, they're going to be asking him a lot of questions because he was the one taking food stamps for the drugs. So pretty outside. Yeah. I thought it was summertime, It was kind of nice yesterday. It's supposed to be nice here tomorrow and the next day. So, I'm only trapped in the hotel for one day. Good morning. Good morning to time travel. I can't even talk this morning. Time traveler. There you go. I don't know why that had me so tongue twisted. Mr. Roboto. Is my internet fine, guys? Can y'all hear me okay? Because I'm on my phone and not the hotel Wi-Fi because I streamed last night from the hotel Wi-Fi and it was absolutely terrible. Did Father Chris know? Hold on, let's see. There's a bail hearing in the Savannah Soto Matthew Guerrero case. I don't know nothing about that. Not right this minute. I haven't been keeping up with it. I can only usually keep up with a couple of true crime cases at a time. You have a static sound is crackling. Sound is crackling? I don't know why. I'm on my phone. It shouldn't be crackly or... Static? Did it just start? It's only when you talk. I don't think Adam's going to come to court. Just when I talk, it crackles. How bad is it crackling? Like really bad? Hit mute and unmute. Let me try that. Did that work? Did that work? Is it still crackling? I just mute it and unmute it. Okay. Yep, still crackling. Crackling bad, Dolly. Something's going on in, I guess, maybe in the, hold on the studio side of things. Something's still static. Yeah, there shouldn't be no static from my end. Yeah, still static. I don't know. Only when you talk. Okay, let me try to go out and come back in. Stay with me, guys. Okay, let's see if that worked. I give it a minute. Let's see if that helped any. I know my microphone is messing up. That worked. Better. Yes, yes, yay. Better. You're good now. Fixed. Okay, we're good to go. So we got about 15 minutes before court starts. We will pull up the court feed right here. Make sure if y'all are tuning in, y'all give this video a like. So hit that like button. You know, we ain't doing nothing else, right? Better. Awesome. Awesome, guys. So, of course, I ain't going to be talking a lot once court starts anyway. Static's gone. I reset everything on my phone. So hopefully that works for everybody and we good to go. Looks like it's snowing still pretty good out there. How's the weather there? Snowing. White, Thank you. Good morning to you. Did I ever talk to Mr. McFudd? No, I didn't. Because time court was over yesterday, Emma just gifted $5 memberships. Look, if you get a membership from Emma, make sure you thank her. She's been gifting the hell out of memberships. And thank you, Emma. Big virtual hugs to you. Bring it in. All right. I don't know what's going to happen in court today. They're probably going to call a bunch of witnesses. Here's the thing. Like, when I was in the court, guys, there ain't a bunch of people, like, there. So I don't know how many people they could call, right? Or if they got experts, or if they're coming on certain days. Like they've scheduled them. I mean, I don't know how that works. But there's not a lot of people in the courthouse itself. So how many people could really testify? I mean, I don't see why this is. If they hadn't asked that Kayla the same question for 2 days, I think this should have already been over with. To be honest, I'm like, well, they just repeat themselves. It's just like the whole day is a constant loop. And I don't know. They just ask the same question for 2 straight days. Now, if they get somebody else up there and ask them the same question for 2 straight days, yeah, you could eat up some time like that. But it seems like the other witnesses are going really fast. Like we had them 2 girls, within 30 minutes, they done did 2 witnesses. And they were gone. Okay? And then they called court kind of early. So I was like, okay. So you can see that the other witnesses, they're just going to go right through their stories. They're not going to build us a snowman. Build you a snowman. I'm in this room. I got the heat set at like 80. Okay, like a summer day. What is up, Wind and Whim? Snowman on the bank. Well, there's still snow on the ground. Snow banks from the last time it snowed here. I don't know how long ago that was. F the snowman, stay warm. I can't wait to use. What was it? What did that say? Okay, you can't wait till I show y'all the same place the jury saw it helps. Yeah, that's going to be tomorrow after it clears up. Okay, they plow the roads and stuff tonight, and a bunch of people drive on them. We'll venture back out tomorrow, you know, and I will take you to the places that the jury went to, the apartment complex, to the pizza place, which is a bank now, but I'll take you to that place. I'll take you to the intersection where they say Harmony Montgomery died. We'll take you to that gas station. We're going to the apartments, of course. So we'll hit all them 5, 6 locations that they named. They're all pretty close to each other. I looked at the map, and PJ had pinpointed all the locations, and they looked like they were all fairly close to each other. I got some videos I shot yesterday from the bars that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe left from that night. I got some video footage of the house where John O'Keefe lost his life. A little walk by. I was trying to see the vantage points because some of the witnesses said they seen the car pull up and where the car was sitting. The family that was there is not the family that was there when, of course, John O'Keefe lost his life. So we did a little bit of true crime tourism. And when I get back to the crib, to the studio, I will post those videos of the Karen Reed stuff that I shot. Of course, we'll shoot some video. I'm going to shoot some videos for TikTok too, because I'm trying to get my guys, add me on TikTok, okay? Dolly's True Crime. It has just some parodies up there right now of the Dolly Cash character, but sub it up. When I get to 1,000, I can stream from there. So just go to TikTok, Dolly's True Crime, add me up, sub me up, follow me, whatever the hell you do with TikTok, because I really ain't going to TikTok until I can live stream. I'm a live streamer, so I don't really like to do videos too much. So I need to get 1,000 people to even stream there. So add me if you're watching this video or you're watching a replay of this video. Dolly's True Crime, TikTok, okay? Dolly DoorDash him food so he stays in. I ate a waffle, okay? This place here has breakfast. This hotel, really nice breakfast too. They got these waffle makers. Then you got this little machine, and it pours it in a cup. Then you pour it on the waffle thing. You pull the thing down, you flip it over, and it cooks you like a waffle. So I went down there and made me a waffle and some orange juice. Got me some coffee. So it was not bad. Just did. Good morning, Dolly and chat. Good morning. Those waffle makers are awesome. That's the first time I ever seen one. Mexican dude showed me how to work it. Y'all want to close down the borders. This motherfucker couldn't speak English, but he could work the waffle maker, okay? He walked right up to me. He was making his kid a waffle. My shit was beeping. He was like, I was like, he was like, yeah. I was like, okay. Somehow, internationally, I understood I was doing it wrong. You know what I'm saying? And he knew how to make a damn waffle, okay? So he flipped my shit over, and I had me a pretty decent waffle thanks to that nice fella that realized I was a dumbass and didn't know how to make a waffle, okay? So, we were talking about it last night, shutting down the fajita pipeline. I was like, I don't know about that. I kind of, usually Tuesday nights, I like Mexican, It's like a routine. It's court today. Everything's closed. Good morning, Dolly. Yes, I don't think they're closing court today. It's snowing like a crazy out there now, right? It's snowing crazy. See, I'm from Virginia. Like, if this was snowing, they would say this is a blizzard. They'd be like, this shit's a blizzard. Its snow is blowing up. I don't know if y'all can see that. It's actually blowing up. It's whipping around. Like, I just seen some snow blow up. Okay, I see the court hasn't started yet, but court TV is there. Court is on today. I've got court. We got court, baby. All right. Dolly needs 1K subs. Definitely, guys, hit me up. TikTok, Dolly's True Crime. And then once, of course, I'll start streaming multi-platform so I can stream to TikTok, YouTube, different things. We're going to start streaming a little bit of everywhere. We got a lot of big things coming this year. Nope, looks all white to me. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too. It's all white. It's pretty. It's starting to stick though. That's the only bad thing. Cars are starting to get covered. The parking lot's starting to turn white. And you know, you can see the truck. I don't know if y'all can see it. Oh, let me see if I can adjust it. It might just be the light. You can't. But it's snowing pretty good. I'm surprised, you know, but you know, I'm not in New Hampshire either. I'm close. I'm in striking distance, but I'm on the other side of the line. The laws here fit Dolly's taste a little bit better than the laws 100 yards that way. How do I sub to TikTok? I don't have a TikTok account. Isn't that for young people? Now, that's what I thought. You know what I'm saying? I always thought it was young people. And then I met that live streamer at the beach, right? And he had tons of people watching him and had hundreds of thousands of subs on TikTok. And I was thinking, I think Dolly's a little bit better. Maybe I should be on a little bit of TikTok. A little bit of TikTok. Puff pass, Dolly. What am I? Coffee? You want to hit the coffee? $757 will be shut down for weeks. Nah, I don't think this would shut us down for weeks. It would definitely shut us down for a day or two, a couple days. But I haven't seen it snow this hard in a while. Now, when I was in West Virginia, me and my buddy went snowboarding in West Virginia. You know, we go up in the hotel and smoke. We chilling, hanging out. Then we hit the bar inside the hotel, so we don't know what's going on outside. But we get there, it ain't snowing, nothing. Okay? We must have been in the bar a couple hours or something. We come outside, and we were in a damn, what is it, a Jeep Cherokee. You're not a small vehicle. This bitch was covered. You couldn't even see the vehicles in the parking lot. It was 4 foot of snow. It was so deep. I had never seen snow like it in my life. And I was looking around like, oh my God, like the whole sky fell out. Like I still ain't never seen that much snow. It snows so, like a full blown blizzard blew by while we were in this hotel. And we had to dig the damn vehicle out. Okay? Literally get out there and dig the car out. No court today, just got here. No, there's court today. Dolly just ain't trekking over to it because of the snow. We're going to watch it via satellite, okay? Just like we're here, but in a warm hotel room in a chair that don't hurt my ass. But no courts today. We live here for it. Down the street from it. In a way comfortabler spot, okay? There you go. There's court. It ain't started yet. But yes, the show is on today. You are hearing court's been canceled. Good morning, everyone. Oh, Lord. I can believe it. I can believe it. And if they do it, think about this. I was the smart one, didn't ride down there. I mean, I ain't far from it, but still, I didn't have to take a chance with my life or hurting somebody. You know, I don't want to accidentally get in an accident and hurt somebody else either. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to kill myself or somebody else trying to trek out in a whiteout, you know. Took a quick shower, don't want to miss anything. Well, I know the court cameras are set up in court TV, and if it starts, then we'll be here for it. If it don't, we'll hang out for a little bit, chop it up, talk true crime, okay? Good morning, Dolly. I'm up now. I ain't got my coffee in me. I'm stuck here in a hotel room. I'll get Dolly all day. You know, who else am I going to talk to? I could go take some waffle classes from the Mexican gentleman. You know what I'm saying? They're like, man, what else you know how to make down here? Dolly, you've never seen that in your 60 years. Why Adam hasn't been in a courtroom? Because, you know, in New Hampshire, you got to live free or die. Okay? You got a lot of options here. I don't know. In Virginia, I can just tell you Virginia law. Say you sitting in the jail, the deputies come to get you, and they be like, yo, you got court today. And you go, yo, man, I ain't going. They can be like, yo, man, if I got to tell you again, you ain't going to like the outcome. And they be real with you. They be like, I don't want to do you like that. Once you say no again, you better get ready. You are getting strapped to a chair. They putting a spit bag, mittens on your ass. You're gonna go up into the courtroom looking like Hannibal Lecter. You tell them deputies, nah, I don't know what goes on in New Hampshire. Inmates look happy and shit. You ain't from Virginia. You know what I'm saying? You can tell. Like, that shit don't happen. That don't happen. You would face your accusers. You'd be there. Maybe on misdemeanor charges, maybe not. Okay, like even in Georgia, I didn't never have to show up to court, but that's misdemeanor charges that you don't face any prison time over. When you're facing prison time, you should have to face your accusers. They should be able to look you right in the eyes and smile as you go away for the rest of your life. And that's what you don't have to face none of these people that he's done this to, you know, or he's affected. That's crazy to me. Crazy. The Commonwealth ain't no joke. That's for sure. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me go put my drinks in the fridge before they get hot. I left them sitting on the bed. Hold on. This hotel came with a nice size fridge. When you going to be home? I don't know. I'm playing the court thing out by ear. Oh, man, the whole ground done turned white that quick. Man, that shit stuck quick. Yeah, I think they're probably going to cancel court today. I mean, it'd probably be the smartest thing to do for them. Because, yeah, the roads probably ain't super bad right this minute. But the longer this goes and court don't get out the 4 o'clock time and people get out of court, it's going to be bad out, you know? So, we'll see at 9 o'clock. It's already 9:02. The sound is bad again. All right, let me leave and come back in. Don't go anywhere, guys. I got to do this. For some reason my sound is acting up.
Good morning. It's okay. Any preliminary issues?
Okay. Hopefully it's not all staticky. Because I heard static when I came in. Court's on. All right. Good now. Sounds clear. Okay, fixed. All right. Awesome. Awesome. Glad we sound good. All right. So I guess they had already went to the bench. They got us on mute. The POS still isn't showing up. Nah, I mean, I thought he would honestly be there for Kayla, okay? Seeing that, you know, maybe he would try to intimidate her into not saying things, or like, you know, be over there eyeing her. All right, I want to give a quick shout out to Annie. It says, "Thank you for answering me. They don't happen in Michigan either. Thank you for all you do. God bless." Thank you for being here with us. That is awesome of you. Thank you so much for your donation. Keep Dolly alive, okay? Cricket's chair, Adam said he couldn't wait to go to trial. I know. He was looking forward to it so he could defend himself against these crazy things about his daughter. And where is he at? Static back. I don't know what's going on with the static stuff. Like and share, keep static. It's back. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna jump out. Jump back in. All right, let me jump out, jump back in. Let me see if this works a little bit better. Can you guys hear me okay out there? Let me turn this laptop up so I can hear. Well, there's really nothing to hear right now. Can y'all hear me better? Yes. Is the static gone? Because I'm on my laptop now. New Jersey snowing hard. Yes, you're good. It's snowing hard here in Boston too. Awesome. Okay. Well, we're good. We're good then. I was streaming from my phone. I'll just go ahead and stream from the laptop. Okay, can y'all see me clear? Is my image clear? My Wi-Fi is not as good on this, so if I jump in and out, no big deal, but at least the static's gone for now. Better. Okay, well, it shouldn't, I'm not on my phone no more. It should be good now. It was most likely your phone's Wi-Fi. Well, yeah, because here's the thing. I noticed that the credit card machines are down everywhere right now, the internet. So it must be like the storm or something that's taking something down. I'm not for sure. Last night, Pearl Garden said, "I love Dolly. He is so awesome. So delighted to see him in court." Yeah, I would be there today if the weather wasn't bad, but I'll be there for you guys tomorrow. And like I said, we will take a little field trip too and check out the locations. You just discovered Dolly Vision 2 weeks, but your sound's great now. Welcome to Boston. Well, the weather changes quickly here. I know that. You know what I mean? Yesterday it was the I think it was colder yesterday, but it's windier today, so it feels colder today. Not scrolling again. You were a big hit on the Court TV live camera shot. My claim to fame, right? You got to remember, guys, I've been on Court TV too. So, I mean, they interviewed me on Court TV. So being on Court TV ain't that real big of a deal to me. Now, when I had my choice, you know, when I was in Georgia, a bunch of different programs hit me up. And I picked Court TV. Like I turned down so many interviews for that Quentin Simon stuff, and because I don't really like doing the news. I don't know if y'all know this, but I have really bad anxiety. Okay, and I feel fine in front of my cameras. I'm not so comfortable in front of other people's cameras. Like if you walked up and put a camera on me, I'm weird like that. If it's my camera, I'm fine. You start filming me, it messes with my anxiety. You know what I'm saying?
Like even when I went to do the tryouts for Survivor, I get in front of a camera and talk to you guys every day, no problem, not nervous, not nothing. As soon as I stepped in front of that camera, I was nervous as shit. Okay, so it's a little different. So I picked the interview that I did, and the reason I did it is because I like court TV. Because OJ trial, when I watched all the OJ trial shit on court TV, and I always joke that, well, I got something in common with OJ. We both been on court TV, right? But see, I always thought that I would be on court TV for going to prison one day, not for doing something decent. You know what I'm saying? So I ended up on court TV and didn't have to go to prison. Most people that end up on court TV go to prison. So I don't do a lot of interviews. Like I don't do local news interviews. I didn't do one in Georgia. Okay. That was a Betty thing. Betty does them interviews. I'm like, nah, I don't want to talk about it. I'm already talking, and I'm comfortable here. So why would I go do something that makes me uncomfortable? Calling Adam from jail, maybe. I don't know. Is there any audio? I can't hear shit. Mr. Fudd's in the house. Yeah, they got a long shot now. Adam's, I don't know. I don't know. What about Kayla's mama? They were staying with her. Are they going to bring her to the stand? We can see the jury seats. Well, like I said about the jury, it's mostly women. Okay. There's 3 men. And that's it. They're not even older women. Okay. They're like, I would say middle-aged women. So there's not like an old jury. There's not it's a fairly middle-aged jury with 3 dudes. 9 women, 3 guys. The women will put Adam to death. I mean, second-degree murder don't carry the death penalty, does it? How they gonna put him to death? He's only charged with second-degree murder. If he pled guilty, he only pled guilty to a couple of the charges. He pled guilty to disposing of a corpse and things of that nature. He didn't plead guilty to the murder. Uh-oh, here's Fudd. I guess they realized they were showing too much of the courtroom. Turtle Gang says he will get his in prison. They always say that people will get theirs in prison. But do you think that's always true? Sometimes people don't get theirs in prison. Some people go to prison, live a perfectly happy life. They never get shanked. They never get beat up. Nothing. I think it all depends on what prison you're in. I just don't always think people get what they deserve when they go to prison. Some people thrive in those situations. Like you would think they like being there. Dolly, when you get a free time, can you summarize case for everyone? Yeah, okay. This is basically the case. These people need to be in prison for the rest of their life. Okay, that's the whole case. No, they should lock all these people up. Everybody failed this baby. That could be the title of this video. Everybody failed this baby. Yeah, that audio again.
All right.
right, everybody right. I ain't getting up today. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you
But
may
he
be
was in
seated.
Gen Pop.
When the state is
know.
ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. You're under the state police officer.
Okay, they didn't cancel it. They didn't cancel court. They said to hell with the snow. It ain't snowing inside that building.
Just watch your step there, officer.
Yeah, they were short of Mike.
You remain standing.
They were playing musical Mike
You swear
yesterday.
that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
You can have a seat and make yourself comfortable. There's some water right. Officer Pentine, can you start by stating and spelling your name for the record?
Officer Neil Pentinen, Neil Penttinen.
And Officer Pentine, how are you presently employed?
I'm employed by the Manchester Police Department
How long have you worked for the Manchester Police
Police.
Department?
since January of 2012.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Community Policing Unit.
And can you tell the jurors what that is?
The Community Policing Unit, we deal with mostly neighborhood issues, homeless issues, anything outside of the scope of patrol. We'll negotiate things, do community meetings, things of that nature.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities on that community policing unit?
I am in what's referred to as an area officer. So I cover a section of the city when people call in neighborhood complaints or general issues that patrol doesn't have time to deal with. We go deal with those things.
You mentioned starting with the Manchester Police Department in 2012.
Yes.
What did you do for work prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a police officer with the Scottsdale, Arizona Police Department. I was hired there in April of 2005.
And when you came from Scottsdale to New Hampshire, did you go through the police academy?
I originally with Scottsdale, I attended the Mesa, Arizona Police Academy when I was hired in 2005. And when I was hired by the Manchester Police Department, I attended the New Hampshire State Academy, only the law package because I was already a certified officer.
Do you remember what year did you graduate?
New Hampshire, it was 2012.
And sorry, I asked two questions there. Did you graduate from the Police Standards and Training Academy?
In New Hampshire?
New Hampshire.
In New Hampshire, it was just the law package.
Right. And in Arizona, did you graduate from the Police Standards and
I
Training?
did. I graduated the Mesa, Arizona Police Academy in 2005.
So in total, you have 19 years of law enforcement experience?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Officer Pentinen. In your current assignment with the Manchester Police Department, do you have occasion to conduct traffic accident investigations?
Occasionally, I do.
And can you walk the jurors through what your standard protocol is when you're responding to such an accident?
Standard protocol when I respond to an accident, when I arrive on scene, I'll do an immediate assessment of the vehicles if we need to get them off the road. I will immediately ask if anyone needs medical attention. If they respond, they do, I'll get the fire department there or whatever medical needs. If not, then I will immediately ask the drivers for their information, their driver's license, insurance information, their phone number, and as well as the registration of the vehicle. After that, I will ask who the occupants are of the
He was in
vehicle.
court
and get
yesterday,
their names,
too.
dates of birth, phone numbers,
What
addresses,
courthouse?
all for the accident report.
So you mentioned speaking to the drivers of the vehicles, and then you mentioned getting the vehicle occupant information. Where do you usually get that information from?
I'll ask whoever's there. I will speak to each person individually and get their information. Unless it's a child, then I will ask the adult who's on scene with them.
Do you typically speak to every individual other than children? Do you typically speak to every individual in each car?
Yes, I do.
And what's the purpose of that?
To get a brief synopsis of what occurred on the accident. from different perspectives.
And do you document these investigations?
But it is
I do.
snowing pretty heavily. So
I will
I'm just waiting
immediately
down the street.
take
I'm coming down the
notes
street from the
on
courthouse
a
to the hotel.
notepad, and then I
So,
will fill out an accident
If anything
exchange
crazy
form
goes down, I need
for
to
the
be there. I can
individuals
get
involved in
there.
the
But
accident,
just with
which will
safety
include insurance
reasons, I decided
information,
to stay into the hotel.
phone numbers,
let this
addresses, and
snow blow
which
over
is
today.
required by the police department. And then I will, when that is all done, I will make a traffic accident report documenting everything from the scene.
And again, is it necessary during, and we're still talking your standard protocol, is it necessary during these investigations for you to see every individual involved?
Yes, I will need to see who's there.
And can you walk us through how that occurs? How do you see those individuals? Do you order them all out of the vehicle or something else?
If it's a minor accident, most of them will just stay in the vehicle. If they are on scene, I will ask who is in the vehicle and take a look at each person. You do have occasions where people will show up who weren't involved in the accident, might be related. So, but I will make sure that I look at each person.
Officer Pentine, I want to turn your attention to November 29th of 2019. So with that in mind, were you working in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department on November 29th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And are you familiar with someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell
Sorry,
me first your
guys, I was
familiarity?
muted. Mega Millions, thank you.
On
And
that
thank
day,
you
I
for
was
your super
responding to
chat.
I was
What was
dispatched
it,
to a traffic
Brimfield?
accident
Thank you.
at South Wilson Street in Vinton involving two vehicles.
Is that what the name was?
And Mr. Montgomery identified himself as the driver of one of the vehicles.
Brimfield, yeah. Thank you so much.
Now, you
And
mentioned
thank
these
Mega
reports
Millions.
that you write following
And
your
Susan
investigation. Did you write a report
B.
following your interactions on
rock.
that day?
I did.
And have you had a chance
I'm
to
trying to
review
mute
that
so y'all
before
don't
you
get
came here to
feedback.
testify?
Yes, I have.
The accident that we're talking about from November 29th of 2019, does that accident stand out to you in your memory?
It does.
Why is that?
Because Mr. Montgomery was involved in another accident a few days later. And in my police career, that's the only time I've had one individual in two accidents within the same week.
Okay, and we'll talk about both of those accidents, but I want to focus on November 29th. And I think you said that stands out to you.
Yes, it does.
Can you walk the jurors through the initial dispatch that you received and your response to the scene?
It was a two vehicle accident. I arrived. I was working in a patrol capacity that day. I showed up. There were two vehicles at the scene, multiple individuals in one of the vehicles, and there was just one driver in the other vehicle. I went through the standard protocol when I arrived at the location.
And when you say multiple individuals in one of the vehicles, whose vehicle was that?
That was Mr. Montgomery's vehicle.
And were you able to identify the individuals that were in Mr. Montgomery's vehicle?
I did.
And who was in Mr. Montgomery's vehicle?
In Mr. Montgomery's vehicle, I believe Kayla Montgomery identified herself as one of the rear passengers. There was an individual in the front seat. I would need as an adult female in the front seat, I would need to look at my report to refresh my memory of her name.
Do you believe that looking at your report, reviewing your report would refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Take your time, review, and just look up when refreshed, if it's been refreshed.
The front passenger identified herself as Tabitha Scott.
And Officer Pentine, who else, if anyone, did you observe in the vehicle?
There were two children in the vehicle.
Did you obtain their names?
I did obtain their names.
And what were those two children's names?
Again, I'd have to look at my report to refresh my memory of those.
Please do so. You can't read from it. You can't read it out loud, but feel free to refresh your recollection. Just look up when you're done.
They were identified as Seamus Montgomery and Declan Montgomery.
Did you note their relative seating
Every time I go to
locations?
stop talking.
I did.
And what were they?
That way
I believe
we
it was
don't
the
feedback.
center passenger and rear right passenger.
Because it
Do
has
you know
names.
which one was in the center and which one was rear
I don't
right?
recall which one was where.
Is that noted in your
It should be
report?
noted in my report, yes.
Please, if you believe that looking at your report would refresh your recollection, please do so.
Seamus was in
The
the
snow was still coming
rear middle
down.
and Declan was in the rear right.
Did you see any other children in the defendant's vehicle?
I did not.
And did you, during your response, did you actually look inside of the defendant's vehicle?
I don't recall if I looked in the vehicle or not. It was so long ago.
Other than full of people, how would you describe the?
Yep, Harmony
defendant's
covered up with a blanket all the time trying to
The
hide her.
defendant's vehicle, aside from having 5 people in there, there was clutter in the vehicle.
Is that something that you saw?
I did.
So, officer, I want to switch gears. I want to talk about that second accident just several days later. So I want to turn your attention to December 2nd of 2019. Were you working in your official capacity with the Manchester Police Department on December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, did you respond to another accident involving the defendant?
I did.
And can you walk the jurors through your response, how you initially became aware and what you did after getting that information?
I was dispatched, I believe it was on Franklin Street, or in that general area, to a 2-vehicle accident. And again, same thing. It was there were only 2 drivers
2024, Dolly be there, Nashville.
in this accident. I immediately recognized Mr. Montgomery in the vehicle, having dealt with him a few days prior.
And again, did you follow your standard protocol after your response?
I did.
After you arrived at the location?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you document in the defendant's vehicle on that occasion?
I believe Mr. Montgomery was the only person in the vehicle.
Do you believe that looking at your report might refresh your recollection?
Oh, yes, it would.
I think so too. You know, roads look like they're getting pretty bad. Rhonda's on Facebook says, is anyone watching this stream? Yes, there's 700 people watching this stream. You're just watching on Facebook. We're on YouTube. I'm streaming to multiple platforms. So you could be watching on Facebook. You could be watching on YouTube. There's multiple places it's airing to. No, Paula.
According to my report, Cale Montgomery
I'm not buying all of what
was a passenger in the
Kayla
vehicle.
was saying.
And during that
Best driver in the
response,
world.
did you
The other
note
driver you got to
relative
look out
seating
for.
location?
She was in the front passenger seat.
On that occasion, did you look inside of the defendant's vehicle?
I don't recall if I looked inside or not.
Did you note anything about the defendant's vehicle?
On this occasion, it was the same vehicle I dealt with the week before. The only thing that I noted about it was the new damage on the vehicle.
And I'm sorry, I want to go back to that November 29th response that you had. Around what time that day did you respond to the scene?
Again, I would have to look at my report to refresh my memory as the exact time. That was approximately 3:53 p.m.
And how about on December 2nd? What time did you arrive on the scene?
Again, I would have to look at my report to get the time that I arrived. That was approximately 10:43 a.m.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, Officer Pentine. The defense may have some questions for you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Caroline.
See, that was quick.
Smith, and I do have a couple of questions for you. The first one involves the December 2nd accident that you were just talking about in 2019. And where was that accident?
I would need to look at my report to get the exact address.
Do you still have it up there?
I have it up here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey
That was at
guys,
Franklin and Market Street.
And that's right around.
I'm gonna be right back
the
with you
clinic
guys.
At Franklin?
I gotta run to
It
this
is in
little
that
store
general
right here and grab
area,
me a pair of
Okay.
headphones. I
And-
seen a pair when I was in there.
The one at,
That way I can hear that.
on 1129. Where was that?
That was South Wilson and Vinton Street.
Okay. Is that near a Burger King?
It is not far. I believe approximately a half mile, if I were to guess.
Questions over and over again. Yeah.
And on the,
Give me 5 minutes. I'll
I
be
don't
back
mean to
with you
skip back and
guys. I'm
forth,
just
so
gonna
I'll
run and
stick
get some
with the
headphones right across the
November
street.
29.
Okay. Court TV
you
will
don't
continue
have
to
a
play.
specific
But
recollection of how you talk to people, right?
Not specifically, no.
Make sure you
Who
like the
is
video.
inside the car, who is outside the car when you talk to them, right?
No.
But if people were inside the car, you probably would have walked up to the car and talked to them through the window, right?
Yes, that's generally what I do.
Okay. And you saw the two boys in the back?
I saw two boys there. I don't remember if they were inside the vehicle or outside of the vehicle.
Okay. And when adults are driving around when anybody is driving around with children in the car, you recall that you were given the ages of the children, right?
Yes.
And one was over a year?
Again, I would have to look at my report for the
Please do. And I meant to say under a year.
and to note what the dates are, what their birth dates are as of the date. Yes, one would be under a year or approximately that age.
And when adults are driving around with a child under one, that child is to be in a baby seat, right?
Yes.
And if the child is not in the baby seat, what happens?
Generally, it's against the law and would be up to the officer's discretion to issue a summons for that or not.
Okay. And the second child was under 3?
Approximately.
And what are the restraints to be on a child under 3?
Also in a car seat.
Okay. And how about a child of 5?
Again, I'm 5 years old. I'm not sure. I would need to look at the exacts, but I believe it's any child under a certain size also would need a car seat.
Okay. And at the very least, I think it's under 12, have to be buckled in the seatbelt.
Yes.
And so you were aware of 2 children, right?
Yes.
And you had no concerns about their restraints, the child seat.
From what I remember, I did not.
By the way, I did say that the 1129 was outside, we said, I believe, outside Vinton and Wilson. The 12-2 was outside the clinic.
Correct.
And the 12-2 outside the clinic was 10:43?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, still morning hours.
Yes.
And the 11:29 was in the afternoon, 3:53, 4-ish,
Correct.
still light out, right?
For that time of year, yes.
Okay. Now, you also said that you gathered pertinent information about the driver in the car, like the license, registration, insurance.
Correct.
And Mr. Montgomery had a license, right?
He did. He provided me a New Hampshire license.
Okay. And as far as you could tell, it was valid, right?
Yes.
Because otherwise there would have been a problem there too, right?
Yes. Another thing I do is I will have dispatch do a driver's license status of any individuals who are operating the motor vehicles.
Okay. And so then on the accident on the 2nd, there were only people in the front seats of the car, no one in the back seat, right?
That's what I documented. I don't recall the specifics of the vehicle, but that's what I documented.
Okay. And again, whether you talked to the driver inside the car or outside the car, you would have talked to the driver, right?
Yes.
And if the passenger was inside the car, you would have walked up to the passenger side to talk to her, right?
I would speak to them either through the driver's side or depending on the situation, sometimes through the driver's side, sometimes through the passenger side, but I will speak to them directly.
Okay. And you did not see any children on that day, right?
No,
You didn't see any boys in the car?
no. If I did, I would have documented it.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Seating on the, I'm sorry, I'm going back again when I said I wouldn't. On 11/29, you specifically documented the seating,
Correct.
and Seamus was in the middle.
I believe so.
So there would have been you can check your report. I think you documented it, right?
Yes.
And so Declan was on one side, Seamus on the other, and then you would have noticed Kayla or been told that Kayla was on the other side, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any objection to that?
No.
You may sit down, you're excused. State may call its next witness.
State will call Mr. Matthew Jenden to the stand, please. Mr. Jenden, please follow the bill and just watch your feet on the cords in there. Sorry. Mr. Jenden, if you would remain standing for just a brief moment, please. Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand, sir? You solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Jenden, thank you for coming today. I wondered if you would please go ahead and state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record.
It's Matthew Gendron, MattheWGendron.
And Mr. Jenden, what town are you currently living in?
Manchester.
How long have you lived here in Manchester?
About 12 years or so.
And right now, are you working?
Yes, sir.
What type of work do you do in general?
I work in a restaurant.
How long have you been doing that kind of work?
Most of my life, but I've been at my current job for close to 5 years now.
Let me ask, at one point in 2019, did you ever work at a Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes, sir.
And where was that Dunkin' Donuts?
It's located at Beach Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
While you were there, did you ever work with somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And with regards to Adam Montgomery, do you know who his wife is?
Or
was?
Kayla Montgomery.
Did you meet her there as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you work there with Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery?
Probably around a year or so.
How long overall did you work at that Dunkin' Donuts?
I think I worked there 2 years.
Did you get the job, or were you working there when Adam Montgomery started working there, or was he working there when you got there?
He was already employed when I got there.
And what about Caleb Montgomery?
Same.
Same thing. All right. Did you ever hang out with Adam Montgomery?
A few times.
And did you ever friend him on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Would you send messages back and forth to each other?
Yep.
All right. And back in 2019, about how often would you guys talk with each other?
I try to initiate a conversation every week or so.
Were you still working at Dunkin' Donuts when Adam Montgomery stopped working at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
All right.
I am back with you guys. I had to get me some headphones. I couldn't really hear too good.
Jennifer, I'm going to ask you show you what's been marked States Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, sir.
And who is this?
That is Adam Montgomery.
That's the person that you worked with?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to also show you what's been marked States Exhibit 11 for identification purposes. I'm going to hand you one more exhibit. This one's
Okay,
marked
hold
States
on.
Exhibit
Let me
11.
get plugged in and everything, guys.
And I'm going to, first of all, I'm just going to remove these police reports here. I want to ask you just about that particular exhibit. Wonder if you could go ahead and flip through all 3 pages just for a moment for yourself, just to orient yourself.
Right.
Just asking in general, these particular images, what are these images?
Of a Facebook chat with myself and Adam and Kayla.
And was that on your Facebook page?
Correct.
With regards to the conversation that you have there, do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And do you remember having looked at those images at the time that you received them?
Yes.
Other than the fact that they're on paper and there's a little red sticker down on the bottom of the first page, any sort of alterations or changes to those images compared to when you saw them and you first got this message?
Not to my knowledge.
And are they accurate?
Okay,
in
now I
terms
can hear.
of the time and date that you remember getting this message from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from States Exhibit 11 and to publish.
Any objection? I'm sorry, you said no objection. Without objection, thank you. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Jenden, I'm going to go ahead and leave this copy here if for some reason you need to refer to it. But I'd like to draw your attention onto the screen and have you, walk us through this exhibit together so we can understand this message that you got as you testified from the defendant and his Facebook page. So back in, let's go ahead to December 8th of 2019. Were you still working at Dunkin' Donuts on December 8th?
I don't recall. Maybe.
So this is just a
and
Dunkin'
with
Donuts
regards to at that point in time, do you know if, well, excuse me, you said you're not too sure if you were
At the
working.
time of these messages, I was at a different restaurant.
You were at a different
Yeah.
restaurant. Okay. So you're no longer working with the defendant at Dunkin'
Correct.
Donuts. All right. I'd like to go ahead and draw your attention. You can either look down or look at the screen behind you. And I want to go ahead and draw your attention to page 1 of Exhibit 11. And with regards to that, is this what you're seeing on the screen behind you? Can you just confirm for us that is page 1 of Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to go ahead and ask you about the conversation itself. First of all, what time did you get these messages on, specifically
A
on
lot of
the,
snow here,
on
yes.
the 8th? When did they start appearing?
After midnight.
After midnight on the 8th? And specifically, what time did you first get the very first message here from
12:13 a.m. It says
12:13 a.m.?
Yep.
Okay. With regards to that particular time, could you go ahead and please read that message for us, the message that you received at 12:13 a.m.?
Hey, need help ASAP. Please need a jump and jumper cables ASAP.
Okay. And separate from that, did you get another message right afterwards, or excuse me, shortly thereafter?
Yes.
And what time did you get that second message?
12:58.
Okay. And what was the message that you got then?
Says I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and our battery just died.
Now, separate from that, did you then start responding back to this Facebook message from Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
All right. And what did you write?
I said I don't have any cables.
Okay. And then what's the next message that you received in this conversation?
This is Kayla. Will you bring me to a store to get them? I'll give you gas money. We will literally die tonight.
And with regards to that message, at that point, when it says this is Kayla, who do you believe now has the phone?
I believe it was Kayla. That was a joint account they had together.
Okay. In general, when you received messages from this account, were you able to tell who it was from, whether it was from Adam Montgomery or whether it was from Kayla?
Not until they identified themselves.
Okay. And what about with regards to how they wrote, the type of words that they used? Did you notice a difference?
Not really.
What's the response that you wrote back after that? You received that message about we will literally die tonight.
I just got home from work and have to get up early for work tomorrow. What's even open and where are you guys?
Okay. So to clarify, at this point when you're writing, you said I don't have cables. Was that true?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't.
I didn't have jumper
jumper
cables.
Okay. And when you say when you move on about having to get up early for work tomorrow, you asked where they were. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Why did you ask that question?
I was just curious as to where they wanted me to drive all around to at that hour.
Continuing on with
No, he's not in
the
court
bottom
today.
part of page 1 here of the exhibit, I wondered if you could go ahead and what's the response you got to that?
It's okay, Matt. I don't know what it is open. I'm sorry.
That IDKs, I mean, I don't know, or I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. And what did you say back?
It's not your fault. I just don't have cables. It's not so I know what's open.
Okay. And so at that time of night, did you know what was open or not? All right. It has to be a verbal answer of a yes
no,
or no.
sir.
I'm sorry, because the microphone's picking
Yeah.
up and recording. I wondered if you could go ahead and turn to page 2 now and walk us through the next part of this conversation that you're having. After that, you said you didn't know what was open. What message did you start getting on the account?
I think either if mobile don't have them, the only place
morning.
is Amherst Walmart. So I know you need to get out early. Have a good night. Sorry.
You said get out early. Is that what was written?
That's what it looks like it was written. There's a lot of typos.
Okay. Certainly, would you say that the typos that you're seeing here is different from what you saw before when you got the message saying that it was from Kayla?
I would assume it's from the same person still.
Okay. Even though the
They
typos.
didn't identify they changed people, so I'm assuming it's still Kayla.
Okay. And so what do you respond back when they say, I'm sorry?
I said, it's okay. Try to have a good night.
Well, let me just, excuse me. That's right. Let me just try to get to it.
He seems like a
Say,
pretty
it's okay
nice
to try to
guy.
have a good night.
I mean, he's just a
And
witness.
what's the response
You know,
that you got back
they
after
just
that?
asked him for a jump.
I'm going to try. We can die in this weather. We can't write. We can just really, can't even read that.
Is it CILD? Are we reading that right?
CILD.
Okay.
And it said, hey, I'm at Colonial Village, and Kimmy said she has jumper cables.
Looking at that first line, I'm going to try, can we die in
A
this
nice
weather?
coworker, yeah.
And then is it we? How does they spell the next word after we?
Looks like CSNT.
Is it fair to assume that might be can't?
Correct.
Okay. Right, we can just, is that VE?
That's what I got.
Okay, just V, really, and the CILD. What do you think that word is?
Probably
meant to be?
cold.
Really cold. Okay. And then the line afterwards.
Hey, I'm at Colonial Village and Kimmy said she has jumper cables.
Who's Kimmy? Do you know who Kimmy is?
Kimberly Frayne?
Someone else can take advantage of. I hear you,
And,
both, Sean.
were you Facebook friends with her?
Yep. I also worked with her as well. Right. The same location.
And with regards to that, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and flip over to page 3 now. And, or excuse me, if you could stay at the bottom of page 2. I apologize. We didn't finish here. You said, can Kimmy jump you? Is that correct?
That's what I said. Yep.
What did they respond?
She don't have a car. That's why I've been messaging everyone.
Okay. And just for clarity's sake, when you said she don't have her car, what was actually spelled?
Was actually spelled?
Yep.
She don't have GER car. She don't have her car.
Fair to say, though, you interpreted that as her car.
Correct.
All right. And that's why I've been messaging everyone. If you could go to page 3 of that exhibit and kind of take us through how this conversation ended that day. After they said that's she don't have her car, that's why I've been messaging everyone. What was the next thing that you received, the next message?
So do YIH not want to do that?
What did you interpret that to mean?
Probably being, do you not want to do that?
And what did you write back?
I don't really feel like running all over the place at this hour of the night. Did you try a 24-hour roads assistance thing?
What were you suggesting to them when you said 24-hour road
Like
assistance?
AAA or
Call
those
somebody
type of
else.
services, I guess.
Have you ever used that service in the past?
I didn't have it at the time, but I have used it since.
Oh, that's what I meant. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Have you used it since? And did you find that they do have that ability to be able to jump a car?
Yeah.
Right. And if you could go ahead and take us through the next part of your conversation here. What did they respond after you suggested that they try to find somebody who could do the jump service?
It's not our car, Matt. Our car died today. I'm assuming the word his friend is letting us stay in his. It's all good, Matt. Don't worry about it. I just don't want to freeze tonight. I've messaged everyone else.
So,
Correct.
and when you were just reading for us, is that your interpretation of those misspellings?
Yes, sir.
All right. What did they say after saying we've messaged everyone else? What did they write?
NOOBE, I'm assuming means nobody
Mhm.
has cables or nobody has.
This
their
has to do with the
cars.
junk they got
Okay.
in the parking
Spell
lot
cats, but
of the Zaya
interpreted as
Garden
cars.
apartments.
With regards to that, what did you say back to when they were said nobody has cables and nobody has cats? What did you write back?
I get all that. But roadside assistance can jump a car. They have helped me before. They don't ask for proof of ownership.
So when you write that back to them, what's the response that you got?
Yeah, no one of us has insurance. Don't worry about it, man.
And what time was that final message that day?
1:53 a.m.
So he didn't do it. He wasn't some good of a friend.
Mr. Jenden, after that conversation on December 8th, jumper cable in frame. Let me ask,
Here we
did
go.
you
Mike,
say, I don't know, maybe a month later in January of 2020, did you have any other Facebook messages from Adam Montgomery or any other discussions with Adam Montgomery about what happened that night?
Not to my knowledge.
At any point in time, did you ever, was there ever a conversation with Adam Montgomery with regards to you not responding that night?
Also not to my memory.
Not to your memory?
It's been a while.
Okay.
okay.
I could just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay. So he basically, they asked this man for a jump when they were broke down in the Audi, which belonged to, their drug dealer. And I guess they didn't want to wake him up, tell him the battery was dead in the vehicle. So they were calling around trying to get a jump. So he basically turned me down. I don't know why he's in court testifying if he, but he did work with her. Virginians can't drive in the snow for nothing. I know it's snowing pretty good out there. I see the plows keep going by,
Final question for you. with
sand
regards to,
trucks.
The time that you were asked to go ahead and provide a jump, and you had this conversation with the defendant. With regards to that, at that time, did you know where he was living?
I did not.
And were you ever made aware that he was homeless at that time?
That was the first time I found out.
Okay. When did you find out?
Well, during that message that they're living in their car, I had no idea.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jenden. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay. I do not have questions, Judge.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Okay, she didn't have 1,000 questions. Oh my God. She asked Leilani, I about said Leilani, Kayla. She asked Kayla the same question 1,000,000 times.
Just a moment.
The snow looks like it might be slowing down a little bit.
Sorry, Your Honor, just trying to get the tech to work. At this point, the state would call Mr. Aaron Sweeney to the stand.
Your son works in Canton. Oh, there's my buddy. Remember I said it was the one random black dude? There he is. He's in court again today. Different court photographer today. There's the girl from Jay from Justice right up there with the blonde hair. She's there for Jay for Justice's channel. Watching, chatting in the chat room. All right, here we go. Who is this guy?
Please be careful of the wires as you walk through. Thank you.
Zan 11. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Becoming a member.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury
Yeah.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. And Mr. Sweeney, as we're being recorded here
Not a
today,
ton
would you
of
please
people
go ahead and
record.
state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record.
Aaron Sweeney, AARON SWEENEY,
Aaron Sweeney.
And Mr. Sweeney, what city do you currently reside in?
Manchester, New Hampshire,
Okay. How long have you been living here?
since second grade, so a long time.
Long time. Okay.
Long
Are you
time.
currently working?
Yes.
And where do you work?
BJ's right here in Manchester,
And what shift do you work for BJ's?
third shift.
Okay, so let me ask you. It's about
Third shift,
9:55. How long have you
overnight.
been up?
I actually called out last night
Okay.
to make sure I got sleep.
That's why I just want to make sure that you did get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. If for any reason you need me to restate your question or any lawyer to restate a question, just let us know and we'll be glad to do it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. With regards to your work for
He's usually
BJ's,
bad
how
at this
long have you
time.
been working for them?
Almost a year.
Yeah. And prior to that, back in 2019, what sort of job did you have back then?
I believe that's when I was towing.
Okay. And were you towing for a company called
He was
Auto
what?
City Towing?
Yes.
Cohen. Okay.
I'd like to ask you about a particular tow back on December 7th of 2019 at the intersection of the Webster and Elm Street around 12:52 in the afternoon. Do you remember that tow?
A little bit, not fully.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, when you go ahead and you tow a car, can you kind of explain to the jury what sort of procedures that you go through when you're making a tow?
Our office just calls one of the drivers and we're handed a piece of paper saying where we're going and what it's for. And then we just proceed to the location.
What about when it's a vehicle that has broken down? Is there a way that Manchester Police Department might dispatch you out for a tow?
Well, yeah, they call our tow
Was that
company, and
rain?
then our guy at the front desk dispatches us out, unless the individual themselves call for a tow.
Do you end up making contact with the police department before you go to do a tow?
No,
Just go straight from
it goes straight to our front desk, and then we're handed a piece of paper, and then we go right to the scene.
What's up, Triple D?
When you get to a scene for a tow, what are some of the very first things that you do, just generally?
Just contact whatever vehicle's involved and find out what's going on and where
Careful,
it's
he
going.
says, why is screen black?
And
My screen
from
ain't
there,
blank.
when you do have to use a tow, what kind of tow truck are we talking about?
Flatbed. So the big
Flatbed?
ones, yeah.
And could you go ahead and please explain to the jury what's the process you have to go through to put a car onto a flatbed as compared to, say, putting on a car where you're just kind of putting two wheels up and the back two wheels are rolling?
We just get in a good spot, we hook it up, and then we pull it up. That's it, really.
And what about when you have to do documentation of this tow? How do you document the tow that you're doing?
We have a separate tow slip like the drivers use, and we just write like general information on it.
So he's the tow truck driver that pulled the car out that intersection.
Sweeney, I'd like to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 3B and 3C, if I may. Just a
Did I
moment.
sleep at all? Yes. I slept good. $200 names long. 50 to 55 witnesses. Okay. Yeah, everything's good with Extreme. Everything's running fine on my end.
Look at a bunch of witnesses, please, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 3B for identification purposes only. And I'd also like to show you what is page 6 of what's been marked State's Exhibit 3C for identification purposes only. And just have you take a look at those two documents for a moment, please.
Okay.
Okay, do you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay, and let's go ahead and start with State's Exhibit, page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C. How do you recognize that?
This is the tow slip that the drivers fill out.
They
So
said
if you did a
police.
tow, is that the slip that you would fill out?
Yep.
And what about State's Exhibit 3B for identification purposes? What's that?
This is what is typed out by the gentleman at the front desk
Front desk
of Auto City.
of Auto City.
Yep.
Okay. So that's not something that you yourself fill out.
No.
With regards to page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C, on that particular one, who fills out that information?
I do.
And when do you fill that?
Okay,
We
Kelly,
fill
do
out
you-
just very little bit before the tow. Once we get to the tow, we can fill out more, or if we have to, we fill it out once we get back to the lot.
And by the time that you are done with that tow, when you drop the car back off at the lot, at that point, you have to have the rest of that filled out?
Yep. So the rest of this is filled out, and then we give it back to the gentleman who types out the other one.
And with regards to, other than the fact that if you look at State's Exhibit 3C, page 6, other than the fact that it's obviously not on the original paper, it's been photocopied, do you notice any other sort of changes or alterations from when you would have filled that out?
No.
Do you recognize your initials down there?
Yes.
And did you fill this form out?
Yes.
At this point in time, Your Honor, if I'm going to take these back from you for just a moment, sir. The state is going to move page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C. We move for identification. For the identification.
I mean, I don't know what this has to do with it.
To make the child exhibit.
He didn't see nothing. He just towed a vehicle.
The objection?
To page 6. So should it, if the exhibit is more than one page, should it be a separate exhibit? Like 3D? May we approach?
So this is the tow truck driver, yes. He's the one that towed the car at the intersection. You know, they're probably gonna ask him, did he see the duffel bag? That type of stuff, you know, so. Yeah, well, they had done left before he got there, remember? So Harmony wasn't there. They left him in they left Harmony in a snowbank by the dumpster when they went to go get their stuff out the car. So when they went back, Harmony wasn't in the vehicle. When the car first broke down, they put her in a duffel bag, left the vehicle. They went back to the Azalea Garden trailer park. And then they got their friend to take them back to the car. And when they got back to the car, it was being towed. And this is, I guess, the gentleman that towed that vehicle. But Harmony at that point was in a snowbank next to the dumpster at the Azalea Garden trailer court. Not court, but the apartments. You know what? The Azalea stuff. I did say the name of that apartment complex, right? Because that was the name of the trailer park in
Mr. Sweeney, I just
Savannah.
page 6 from
Ain't that
States Exhibit
coincidental?
3A, and then I'm going to show you, excuse me, 3C. I'm also going to show you States Exhibit 3A for identification.
And we're
There's
going to go there tomorrow
Yes.
anyway to the
Other
apartment
than the fact
complex.
that this one's a little bit easier to read and on it with a red sticker. Any other sort of changes or alterations between those two?
No.
Thank you very much. At this point, Your Honor, state moves for strike ID from States Exhibit 3A.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken on 3A. It is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Sweeney, what I'd like to do is to go.
Looks like the snow slowed down a little.
Give this to you to have. Right
No.
there.
Okay, thank you, Kelly D.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Sweeney, I'm going to go ahead and have you be able to look at that photocopy up close. But I'm also going to have it projected on the screen behind you. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the different sections of this form.
Okay.
And the information you filled out.
79 civilian witnesses, 75 law officers, and 6 expert witnesses. Okay, this
So,
is. the Bedero
Mr.
one.
Sweeney, if you would just
That's
turn
the-
around just for the briefest of moments, and is that a copy of States Exhibit 3A that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Fair to say it's kind of
Supposed to
hard
be
to
a
read
foot
at
of
that
snow.
size.
Yeah, I heard it's supposed to be.
Is it
a
easier on the
foot.
paper?
Yeah, I can read it.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and kind of go through a little bit of the information that you filled out on this form, and you could tell us a little bit more about the tow. First of all, where did you go to make this tow?
Corner of Webster and Elm.
On corner of Webster and Elm?
Yep.
Okay. And when you ended up towing the car initially, did you bring it straight back to the lot, or did you bring it somewhere else first?
I brought it over to the gas station that was on that same corner.
Would that be Budget Gas right on the corner?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you bring it there before bringing it back to the lot?
So they can get some things out of their car.
Do you always do that?
Only if it's safe enough, or if there is a safe enough area to do it, I will. If not, I just direct them to come back to the shop.
When you were there, where did you park in the gas station parking lot?
Just close to Elm Street, like out of the way of the pumps.
All right. And at that point, did you allow some people to get some stuff out?
Yes.
Okay. Who got material out of the car?
I just only remember 2 gentlemen.
2 gentlemen?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. And once you've towed a car for somebody to get things out of it, what do you have to do? Do they just kind of climb up the side of the truck, or?
No. So what I did was I extended the bed back out and I tilted it down so they can go up the ramp.
Okay. And then did you see the 2 people do that? Get
Yes.
things out of the car? Where did they put those things?
In another car.
Do you remember what that other car looked like?
No.
And the 2 men that you saw do this, do you remember what they look like?
No.
What kinds of things did you see get taken out of the car? Do you recall?
I don't remember. Typically, when people clean out their car, like especially on the side of the road, I just stay by my truck, give them space.
Okay.
I periodically look over to see if they're done.
And
Makes
once they were
sense.
finished, where did you bring this car?
Back to our lot
Right.
at Auto City.
So let me ask you, with regards to the car itself, what
Okay,
kind of
so he
car
just-
was it that you
He
towed?
did his job.
Sebring, as the slip says.
Okay. And let me ask again, you filled out the slip on the day of, is that
Yep.
correct? So fair to say that the information was fresh in your mind while you were there doing this?
Yes.
And for the different areas that you might not know right off the
That's
top
a
of your
lip
head,
ring.
somebody's phone number or somebody's home address, how do you get that information?
If the person who's driving the vehicle is there, I just ask them.
Okay. When you fill the slip out, where does it go once you get done with it?
It goes to the gentleman at the front desk,
Okay,
and then
okay.
he does whatever he has to do with it.
And let me ask, is that you earlier looked at States Exhibit 3B? Is that you said that was a type up version?
Yeah.
Is that where this information will go?
Yes.
What is some of the information in general? I'll ask you about specifics in a minute, but in general, what are some of the information that you record?
Just the VIN number, the make, the model.
VIN number. So is that a vehicle identification number?
Yes.
Do you also record things like mileage?
Nope.
Okay. Do you record a reason to make this tow?
Yes.
And what about your own mileage and going to make a tow? Is that important to record?
Yeah, we've always been told like the mileage from the start of the tow until we get back to our lot.
So what I'd like to do now is go through the different sections of the tow slip with you on States Exhibit 3A and have you
Yes.
explain what we're looking at and the information that you filled in that day. All right.
They have the metal detector.
I'd like
They
to go
probably
ahead and start
wanded his
focusing
face.
on the very top
Hit him
section.
with the wand.
Could you go ahead and just tell us what's the time that you made this tow?
12:52.
Okay. Morning or afternoon?
Afternoon.
Okay. And who was it that had requested the tow?
Manchester PD.
Is that typical?
Yeah, it's normal.
All right. What was the reason that you were towing the car?
Disabled vehicle.
And
Hit that thumbs up,
the
guys.
intersection itself, could you say where that was?
Webster and Elm Street.
Pardon me. Where did you bring the car to?
Out of the city.
Where's their tow lot?
It's on Commercial Street. It's right in the same building
Okay.
as our office.
Same building as your office?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go through as well the information of the owner of the car, the driver.
505.
Who do you get
We
that
got
from?
almost
The
800 in
driver, if they're
room.
there.
And
It
who's the
got like-
what information did you write down in this report?
Adam Montgomery.
What address did he give you?
77 Guilford Street.
And this information would have come from him?
There's in bushes behind him.
Yes.
All right.
I don't know.
Next area I'd like to ask you about is a phone number. Did you get any phone number to contact him on?
No.
Did you ask for one, or would you
They're
have asked for one?
titanium.
We usually ask for one, and if they don't give us it, then we don't expect them to come back
Don't expect them to come back. What does that mean?
for their car.
At that point, it's believed that the car is going to be abandoned. Is that the
That's what we assume.
okay? All right. Let me ask you about some of the other information. How do you the information that you write down about the car itself? I know you said the VIN number. Can we see that on the tow form?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the year of the car or the make of the car?
That is on there as well.
Okay. And could you again just give us the year, the make, and the model of car?
2010 Chrysler Sebring, silver.
Okay. Was there a license plate on this car?
Silver
Yes.
And
Chrysler.
what license plate was there?
4368206.
Was that a New Hampshire plate?
Yes.
And the color of the car? What was the color?
Silver.
All right. I see that there was something else that was initially written and then crossed out.
Yep. Blue.
Okay. Who would have done that cross out?
Me.
All right. Looking at some of the other information on this, I believe you just read the license plate for us. Is the VIN number on there as well?
Yes.
I'll be
Could
right
you go
back.
ahead and read the VIN number for us, please?
1C, 3C, C, 5F, B1, AN, 137502.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about the mileage that you write down. Is that your mileage?
It says service, right where it says mileage and service time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's not the car's mileage.
No.
All right. And the service times. What are the two times that you put down?
12:52 is when I left, and 1:39 is when I got back.
Okay. And when you say left, left where?
Left a lot.
Left the lot. Oh, left the lot to go make the tow.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then separate from that section, I'd like to ask about the reasons. What were the reasons that you checked off for why you were towing the car?
Just it was disabled and the type of truck that we have.
Excuse me. One of the last sections I'd like to ask about this particular slip is in your remarks section. You wrote two things. Could you please read those for us?
No registration and no phone.
Okay. And when you say no registration, would you have asked for a registration?
Yep.
Okay. And is that a normal part of your practice when you make a tow?
Yes, it's just to get the most accurate
Thank you,
information
Pac-Man.
on the vehicle itself.
And about the phone number, same thing?
Same thing.
Hold on.
You're the tow driver on this car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you go ahead and write down your initials on that?
Yep.
Okay. And what were your initials?
AS.
They were on
If
my
you could just
shirt.
go ahead and look at the screen behind you for a moment, can you just show us, just point generally where your initials are?
Right there, it says tow driver.
Okay. Thank you. Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, I know that you stated that when you made this tow, there were two male individuals that helped get things out of the car. Let me ask you, when you were making this tow, did
Thank
you
you,
see any
Michelle.
children at all?
No.
Michael.
None whatsoever?
No.
All right. Thank you.
I
I don't
said
have any
Michelle.
further questions for you, Mr. Sweeney. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
I do, Mr. Sweeney. My name's Caroline Smith. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
So the car was about 20 years old.
Thank you. Thank you for hitting the light.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you respond to that location, is Manchester PD still there?
Typically, yeah.
Okay. Because once a car is disabled, especially in a busy intersection, they want to make sure people are moving around pretty safe, right? And
Oh God, here comes this lady.
your flatbed actually has to go a little bit into the intersection to put the car on the flatbed, right?
Yeah, depending on the angle of the car.
Okay. And if a car is parked straight as if going straight through a
It
traffic
called
light,
worse.
traffic light, that's the kind of thing that you would get
My
straight in front
bad.
of it.
And I got my
on
glasses
the
on.
flatbed?
Yep.
Okay. And was the car unlocked?
I think so. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you go
This
in
defense
to
attorney,
make
oh
sure
my
the
God,
brakes
same
aren't on or
question.
anything like that before you tow?
Nope.
Okay. With a flatbed, you can just lift it up?
We pull it up with a tow cable.
Okay. And you don't check to make sure the parking brake's off?
Nope.
Okay. Fair to say that you probably were there within 20 minutes of when that car broke down?
Yeah.
Okay. And you drove over
How do you know that,
to, so the two guys that came up to get stuff out of the car, was the car already on the flatbed at that point?
Yeah.
And they came over and asked you if they could get some stuff out?
Yeah.
Miss
And you said,
Repeat,
"Well, I gotta
that's for
get out of
sure.
here. I'll pull over to the budget."
Yeah.
And then you stand aside and they go through the car and get stuff?
Yep.
Might be going through the front?
Lady, we just heard
They
you
go
say
wherever they can.
it. You're gonna ask
get
them
access
everything
to.
you said.
Okay. And it was not locked, right?
No.
Didn't anybody give you the keys to the car?
Either they were in the ignition or they were handed to me, but I honestly don't remember.
You did have the keys though?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you give them back for when they were going through the car, or did they give you the keys after they went through the car?
I don't remember.
Okay. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Ah, she wasn't too long. All right.
Go in regards to how long the car had been there, for maybe about 20 minutes. Do you know how long the car had been there in terms, when you said that 20 minutes, where does that number come from?
Yeah, just by the time we get the call and I get to the scene.
Do you know what time
20
Manchester
minutes. It
would
could have been an
found
hour,
the car,
an
or
hour
then
before
turned
that.
around in the time between that and sending the note over to you guys to do the tow?
Have no idea. Basically, once the police get to that particular scene, they just call us, or they call somebody.
So you know the time when you got dispatched?
Yeah.
out, but not necessarily what happened.
Yep.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up?
When a car's broken down at a busy intersection,
Oh,
you try and
God.
get out there pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
Because that's a dangerous situation, right?
Yeah.
And so
Yep.
for a dangerous situation, things happen pretty quick.
The
Yep.
car is a crime scene, for sure.
Thank you.
Nothing further. Would ask the witness to be excused, please.
You may step down. Any
I mean-
objections to being excused?
I think she just asks questions sometimes to hear herself talk. You know what I'm saying?
May I have him
Like-
on call?
I don't know if it's like,
Yes. So you'll advise the witness. Counsel approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay, so now they're going into mute mode. I hope the judge says, lady, could you stop repeating? Listen to what he says so you don't gotta ask him, did he say that? Did you say this? Or did you say that? You just heard him say it. Okay? Get that lady some damn Q-tips and let's keep this trial moving. We got 50 regular people, 50 cops, 6 expert witnesses. We need to start getting through these people. All right? Like, I get the point, he was there, but the baby won't. What significance does this have? Okay, it just ties that how long this transpired, or I guess they told him he could step down. She's like a damn toothache and an earache at the same time. She's trying to get them to slip up. I agree, short legs. Next. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call specifically Mr. Joseph Tucker to the stand.
It looks like the snow is slowing
Taking
down
all
a
the
little
wires
bit.
as you're walking through.
Gosh, just a little bit.
Mr. Tucker, if you would please go ahead and take the witness stand and remain standing when you get there, sir.
Mr. Tucker.
There we go. And Mr. Tucker, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Mr. Tucker, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Joseph Tucker, Joseph, and Tucker.
And Mr. Tucker, are you currently employed?
I am, yes, sir.
Okay, and where do you work?
The Catholic Medical Center.
How long have you been working for them?
I just started back up in
Like
January.
medical
Okay.
center.
And what do you do for them?
I'm the cybersecurity manager.
And prior to working for a Catholic Medical Center as the cybersecurity manager, where did you work?
Solution Health.
Solution Help?
Health.
Health,
Yes,
okay. And what was the time that you were working for them?
April
Solution Health.
2022 until January of 2023.
And prior to that, and I will ask you to just, if you can even move a little bit closer
Yes,
to the
sir.
microphone, I'll have you speak up just a little bit so I can hear you. Thank you. With regards to working for Secure Health, before that, where did you work?
Manchester Police Department, sir.
And again, I'm going to have you just kind of keep your voice up a little bit if you can.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
He was a cop at one time.
How long did you work for the Manchester Police Department?
Since 2015, so 8 years ish.
Roughly that long?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working there in January of 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to ask you a couple different questions about when you were a Manchester police officer. First of all, were you a full-time certified officer?
I was, yes, sir.
And did you graduate from the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy?
I did, yes, sir.
When was that?
2012.
Around
Academy.
2012?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember
Why is
your
he
academy
whispering?
class
I
number?
know.
163.
163. All right. And let me ask you, with regards to your work with the Manchester Police Department, were there any other sort of
soft-spoken.
law enforcement jobs that you had prior to that?
I worked for the Laconia Police Department before I went to Manchester,
Come up the video,
How long
guys.
in Laconia?
2012 to 2015.
2012 to 2015, and then Manchester from 2015 to 2022?
Yes, sir. I retired full time from Manchester PD, and then I did about a year as a reserve officer working in like cybercrime.
Okay.
So I don't know if you include that.
Okay. Yep. That's what I'm asking about, is all your experience there.
So he was a police
With regards
officer, he
to
worked in
your
cybercrime, he
different
worked
duties
in
in the
clinic.
Manchester Police Department, could you explain to us some of the different units that you worked at, different assignments that you had prior to you working in the areas of being a detective?
Yes, sir. I worked in patrol. I worked midnights for all 3 shifts, midnights 4 to 12 day shift.
Couple inches so far.
I had a
of
canine,
snow.
canine saber. We were primarily on 4 to 12. I helped create the drone unit, so I was part of the drone unit, and then went up to detectives at that point, sir.
And then went to detectives after that.
Yes, sir.
As a detective, what were some of your responsibilities and duties?
I was fortunate enough. I was a cross between general detectives and then also the cybercrime unit. So I assisted in both like digital cases, ICAC tips, cybercrime tips, and then I also did general caseload for detectives.
General caseload. What?
Hey, Penny.
Anything from, financial crimes, fraud, homicides, violent crimes. Sure.
And how long did you do that?
I believe I went up in detectives in 2021.
2021.
Couple
sir.
years then.
Separate from that, in detectives, did you have any work in doing processing, specifically looking at physical items to see if there's any evidence on them?
Yes, sir.
And in January of 2022, were you asked to assist other officers in doing a search of a 2010 Chrysler Sebring with New Hampshire registration 436-8206?
Yes, sir.
Where was that search done?
At the Manchester Police Department, and we have a vehicle processing bay, which is right outside of where the Sally Port is.
I imagine we might hear some testimony later on about this bay. So could you go ahead and describe it for the jury, please?
Sure. The bay itself, you can only access it from the secured back lot where we park most of the police vehicles. There is a 2 garage Sally Port. The left side used to have like tactical vehicles, and then the right side is where we would drop prisoners off or transport prisoners. Just to the right of that is a single bay garage door that opens up, and then there's also a side door to access it. Both are secure. You need your ID has to get in, and then inside of that bay, it could probably fit a full-size pickup if you took the pickup and went sideways. But
So it's a good sized garage.
yeah, and then we had tools in there for disassembling vehicles, and then we had evidence supplies down there. So if it was inclement weather or it was a long search, you could utilize the bay.
Okay. Let me ask you, what was your role during this search of this 2010 Chrysler Sebring with the New Hampshire registration 436-8206?
I was Detective O'Leary. He's now Sergeant O'Leary. He was we joked around and called him the incident commander, but he was the guy that was in charge of all the crime scene processing. So I was more or less there to assist him.
And what were some of the things that you did to assist him, just generally?
Generally, collecting of evidence items, the log, if there was any pictures. We were blue starring, which is a process to try to obtain any blood samples from the vehicle. So it sounds silly, but you have to turn the lights off for that. So I was the light guy, things like that.
The light guy, so literally turn the lights off,
Yes,
turn the lights on?
He was the light guy.
You'd have to set the camera for 30 seconds, 60 seconds exposure to take the photo. So I would have a flashlight just so we could still navigate a little bit without the direct light.
So were you the one administering the blue star, or that was somebody else?
That was Detective O'Leary.
All right. Let me ask you, what roles do initials play at the Manchester Police Department when you're labeling evidence?
Generally speaking, when I initialed something, it was an item that I collected.
Okay. And what were your initials?
JMT.
So if you collected an item today, if you were going to collect this tissue box, and this was going to be an item of evidence that you went ahead and entered in at the Manchester Police Department, how would you have labeled this? If this is your first
He
item.
controls the light.
The box itself would have been JMT1, and then any items inside the box, like tissues, would be JMT1-A-B and subsequently.
Okay. Oh, I could see that. So something like, let's
Like
say,
in a backpack.
like a backpack.
JMT1, and then if you have an item in the backpack, you want a 1A, signifying that that item A came from 1.
When you were assisting in doing the search of this car, were there other officers there to help you as well? Besides
Yes,
just
but there-
yourself and Sergeant O'Leary?
Initially, there was a lot of in and out, a lot of people checking in.
All right. And with regards to the items of physical items of potential evidence that you collected, do you remember how many that you directly took and initialed in the way that you just described for us?
8.
8.
Yes, sir.
So that would have been what, JMT 1 through JMT 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was one of those JMT 7 a pink toothbrush?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I got a toothbrush out the car. All this for a toothbrush. Okay, 20 minutes of questions for like, hey, did you search this car? Did you find this toothbrush? Couldn't we just be like, hey man, did you find a toothbrush in the car? Your husband is laughing at you. Fifty Shades of Justice. Oh Lord. DNA on the toothbrush. Zip it, Dolly. Let the man speak. He's the light guy, okay? He could have. We can make this quick. Why do you have to drag it all out? Be like, dude, you the dude that cut the lights on and off, and you found a toothbrush. Let's keep it moving. What the hell does this toothbrush got to do with Adam Montgomery punching his baby in the head? Okay. Why couldn't these people showed up via Skype and Adam Montgomery be in court?
Yes, sir.
This dude had to take the day off of work and everything. Adam's just chilling, eating his tray right now.
Through 10. And then separate from that, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked States Exhibits 104 through 106. At this point, all of these are for identification only.
All over the light guy, yeah.
And take your time. I know there's a
DNA to match with the civil blood. Okay. Might be something to that.
What's that, Mr. Tucker?
Yes, sir.
Generally, with regards to the photographs, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are they photographs of?
This.
It's showing that he left
this
behind central
photograph-
parts of living.
Yes, sir.
The toothbrush.
And if I can assist Your Honor. With regards to, let's go ahead and start with States Exhibit 10. What's that a photo of?
This is the photo.
We're just going to keep it down low. We haven't published it
Okay,
yet, so
sorry.
I can't show the jury. Let me ask you this. I'll just go one at a time. For States Exhibit 10, do you recognize this? I'm sorry. Apologize. Putting the ID upside down. States Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that photograph of?
It's the evidence processing bay that I was describing earlier with the silver Chrysler Sebring in there.
The one that you searched?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than the fact that it has a red sticker on it, does that picture show the car as it appeared to you at different times during your search of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to put that one to the side for right now. Separate from that, I'd like to go ahead and ask you about States Exhibit 4 on this particular one. Do you recognize that photograph?
No.
Okay. With regards to that particular vehicle, do you recognize the vehicle at all?
It looks like the same vehicle, but without seeing the back, it's hard to say. But it,
Well, let me ask you, I'm going to direct your attention to the top right-hand side of the windshield in that particular vehicle, and then have you make a comparison with
I'm
regards
sorry, Your Honor, I can't hear Attorney Ugadi.
Okay,
to. Sure, I apologize. Officer Tucker, what I'd like to do is have you go ahead and look, if you would please, at the top left-hand side of the windshield on State's Exhibit 4 in comparison to 10, and look at the two windshields as a comparison between the two.
yes, sir. It's got the same numbers.
Okay.
written on it.
And with regards to, also, I'm going to have you look at the lower left part of that windshield underneath the hood on State's Exhibit 4 and compare it to the lower left part of the windshield on State's Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than do those particular numbers match?
Yes, sir.
If you could please ask you about the next exhibit. See, yep. Going to this exhibit, State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you recognize it to be?
It's the same vehicle, but it's the driver's side, front and rear of the vehicle. But the doors
Yeah,
have been
it's
removed.
so
The doors have been removed.
we'll be
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you,
tomorrow.
when you were searching this car initially, was there anything that was inside the car?
Yeah, like all the car parts and stuff, sir.
All the car parts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me have you, and are those reflected in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you could go to the next photo then. I'm referring to State's Exhibit, excuse me, is it? I read upside down, I
Seven.
apologize. State Exhibit 7? For State's Exhibit 7, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
They're
What
going
is the
hard
photo
on the
of?
light guy.
The
right?
the front of the
cop
vehicle, the
controls
driver's seat,
on
passenger
off
seat,
switch of the
but
light.
looking in on the driver's seat.
So looking in the driver's seat, so where the steering wheel is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that photo show the car as you saw it when you were searching the car?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could go to the next exhibit, please. It should be State's Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir.
What's that a photograph of?
Same context, except from the passenger or from the driver's front, it's the driver's rear.
All right. So move from so right behind the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that photograph also accurately reflect the vehicle as you saw it the day that you helped out with the search?
Yes, sir.
And the next photograph. And that particular one, State's Exhibit 9, I believe.
Yes, sir.
All right. What's that a photograph of?
It's the trunk of the vehicle, sir.
The trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
If you could please, I'd like to direct your attention from 9 and also direct it to State's Exhibit 103, 4. Have you look at those two. Do you recognize, let's start with State's Exhibit 103. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
What's that a photo of?
It's the trunk of the vehicle, but with more items in it.
Is that how the vehicle initially appeared, or
Yeah.
did you fill it with items, or did you empty it from items?
No, we emptied it, sir.
Okay. And does it also show the registration for the car?
Full of
Yes, sir.
stuff. The trunk
Okay.
was. They were living in the
State's
car.
Exhibit, the next one there should be 104.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that a photo of?
Just another close up of the trunk area with all the items in it.
Okay. What kind of items are they?
It's like steering components. Looks
I
like
have
the
that
front
same
CV
type,
shaft
I
and
think.
maybe a cross member.
Okay. A cross member?
Yeah, like the front frame, like the cross member.
Oh, okay. Okay. Working our way around the car, I'd ask you to look at State's Exhibit 105 and see if you can tell us a little bit about that particular photo. What's that a photo of?
The right rear, the passenger side rear, with the door open, looking in.
Did it also have car parts in it, that side of the car?
Yes, sir.
Can you see that in the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that accurate from when you saw it, when you helped with the search?
Yes, sir.
And if you could go to the next smaller exhibit there, yes.
I'm right near New Hampshire.
110.
Right up, not far from the
106.
courthouse.
6. What's that a photograph of?
The passenger front seat.
So now we've worked our way around the car to the passenger front seat.
Yes, sir. Right front.
And does that appear as you saw it when you helped do the search?
Yes, sir.
What were some of the items that were in that seat?
More car parts, broken glass, snow, just trash.
And does that accurately reflect how it appeared when you did the search?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. One last question for you, separate from these. The last one I believe that
I
we
wanna
haven't
see
talked
the
about
pictures.
with regards is State's Exhibit 10.
Up, snowing a
Could you
little
tell
bit
us what that's a
harder now.
photograph of?
Pink toothbrush?
Okay, and do you recognize that toothbrush?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how do you recognize it?
It was in the back of the Sebring, sir.
Okay, in the back of this car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that a toothbrush that you seized and put into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and you remember what was the initials that you gave for that one?
JMT7.
JMT7.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the photograph, does it
Item
look,
number
other than the
7,
fact
yeah,
that it has a red
recall.
label on it, on that photograph has put their initials, other than that, any sort of changes or alterations to it from how you remember it looking when you collected it?
No, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state, if I could take these back.
Yeah, I mean,
The state would move
that
to
car
go
probably
ahead
smelled
and
terrible.
application, specifically from state's exhibits 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, as well as from state's exhibits 104, 105, 106, excuse me, 103, 104, 105, 106.
Any objection?
No objection to the 100s, and no objection to 4 through 9. I thought I heard something about 11.
Specifically 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10.
I think 10 may already be, but we would have no objection to it being entered.
So no objection,
No objection.
other than 11, which wasn't shown. So those can all be marked as full exhibits. The ID can be stricken.
Mr. Trucker, what I'm going to do in a moment is I'd like to give these photographs back to you to be able to have up close, but I'd like to also project them on the screen behind you, so you can feel free to look either at what is in front of you or what is behind you. Does not matter. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All I know is the hotel internet sucks. Can y'all hear me okay, guys? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me okay out there.
Looks like this is a natural breaking time, so I'm gonna, we'll take our 15-minute mid-morning
cool.
break now. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each
15-minute
other or with
break.
anyone
All
else.
right.
Don't do any independent research. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. It's my hope that this will actually be 15 minutes. You can
All right, the
take a
jury.
break.
All right. So we're going to a 15-minute break. The jury, they're letting the jury leave now. And so we get 15 minutes to chop it up about what's been going on today. So far we've seen, what is his name? Tucker?
Take a break now. I would like to start on time if we can, right? You may step down, but don't discuss the case with anyone.
Can you hear you good, Dolly? Okay. Well, now they're back at the flag. So, I mean, cool. Manic Mom. What did I say? Manic Mama? Okay, so we've seen the tow truck driver this morning, which I don't know what good that had to do with anything. He could barely remember the stuff. We also seen this officer, which he searched the car. He found the toothbrush. Some people are saying, that'll be used later, the DNA to match to the DNA they found in the ceiling. But I'm assuming they probably would already have their DNA. I don't know though. Like you could match it to the parents because they have Kayla. Well, Kayla ain't the parents, but I mean they have Crystal, so they would have a match for the DNA that the DNA found in the ceiling matches close to Crystal, so they would know it's definitely Harmon Montgomery that was in the ceiling, and he's done admitted to disposing of her body, so they 100% know she's deceased. I just don't think they should have gave Kayla a deal. I think they had enough evidence against them without this. And it's crazy that he don't have to be in court. Now, I don't know if this is the case when he gets close to, I could take these out now. I ain't listening to nothing. When he gets close to sentencing or when they find him innocent or guilty, I think he may have to be there for that. But they kind of got it like if they need to ask him something, they roll a TV right in there and ask them. So New Hampshire handles it. Every state's different how they do their courts. You know, it sucks that he's not in court, but you know, there is some benefits to being here in this court. You can have laptops, you can have phones, you can update the general public on what's going on. Okay. And a lot of states you can't do that. So New Hampshire, in that fact, they got a lot of transparency. Like they don't care what, you know, you can show it. You know, they ain't got nothing to hide. So why stop recording devices? Because when, you know, I always thought that in Virginia, the reason y'all don't want people able to record because y'all do so terrible things to people and y'all don't want the world to see that. I truly believe that. That's why they don't let cameras and recording devices. Why can't I record you? You can record me. You can videotape the whole thing, but I can't record you. Does that seem fair in this world? I don't think so. So at least New Hampshire, they're real transparent about their court system. Hey, you could be up in there. You can have audio recording devices. You can sit on your computer. You can damn eat like a human. You know, you're not being punished for being in court. I like that aspect of it. But at the same time, you don't really have to face justice. You just sit back and wait till it comes to you. You should have to see these people that get up there and say these things about you. Now, there ain't been a lot of people getting up there bad mouthing Adam. Really? Like we ain't heard people just saying terrible, terrible things about him yet anyway. But I'm sure it's coming. I'm sure it's coming. If they charge her with murder, will she still get a deal? No. We found out yesterday in the court that if she says something that puts her there or implements her into crime, she can be charged with that crime. Okay. Right now, I think she can be involved in accessory to commit murder. I believe this was plotted. I believe this was planned. I believe everything we're seeing right now, they knew was coming. They knew they were going to get caught and they planned for that. Kayla even says it. She said, well, he said, you know, I should be with the kids. And if anything goes down, that way he takes all the fall. She knew she was to blame. That's why she said that he'll take all the fall. If you had no responsibility in it, you would say, well, he did it. He wouldn't have to take the fall. A fall kind of sounds like you did it together and one person went down for it. That's exactly what it means to me. Oh, he took the fall. Well, if you took the fall, that means we committed this crime together and you're just a person going down for it. So they planned this before they were even caught. They knew they were going to be caught. To me, this ain't second-degree murder. This is premeditated. This is planned. As a grown man, no one punching a baby in the head, you can kill it. So you purposely killed that baby that day. You didn't accidentally kill a baby, right? Punching a baby one time in the head could kill it. Most likely punching it multiple times in the head. So he had planned, he had plotted, and he executed this baby. It ain't second-degree murder to me. It should be first-degree murder, and she should be sitting next to him with accessory to commit murder. Same charges going away for the rest of her life, both of these people done. And that's being nice. I mean, honestly, both of them should be off the planet right now. They should be on a rocket. We should be putting these up in these test rockets to Mars. You want to send some people to Mars, send some criminals to Mars. So that way, if they don't make it, oh well, okay? You want to colonize another planet, send criminals. That's probably how this planet was colonized. So like, let's get rid of these people. They're monsters. Let's send them to Earth. Next thing you know, we on a prison planet. You can't leave even if you wanted to. Stuck, okay? There's probably beautiful planets out there with amazing things, and we'll never get to see it because we're stuck on a prison planet. They can revoke the agreement. She might get charged for something. Listen, here's the thing. They can, but she's going with the program. All right. When I asked her question, she cried. She did everything they wanted her to do that they asked of her. They're going to honor their deal. I mean, they make deals with criminals every day, way worse criminals than Kayla. They make deals with mobsters and murderers and all kinds of things. She just basically didn't do nothing. Now, here's the thing. If you ever drive down the street and you see somebody kicking Kayla's ass, don't stop and help her. She wouldn't stop and help you. Okay? That's all I suggest. If you ever see somebody punching her in the head, don't be like, hey, stop. I wouldn't say nothing. I just keep on walking. I would pull Kayla. But then, it makes you just as terrible as her. And then I got to explain to little Jesus, like when I get there, like, why didn't you do nothing to help Kayla? I'd be like, man, I just thought she deserved it. But it's not really my place to judge you. Dolly is not in court due to weather. Okay, guys, I don't know if y'all see that snow out there, but it's snowing its ass off. So, and tomorrow the weather's supposed to be nice. It's supposed to be sunny. This way the roads get plowed, they get salted. Dolly don't die. Dolly don't kill nobody up here in Massachusetts, New Hampshire? I almost call it New Haven. New Hampshire, okay? Live free or die. What is Boston's slogan? What is Massachusetts state's thing? I know New Hampshire is live free or die. What is the Massachusetts? What is their logo? Like Virginia's for lovers. You know what I'm saying? What is Massachusetts state slogan? Anybody know for 5 points? Yeah, there was court. She only cried for herself. Masshole. Massholes. The Bay State. It's called the Bay State Commonwealth. Let's eat cannolis. That's what we call them in Roland because they drive crazy. Massholes. Okay, it's the Bay State. Okay, Masshole and Massachusetts. Okay. The spirit of America. So we in the Bay State, okay? Boston Tea Party. That's what I asked PJ. I was like, what do you want me to bring you back? You want me to bring you some tea? What is Boston known for? The Boston Tea Party? Like, what souvenir do you want? Welcome to New England, Dolly. What's up, gymnast girl? Hey, Rose. The Hatter's Madness. Dolly, go drive now. That minivan will be doing donuts. I'm not in a minivan, okay? Claire's size medium shirt. Oh, that idiot. Oh gosh. Yeah, I ain't in a minivan. I'm in a little Hyundai, okay? Probably a little safer in a minivan, because the minivan's a little bit bigger. If you got in an accident, believe it or not, I think I would rather get in an accident in a minivan than to get in an accident in that little Hyundai. I think it's a Sonata or something. I like it. I like the car itself. It sits pretty low. It has like heated, real good heated seats. Everything's powered. It has all kinds of everything got a damn sensor on it. It has that. The one thing I ain't used to, let me tell you this: cars that don't have car keys. Okay, like when I get in the car, it has drive neutral. No, it has park neutral. I don't know what fucking order the buttons are. You hit a button, okay? Like there's no gear shifter. And it's like I keep getting in the car and I keep just hitting drive. And I'm like, well, I want the car go. Well, I'll hit reverse. I'll be like, why ain't the car going? Because I keep forgetting to start the car. Okay. Because there's a button you hit. And when you hit the button, you can't even hear the car start. It's just quiet as hell, right? So I keep forgetting to start the car and I keep hitting the button and I go to hit the gas and the car won't go. I'm like, why ain't the car moving? And then I'm like, oh shit, the car's not started. Then you hit this button and then you got to push a button. That's too much. Give me a key and a damn gear shifter and let's roll, right? My video keeps buffering. It probably is because my internet sucks. I'm on some hotel Wi-Fi. It's all here. Massachusetts slogan. It's all here. Okay, I can believe that. I can really believe that it's all here. I've seen a lot so far. Y'all definitely have a lot of smoke shops. That's here. Everywhere. There's a whole bunch of them. Really good smoke shops too. So, damn, at least y'all care. I did so much to find that. Haha. The world knows she's lying. You're fine, Jim. Don't drive. I don't plan on driving anywhere today. I am gonna have to get some lunch at some point today from somewhere. I might order it from somewhere. Hopefully somebody will bring it, or I can walk somewhere and get it. But I don't plan on driving nowhere today. I did drive to the gas station, but that's just right across the street. So I figured, what could that hurt? So yeah, I'm gonna let this blow over today. Nothing really big is going down in court today. It's just a bunch of people talking a bunch of shit we don't need to know. All right, hold on. We got people back from the
And
court.
the witness can come on back up to the witness stand. Did you mark what time the break was? Did you mark what?
DoorDash is like the post office. They always deliver. Right? I don't know what I want though. Yeah, I'm down the street from the court. I'm just letting the weather blow over. I didn't want to be out driving around in this terrible ass weather. Officer Tucker, well, he was an officer. I don't know if he's still a detective, but this is the detective that found a toothbrush.
Attorney Brooks. Attorney Brooks.
Yeah, I hate to push back to start. There's Fudd. That is right. I will be in the courtroom tomorrow.
Everybody ready?
Yes.
We'll rise for the jurors, please.
All rise. Please hit that thumb up if you're coming in, and make sure you check out my TikTok. I'm trying to get to 1,000 so I can live stream from there. Dolly's True Crime on TikTok. You guys add it up. I think I got like 500 subscribers, so I'm almost there, guys. 500 more, and we can live stream from TikTok. The judge, she looked pissed off when that beeper went off. Other than that, she looked fine. But when that beeper went off, that pager, oh, that lady got mad. That judge looks like she could get angry like that. She looked up like, oh my God. Especially when he didn't cut it off right away and she had to say something to him. Oh my God, it was like the principal. It's like being at the principal's office. She was like, you could have went outside or go outside with it, But he didn't. He sat there letting it beep, and he was sitting right behind me. And she looked right up at me too, like, because I had my phone in my hand, and then I turned my phone over and set it down, and it was still beeping. And then that's when she said something to him. I was just thinking, oh, I don't hope she don't think it's me because he was sitting directly behind me. You just up on TikTok. Thank you guys. Thank you. I don't know how many subs I got over there right now, but as soon as I get to 1,000, I'm going to start streaming from TikTok also.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Tucker, I had gone through a series of photographs with you just before we took our mid-morning break. Do you see that same stack of photographs in front of you now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, what I'm going to do is I'd like to be able to ask you questions about these photos, and I'll go in roughly that order and be able to, you can either look at the photographs in front of you or feel free to look at the screen behind you, whichever one's going to be easier. And I've got a series of questions for you about how you conducted the search and the appearance of the car. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and start with State's Exhibit 103. And I wondered if you could go ahead and describe this photograph for us.
Yes, sir. This is the.
I don't know what the follow train is on TikTok, to be honest.
Okay. And you said the car parts in it. Could you just kind of generally point with your hands where those are again?
Yeah, this is. part of the car parts.
Okay.
Okay,
And
that's where they put Harmony's
do you
body
know where
in the
those car
trunk.
parts came from?
I believe they came from the front of the vehicle.
Okay.
I believe that's like a CV shaft. Has to do with power to the wheels on the front of the vehicle, but I'm not a mechanic.
Okay. And with regards to the license plate, can we see the license plate on the car?
Yes, sir.
And could you read the license plate for us?
4368206.
Moving around to State's Exhibit 5, what are we looking at here?
That's the front of the vehicle, specifically the driver's side.
450
And
plus.
is this
Okay,
also,
sub up,
again,
guys.
how
I'm
the car
almost
looked
there.
that day when you
Halfway.
searched it?
Yes, sir.
And so I guess from that question, is this the bay that we were talking about, the evidence bay that you can do the search in?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They took
Can't
that
help
whole
but notice
car
it doesn't
apart, didn't they?
have
Look
a
at
wheel.
that.
Did it have any
Doors.
wheels?
No, I don't think it did, sir.
Okay.
But I wasn't there when they took it from the junkyard. This is the first time I saw it. Was I came into work and was instructed to go down and help Detective O'Leary.
All right.
Right, sir, I'm gonna need you
They
to
took
speak.
everything
Can
off
you
that car.
Slide your chair over a little
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that you're speaking into the microphone.
Yes,
because
sorry.
This is recorded and we do need to get your voice. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You had 406 on TikTok. Well, keep subbing it up. We're almost to 1,000. Well, 600 away then. But sub it up. There's 800 in the room right now. You guys help me get to 1,000
to
on
look on
TikTok.
the
You don't gotta watch me,
windshield
just sub it up and
specifically
follow
of the
it.
car. And we talked a little bit about it. I'd like to switch now to State's Exhibit 4. This particular car, is
Damn.
this the car that the photo that I had you make a comparison of that windshield?
Yes, sir.
All right. And showing State's
Ooh,
Exhibit
fajitas.
5
That's
and
what I
4
want for
together,
lunch.
4
Fajitas.
being on the bottom and 5 being on the top. Do you remember the letters and the numbers that I had you point to in the top right-hand corner of the windshield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we have those both highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember me asking the question about the numbers indicated on the lower left-hand side of the windshields?
Yes, sir.
And do we have those also highlighted here on the
Thank you,
screen?
Miss Kitty.
Yes, sir.
So with
Thank you,
regards to
Malcolm.
this car, we're looking at the same car here between these two photos, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Working our way around the car, and I'd like to go ahead and kind of move in a counterclockwise fashion from looking at the hood. Moving now around to the driver's side, can you go ahead and point out for us when you said that there were car
Okay, hold on.
parts
Let
in
me
the
get my
car?
phone.
Show us where those car parts are, and do you recognize any of those parts?
Yes, sir. So the driver's seat, these are car parts, and then the back passenger seat had more car parts in them.
Okay.
And
Do
then
you,
obviously the floorboard.
and the floorboard as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regards to those car parts, let's go ahead and kind of zoom in, if we would, to the passenger area, to the driver's seat. So zooming in to that same photograph here of the State's Exhibit 6. Can you see those car parts a little bit better?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go directly to one seat and then the other. So if we could start with the driver's seat, looking at State's Exhibit 7, can you point out where some of these parts are that you're talking about?
Sure. Yes, sir. This looks like the bezel, which would go up here where you're looking at your instruments.
Mm-hmm.
These look like some underbody parts, like that might be a suspension component, but again, I'm not 100%, but they're definitely car parts.
Okay. And moving to State's Exhibit 8, if we go into the back seat, right behind the driver's seat, what are we looking at here?
More car parts, sir.
Okay.
This looks like it might be usually an air filter box. I'm not 100%. And then this looks like it might be a fender well, like up in the inner fender.
Okay.
Okay,
is it
guys,
fair
I
to
gotta
say
run down
from
to my
seeing
car
here,
real quick.
we don't see
I thought I left
a
my
driver's
phone.
side
There it is.
rear
Shit, I was
tire
about
as
to
well.
run down there.
Moving now kind of to the trunk area, if you could, I'd like to go back to State's Exhibit 103. You already identified this photo for us as being that particular trunk of the Chrysler Sebring with the car parts in it. I'd like to, if you could, describe for the jury as we look at specifically State's Exhibit 104, what was the condition of these parts that you were looking at?
Just like that, they look like old car parts. I mean, I didn't take the car parts out and see if they fit the car, but I assume that they belonged to the vehicle.
Was there generally, were there any kind of fluids that were coming from any of these parts that you noticed?
Not in the trunk, but there was a liner, so it's hard to say.
Okay.
I feel like the liner would have absorbed it.
What about in other areas of the car?
Yes.
There were?
Yeah, I believe so. Like the passenger seat, I think the right front had like wetness.
Okay.
So I really need you to
Yeah,
keep
yes,
your
ma'am.
voice up. It's a big room and
Yeah,
everybody.
I got
needs to-
PJ
Yes,
sending me
ma'am.
some
Sorry.
food.
I believe the right front area had wetness.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm gonna zoom in. Did you help remove these parts from the vehicle to help do the search?
Yes, sir.
Where did they go?
I think we laid out a piece of big parchment paper, like
Mhm.
brown, like the same material, like a.
Why
Hanford's
would they
bag,
have to
like,
take all
you
that
go to the
off to
grocery store
search?
And you get paper bags.
Yes.
Just a big roll of that. We laid it out, and they go on that roll.
Okay. Did you help or did you watch as the car parts got emptied from the trunk?
I helped, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. And I'd like to show you now States Exhibit 9 zooming in on this portion of States Exhibit 104 in the back corner. Can you tell if there's any particular of a color that's in that photo?
Color, sir?
Yeah, any color that doesn't look like a car part. And feel free to use the screen or the photograph if you wish.
Are you referencing like the looks kind of light blue?
Look like blue to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once you emptied out the car, were you able to see what that light blue thing was as we look at States Exhibit 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was it?
T-shirt.
A T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Right. Just and with that trunk emptied, excuse me, apologize. With that trunk emptied,
There was still some of their stuff left in the car after all that time in the junkyard.
were you able to look farther to the back of the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from there, what were the different items that you saw?
I think it was all clothing, and then the toothbrush. You can see a little bit of it right there,
Right where?
right here, sir.
And that's inside that circle?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Were
so
you
there's
able
the
to see it?
toothbrush.
Let's say you can see it here from the photo, I take it, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they
And
popped the
zooming
seat
in on
down and
States
grabbed
Exhibit
everything
9,
because remember they said the
can you
trunk
show
wasn't
again
open.
where it is that you see it?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
Then showing again States Exhibit 10. This is the toothbrush that you recovered from that trunk?
Yes, sir.
Ooh. A little kid's Colgate toothbrush.
On that toothbrush,
Troll, purple troll.
I believe you testified earlier on in direct that it was identified that you logged it in as JMT7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
JMT7 was the toothbrush.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked States Exhibit.
Still coming down, snowing pretty hard out here.
66 for identification purposes only. As you go ahead and look at the label, feel the bag. Do you recognize that particular packaging as well as the stuff inside?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is that?
There's the
packaging?
toothbrush in that bag.
How do you recognize the packaging?
It's the brown bag that I place it into.
And does it have your initials on it, JMT7?
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, if I would borrow a pair of scissors, I'd like the witness to be able to open the bag.
Okay, so they're gonna show the toothbrush. This is the toothbrush. Okay, all right, PJ, hold on.
Mr. Tucker, since we are talking about a toothbrush, I wonder if you would be willing
Yes,
to
sir.
put on a pair of gloves for us and be able to open that bag. And then you said you're going and putting on a second glove. Can you please tell the jury why?
So most of the time when you're processing crime scenes, there's a lot of evidence, and you put on a fresh pair of gloves every time you collect the evidence. And if you don't have double gloves, your hands become very sweaty, and it becomes very difficult to put on a fresh pair of gloves. So it's just easier, especially if you're doing blood swabs and things of that nature. But that's how I was always taught. So that's how I do it. Yes, sir.
could please go ahead and use those scissors to open up.
Do you have a preference on where?
I would say ask, please, you would please go ahead and cut in an area where there isn't a label.
Okay.
Maybe on the side.
Cut where there isn't a label.
Large enough for the applicator. Let me ask you, without taking the item out of the bag, just looking into the bag. You recognize what
Okay, just looking in the bag.
Yes, sir.
what do you recognize this to be?
The toothbrush from the vehicle.
Just go ahead and ask for the identification of the strip of rod for States Exhibit 66.
Without objection.
Okay,
Alright,
so
the
that's the
ID is
toothbrush
stricken
that was pulled.
And it is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Tucker, if you please go ahead and show us the toothbrush.
Okay, it looks a little bit lighter colored in the picture. Looks a little more pinker, but there's the
For the
purple
purpose
draw.
of-
Just to be able to show both sides of the toothbrush. I don't know that the jurors in the back are going to be able to see both sides.
Yes, he may
They
do
can
that.
See the front, but they can't see the back from the photo.
That's fine.
Mr. Tucker, if you would sit.
They can see the front, but they can't see the back.
Yeah, do be careful.
See how purple it looks in the picture? It looks more pinkish in his hand.
Again, please, you can see the front of the toothbrush on the State's Exhibit 9, but I wondered if you would please go ahead and show the toothbrush, both show the front, and then also turn it around and show all the sides slowly so that all of the jurors can see. And if you could please turn it around to the back, so that the jurors can see what the back of the toothbrush looks like.
Okay, oh, they can see the back.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. If you could please retake the stand. Thank you. And Mr. Tucker, let me hold the bag open.
It looks different. I don't know. It looks more purple in the picture. Could be the flash
And place that
of the
back.
camera, the lighting. But in there, it looks a little lighter colored.
Hold on just a moment.
They cared about her teeth, but not her life. Eh.
That's the only item we wouldn't ask you to look at, so I will go to trash can.
Okay.
Rest in peace, Sweet Harmony. Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's snowing now pretty good. We already got about 3 inches, 2-3 inches, something like that. And I'm just a little ways north of Boston. So
Mr. Tucker,
right out
moving
from New
on
Hampshire.
around the car, out of the trunk now. I'd like to go over towards the passenger side, if we could. We'll start with the rear passenger side. Looking at State's
The light
Exhibit
man made it
105 here, can you describe what we can see in this photograph?
Yes, sir. More car parts on the seat, and then some trash items, and it's like a water bottle on the passenger side floorboard.
And
So they pulled
I
this
see
car out
here
of the
that
junkyard
we've
to
got
search it.
a door on this side.
Yes, sir.
All right. And on the previous side, on the driver's side, were there any doors there?
No, sir.
Moving on from this particular one then to State's 106, could you please describe what we're seeing here and what part of the car?
It's the right front, the passenger side front. Looks like the headlight is on the floorboard, and maybe a reservoir for like washer fluid, something of that nature. And then some snow.
And some snow. Can you point out where the snow is?
Yes, sir.
On the door casing right there, I
Thank
see
you.
it. That's from a door being open.
And that headlight, the reservoir, the snow, all of those were there when you saw the car in that garage bay, correct?
Yes, sir.
None of those were placed there by officers to your knowledge.
Not to my knowledge.
That's all from the junkyard.
Let me ask you, with regards to some of the other evidence that you looked at and collected on this particular item, this particular car, separate from the toothbrush, were there also a series of swabs that you took in the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those swabs did you take?
4.
4?
Okay, he
And
swabbed
how
the
were those
trunk.
labeled? Your initials again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. and it was just 1, 2, 3, 4. Or
Yes, sir. JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
4. Okay.
I like them too,
Those
it's a big
particular
one.
swabs, could you go ahead and describe for the jury how you collected swabs? You talked about it a moment ago when you showed us how instinctually you use 2 gloves. When you do these swabs in the trunk, how do you collect those?
So for swabs, when it comes to blood, if it's not wet, so if the blood's not wet or the material's not wet, urine, whatever it is, if it's dry, we have sterile water. We take it, we pour it into the cap.
Mhm.
Each cotton swab contains 2 in the package, the container. So you glove up. Usually, I would write all the details on the box. There was a little cotton swab box. So I'd write, it's folded, you assemble it. So it's easier to write on it before. So you'd write JMT1, set it up, date, time, all the information, put on your gloves, do the water, get everything ready. And then at that time, because we were using Blue Star in the trunk, there was kind of like a limited amount of time because you have to have the lights off to see the area that you're going to collect. So you'd spray the Blue Star, it would illuminate, you could see that area, and then you had to turn the lights on and collect it. So I was there waiting ready with the swab ready to go.
I see. So to make
He
sure I
light on
understand
and
this
off,
right,
and he held the swab.
you're not necessarily
He was the
administering the
swab
Blue Star,
guy.
but you've got the swabs
Yes.
that you've opened up. Are each one of these swabs, the water that you put together, the boxes, are each one of those sterile before you open them to take a swab?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
Hit the
is
light,
that
guys, if you
also
just
very
tuned in.
important for you for taking a swab to double glove and to make sure you're using sterile materials?
Yes, sir.
Those 4 swabs and the toothbrush, are you aware whether or not those were sent on to a laboratory for examination?
I believe the toothbrush was,
Okay.
but I wasn't aware at the time. I assumed everything that we were doing was going to end up at a lab.
If I can have just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Double duty, swab guy and the light guy. Okay, he did all the light work, is what it looks like.
Mr. Tucker, I've got
Okay.
one last question. I
Here,
wanna
hold
ask you.
this, turn the light off.
liner
He was like
itself,
the rookie.
with regards to the 4 swabs that were taken, did you also collect, I believe you said at the very beginning, there were 8 evidence items that you took. Could you please tell us what JMT8 was? What was the last thing that you cut out?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you had a chance to look at a report written from the search that day, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to what the 8th item was?
Yes, sir.
This little Irish girl said swab and light,
Go ahead
BITCH.
and hand you copy of what's been marked. Just
Hey, you gotta do something. You gotta do something to earn that paycheck.
I'm gonna need you to raise your voice so everybody can hear you, please.
Apologize.
Here's
Mr.
the
Tucker, I'm going to
mic.
go ahead and hand you what's been marked Discovery page 111, and I'm going to direct your attention down to the bottom of the page. First of all, after having a chance to read through that document, I'm going to ask, is that a write-up of what the search was that you were a part of for these photographs and for your taking of evidence?
Yes, sir.
And I'm
New
gonna have,
Hampshire.
my question for you was going to be, what was the 8th and last thing that you collected? I'm going to have you. You said you didn't
I'm
remember.
near
gonna let you go
Bass
ahead and
in New
refresh your
Hampshire.
recollection. If it's refreshed, let me know. Just look up when you're done.
Yes, sir. It was part of. Oh,
John, take that back.
yes, sir.
It's all set.
Sorry.
That's all right. And do you recall now what JMT8 was, that last thing that you collected?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
A piece of the
Stand
trunk
in the
liner.
corner for hours.
Piece of the trunk liner?
Yes, sir.
So
Oh, he was scrubbed the toilet with the
How did
toothbrush.
you,
Oh my God.
how did you get or recover that piece of the trunk liner?
We cut it.
You cut it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you use to cut it?
I don't remember.
And then after it was cut, first of all, you have shown us what you do with gloves and try to present and collect things in a sterile manner. Would you have done that for trying to
I'll be right
collect what JMT8 was, the cutting of the trunk liner?
Yes, sir.
And would you have logged it into evidence the same way you did the other ones, JMT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Tucker, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective. I don't believe we've met, but I'm Jamie Brooks with Public Defender, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you some questions about that search you conducted with then Detective, now Sergeant O'Leary. Do you
Yes, sir.
understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and this search was on January 1st. Your participation in the search was on January 1st, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it was the Chrysler Sebring, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was already in the Manchester Police Department bay when you saw it.
Yes, sir.
The pictures that were shown showed what were like the guts or the parts of the vehicle inside, right?
Yes, sir.
But eventually those items were all removed from the interior of the vehicle.
I think so. It wasn't by me.
You mentioned there being, I don't think you used the word butcher paper, but there was paper that O'Leary put down, correct?
I don't know if it was O'Leary, but there was paper down. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the purpose of the paper being down was to put the parts of the car that were in the interior on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Because not only were you looking for items
I'm
such as
stowed in the
toothbrushes,
hotel.
but you were also
Tomorrow, to
looking
be clear, I'll
for
be at court.
latent blood stains, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned Blue Star. Blue Star is a latent blood stain reagent.
Yes. Yes.
It reacts with hemoglobin.
Yes.
It can detect the presence of blood that cannot be seen by the naked eye.
Correct.
It can detect blood that has been cleaned up.
Happy
Yes, sir.
birthday, Dumpling.
It can detect minute amounts.
Yes, sir.
And Blue Star was applied to the entirety of the exterior of the vehicle.
That I don't know. I wasn't there for that.
You weren't there for that?
No, sir.
Were you there for the, but you were there for the collection of swabs, right?
For the trunk, sir.
Just for the trunk?
Yes, sir.
It was just only he just held the swab and cut the light on and off.
All the same, you were there for when the Blue Star was applied to the exterior of the vehicle.
I don't remember that. I remember the trunk.
So, okay. Are you aware of Blue Star being applied to the exterior of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
And what about the interior of the vehicle?
The trunk, yeah.
The state just had you look at a report,
Yes, sir.
correct? And that's from the state's discovery,
Yes, sir.
Bait stamp 111 through 114 state's discovery.
If you say so.
Do you still have that report up there, Detective?
No, sir.
If I may,
Well,
permission to approach?
Yes?
Thank you. Do you recognize this document, Detective?
I do, yes.
And you indicated you could not recall the extent of the use of Blue Star to the vehicle,
I remember the trunk, sir.
but you don't remember any other portions?
I don't know where I
No.
set my glasses.
Would it help you to look at that report?
Yes, but this isn't my report.
This is the same report that the state just provided you to refresh your recollection.
Right. But this report was written by Brian O'Leary. So he documented the items that I found.
Okay. Okay.
So he didn't write the report.
Do you have any specific recollection of your participation on January 1st of 2022?
Yeah, I remember going down. I remember helping Brian Blue Star the trunk. I remember helping collect the samples.
I know I need a
I
string
remember
to
collecting
tie
the items
around
from
my
the
neck.
trunk.
I usually put them on my hat.
I don't remember
on.
doing much more than that for the vehicle.
So for you, you believe it was just the trunk?
Yes, sir. For the most part, yeah.
Well, while we're at it, let's go ahead and talk about the trunk then. So Blue Star emits
Yep.
a reaction to the hemoglobin, right? By chemiluminescence.
Right. It's like a neon green looking color, like neon green, neon blue.
Some people say blue.
You don't got
Light
TikTok.
Right.
And your role in this was to make sure that the lighting was correct.
Yes, sir.
There's a
So
lighting
it doesn't
dude.
have to be pitch black for Blue Star to work, right?
No, but you want darkness for the camera.
You want dim light.
Right.
And was part of your role to make sure that the camera was functioning?
No. Detective O'Leary set that camera up on the tripod and had all the settings. You have to use specific settings, like shutter length that it's open
Speed.
for, type of thing.
And you were just
Uh-huh.
ready with the swabs.
Yes. And then like
And what you were waiting for was
He's
to
just a
see
swab guy.
a reaction, right?
correct.
And it would manifest itself with a light blue color.
Right.
It's a light blue
Still
color that
snowing
would
pretty hard,
last
even
for
harder now.
roughly 30 to 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's not very long.
But that 30 to 60-second reaction would suggest the presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
Blood that the naked eye cannot see.
Correct.
Blood that
Yeah, but a
could have
car
been
was in a
cleaned up.
junkyard.
Correct.
So when there was that reaction, you would take those swabs, right? And get samples
Right.
from that area that was illuminated.
Correct.
And you mentioned 2 swabs. One swab would be used to later provide to the State Forensic Laboratory.
Oh yeah, you can
Right.
see the snow.
The
I
second
like all the way
swab
this window.
you would use for a
It's
hemostick, right?
Good.
It depends. I think the second swabs in this case, I just used it for the next sample.
Okay. Let's talk about swabs you collected. JMT1.
The
would that
defense
be
asked a
something that
lot
you
of
collected?
questions, boy.
Yes.
And what was that? Do you recall?
No.
Would it help you to look at something? Feel free to do so and just
Okay.
look up when you're done.
Yes, sir.
So JMT1, what is that?
So you want me to describe what's in the report?
From your recollection, if you like, or I can just ask you questions about it at this point. It was a DNA swab that you took, right?
Right.
And it was a swab of an area that was positive for Blue Star, correct?
Right.
And it was by a piece of insulation.
I
Still there after
can't
all that
remember.
time.
I remember the trunk, and I remember we sprayed the Blue Star, lights went off. Or you see the areas of that reacted, and then we took a photograph, and then we would look at the photograph after and compare, and then take the sample from that area.
So a swab was used to tame a sample. And was hemosticks also used on JMT1?
I don't recall that.
Fair to say, though, that the process, this isn't the first time that you've been involved in the Blue Star collection process.
It might be.
Medium shirt.
There's
That
one
shit's
other
so
time that
fucking
I know
clear.
of.
Medium
uh,
shirt.
That was over on
God,
Gifford
it's
Ave.
snowing
I
its
just don't
ass
remember
off
if this
now.
happened before that.
But in terms of your recollection of the protocol or the proper procedure, if there were any reaction, positive reaction to the Blue Star, a sample would be collected, right?
Right.
So JMT1 reflected a swab from an area of the trunk that tested positive for hemoglobin. Let's talk about JMT2. Do you recall what that is?
From reading the report, it says in a trunk by a candy wrapper.
And this was a swab you took because the item tested positive, reacted positively to the Blue Star mist.
Right.
JMT4, that's also a swab that you took.
Yes, sir.
And this was also due to a reaction to the application of Blue Star in the trunk.
Yes, sir.
This was in a bumper crease area by the rubber gasket.
I don't remember.
Don't worry, watch NCIS.
You talk about this on
Maybe.
direct.
I don't think so.
JMT8. Do you remember again what that was from?
I remember the carpet, the trunk liner. I don't remember what part tested positive.
Do you know if it was the top or the bottom?
I don't, sir.
But in any event, because that area tested positive and it was probably something you couldn't really swab.
Right.
So because you
Yes.
couldn't swab it, you still
Yes.
wanted to make sure that you collected it.
Two
And
boys.
that's why you cut out a portion of it,
Right.
the portion that tested positive.
Yes. Sir.
Yes, they have kids together. They were
So
in the
again,
car.
your understanding of the
Harmony to
procedure
death.
is that if something tests positive for Blue Star, it's documented, right, in the form of the camera that's taking pictures.
Yes. Sir.
It's also documented by the collection of a sample from that area, right,
Yes. Sir.
in the form of a swab.
Right. Yes. Sir.
It's also documented in a police report,
Woo.
Yes. Sir.
a police report that oftentimes ends up in discovery, like this one, right?
Yes, sir.
Like the report that you're looking at from Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
Rest in peace to the Delphi girls, Abby and Libby. 7 years today, Abby and Libby were murdered. Rest in peace. That Delphi case is
So,
crazy.
Detective, I'm just trying to figure out why you only remember the trunk. Is it because
he
that
only
was
did
the
the
only
trunk,
area
dumbass.
where there was the positive reaction for Blue Star on the vehicle?
No, I think that's just the only area that I helped with.
And
They did the whole
to the
car,
best
but
of your
just the trunk.
recollection, you don't know how many days of processing the Sebring took?
No, sir.
You were just there for one day,
Yes, sir.
and that would be January 1st,
Right.
2022.
And search
I was
the
in and
trunk.
out a lot, sir, but the day in question, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Yeah, Kayla got pregnant with the daughter while Harmony was in the ceiling.
Yes, sir.
So they had two boys.
Let me ask
They
you,
killed
you did not
they
spray
killed the
Blue Star,
baby and then had another
correct?
baby.
No, sir.
And she's still in love with him, wants to be with him.
You were asked about training and experience with Blue Star. How many times had you applied Blue Star in the past at different crime scenes to try to discover evidence?
I can't remember if Guilford Ave happened before. I sprayed some there. A lot of the reason why I think I was involved in this was to learn that process, to see Detective O'Leary do it and assist him with it.
So at the time
So
that
you
you
was a
assisted in this
bitch.
process, how much did you
You
know?
just hold
about Blue
shit,
Star?
hit the
You asked a lot
light.
of questions about protocols and
Get
procedures.
the real cop in there.
Chemoluminescence.
Get
Did you know
O'Leary.
about all of that at the time that you were assisting?
I was given very, very simple instructions that it'll glow and that there is a potential that they could be blood.
Have you ever mixed up the reagents to use at a crime scene?
No.
Have you ever read the directions that are necessary before you mix up those reagents?
No.
With regards to Blue Star, what it's good for and not good for,
Yeah, they're
are you
labeling-
aware? Do you know whether it can cause a false negative or a false positive response?
I was told it can react with rust.
And it can react with rust?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he was just there learning.
Yes, sir.
He's a detective. The other cop was doing it. He was just
Just
like,
quick question. No, I'll just take State's Exhibit 104.
yeah. So let's hear O'Leary.
That's State's
He's
Exhibit
the one that
104,
did everything.
registration.
Let's get the real cop in there. You just like,
Am I reading that correctly?
I think it's
His little
103.
sidekick.
Excuse me, 103.
you like Robin. We need Batman. Okay. Bring Batman in. I would love to see the Lake Lonnie trial. You will get to see it. Ollie will be there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you think that it might react with rust?
Yes, sir.
And the swabs that are taken,
There are 75 Leo witnesses on the
where do those
list.
swabs go?
I put them into the cardboard container, the swab container,
And what was your understanding of where they would be sent?
the state lab.
State lab. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
It isn't going to be a trial as of now. Yeah, I know.
This may have
So
been
we'll see how it plays
one of the
out.
very few occasions that you were involved with a Blue Star application process, yet you still understood that the goal was to over collect, correct, and not under collect.
Right. Yes, sir.
So if there was any kind of a reaction, you made sure that was your job there, was to collect it, right?
Right.
So that it could later be determined if it was a true positive, if it was the result of interaction with blood or from something else, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Oh my
when you were
God.
there,
Get to the point.
whatever your participation was, you made sure that you were collecting anything that reacted to the application of the spray.
Right. Not every. There were some areas that were very, very, very faint. That when Detective O'Leary and I looked at it, we said that clearly was like a rust seam or something of that nature. So we didn't collect those. But anything else, yes.
And Detective O'Leary, to your knowledge, was very familiar with the application of Blue Star.
He's leading.
I'll rephrase.
He has no experience in it, but it don't matter. We know he
indicated that you had
admitted
only-
to what he done. Why does it matter about the DNA?
This
We
was
know
your
he
first
disposed of
or
the body.
maybe second time.
And Montgomery said it himself. This
And
is
that
all
was part
just
of the reason why
filler,
you were there,
taking
right?
up time.
Was to learn from somebody who did
It
know about
means
the application
nothing.
of Blue Star.
Correct.
Absolutely means nothing. This right here. He's just a helper. He don't know. Get O'Leary up there that knows what's going on,
You may step
and
down.
stop killing time. This guy, there you go. About time. You got the
Maybe
wrong
fill
guy.
some seconds.
He cuts the light off. He's his first year being a detective. He's the bitch. He's the go get the coffee guy. If you need to know where the coffee came from, you ask Tucker. Okay, Tucker, where's the coffee? Okay, all right. That's his job the first year. Okay, he runs and he learns. He's still learning all this. All right, there's my seat. Look, there's my seat right there. That would be me. It's empty. Look, my seat is empty. They held it for me though. They knew Dolly might show up. They're like, don't sit there. Dolly's coming and wreck the whole court, start tearing shit apart. You sit in Dolly's seat. Okay? You see, they left my spot open.
Please be careful of the
That's my
wires as
window.
you walk through.
That's Dolly's shit right there. I claimed it when I was in court. Like, don't sit there, man. You walk in, all hell break loose. Okay, it's on the way, Dolly. Awesome. They need us. Look at that snow now, man. It's like a blizzard. Straight white. Yeah, I'm glad I ain't out in that.
I do.
Good Lord.
Thank you.
All right, that's that one mic they couldn't afford
Sergeant,
two
as
mics.
we are
in
being
there.
recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Brian
Poor
O'Leary.
girl working her ass off.
BRIAN.
Okay, they should have got him
apostrophe
first.
LEARY.
And
Larry
Sergeant,
looks like a kid, don't
I'm
he?
going to guess
He
go
look
ahead
like
from
one
your
of the
title, but
handsome
where are you
showmen.
currently employed?
With the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working for them?
With Manchester for 17 years.
17
Nah,
years?
he looks
That's
like a
right.
good guy. Just in case he
and are you a
pulls me
full
over.
certified officer?
He
of the
look like a
department?
saint.
Yes, I am.
Do you remember when you graduated the full-time police academy?
I did in 2003.
2003. Do you remember your
Okay, he's
academy
been a
class
cop for a
number?
good
I do
minute.
132.
Okay.
Oh, smart guy. He got good memory.
What
I like
unit are
that.
you working in inside the Manchester Police Department, and what shift?
I currently work the midnight shift as a patrol supervisor.
Okay. Did you work
Patrol
last night?
supervisor.
Yes, I did.
All right.
And what
Boss
time
man.
did you get off work?
About 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay. Have you had a chance to
Damn,
get any
no
sort of
sleep.
sleep before coming over
Yeah,
here?
yes.
Okay. If you need us to slow down, if you need us to restate a question, please let either myself or any attorney know, and we'll be glad to do that. So I'd like to ask, what are some of the different departments and units you've worked in at the Manchester Police Department?
Fajitas.
I've worked in the patrol division and I've worked in the detective squad.
Okay. And how long have you been in the detective squad?
I was there for approximately 9 years.
9 years.
9 years
And
as
what
a
are the dates of
detective.
those
Okay.
years? If you could.
2013 until I got promoted in 2022.
He's a good Catholic boy.
What were some of your duties when you were in detectives?
I investigated crimes that happened in the city of Manchester, as well as processing crime scenes.
Back in specifically January of 2022, were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance then of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I was.
And did you continue to remain involved in that for several months?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to ask specifically about the very beginning of that investigation. Were you asked to work with other officers in doing a search of a 2010 Chrysler Sebring at the Manchester Police Department, Evidence Bay, with New Hampshire registration 4368206?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was your role in the search of that car?
My role was to oversee and to help locate, identify, process pieces of evidence, and label pieces of evidence.
How long did it take to do this search?
We did over the course of 2 days.
And with regards to the first day, did you have a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker who was assisting you that day?
Yes, I did.
And was he also assisting you the second day, or was that other people?
It was a different detective the second day.
Who was assisting you the second day?
Detective Ray Lammy.
Can I ask you, with regards to the collection of evidence, this jury's understanding that initials of an officer sometimes play a role in how that evidence gets labeled. Can you describe for us how those initials play a role? So if you were to collect a piece of evidence and you were going to put your initials on it, how does that go into the evidence department?
You would use typically your 3 initials, followed by a number that identifies that specific piece of evidence that's being collected.
And when you say 3 initials, are you referring to first, middle, and last name?
Typically, yes.
Yep.
Excuse me, sir. Apologize, Sergeant. Just trying to make sure that this is working properly. With regards to those
That
initials,
snow is coming down,
what are your
boy.
3 initials?
BEO.
BEO.
And did you collect evidence in this particular case from this vehicle, or from this 2010 Chrysler Sebring?
Yes, I did.
So safe to say then it's going from BEO 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 and on up.
That's correct.
At some point in looking at this particular vehicle, did you also test it with a substance known as Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
Could you go ahead and why don't you go ahead and tell us what
take it
Blue
that's the
Star
same
is,
as like
what it can
Lipiodol?
do, what your training has been with it as well.
Blue Star is a chemical that detects the hemoglobin in blood. So we would generally spray it out of a spray mist container, and we would get a reaction to the hemoglobin in blood. The reaction that we get, I would identify it as the color of the tissue boxes in the front there, the top part. It comes up as a fluorescent blue.
Thank you, Bobby.
Tissue boxes on the very top of the jury panel.
That's correct, yes.
The
It's not a
top blue
cop
or
anymore.
the lower blue?
The top blue.
And how would you describe that blue? What words would you use?
The chemiluminescent.
Chemiluminescent?
Yes.
Okay. Bright blue?
Bright blue, yes.
Okay. Excuse me. How do you apply Blue Star to something, whether it's an object or a large area?
The process, it comes in, there's a plastic container, spray bottle, and then a small little foil packet that has 3 tablets in it. We open up the 3 tablets, put it in the plastic container, and then we agitate it. We swirl it around, not to shake it vigorously. And once the tablets have dissolved, we adjust the spray nozzle on the
He's still a
nozzle
cop.
so that it's a fine mist, not a stream. And then once we have the fine mist, then we
He
start
said he's a
spraying
third shift supervisor, night
an area
patrol.
where blood could have been or is.
When you say that you spray it on, can you kind of describe how you would spray it on? Is it just
Oh my God, you spray
at
it.
my house, spraying some Windex on a glass, or how do you spray it? What's the method you use?
Using the Windex example, it's not like you're using Windex where you're spraying it directly on the window. The method is you want to be about 2 feet away from the object and spray it slightly above it so it kind of falls down onto the object, not spraying it straight at it. It's more of a mist in the air so that it falls down on the object.
Okay,
When
smart
you go
cop.
to use Blue Star, and I take it, how many times have you done that yourself?
Yes,
My
sweet sugar.
detective career, probably 15 to 20 times.
When you
15
go to
20.
do that,
So he
is
has
there a certain
experience.
process that you follow each time when you say, okay, I have to go use Blue Star, I'm going to go get reagents? What are the first steps that you do before you get to that step of mixing and agitating?
The first steps, I look at the item or the area that I'm going to process, to kind of develop a game plan to figure out how we're going to do this. And once I've determined that whatever the area is, it's going to be processed, I'll go mix the Blue Star, as I mentioned before. While that's agitating, I'll get a camera ready. For the camera, we have special functions that we have to set up on the camera. In my time in detectives, I had one camera that was set up, so I would just have to press a button so that it would automatically go to that function. I would double check to make sure that it was on that correct function, that nobody had altered the program before. And I actually should say, before using the Blue Star, I'd read the directions just to make sure that nothing had changed from the last time that I'd used it. And all my times of doing it, it stayed consistent with how to use it. I got my camera ready. I also get a tripod because the camera has to go on a tripod, because when you are taking a photo, once you have that reaction, you need to have a 30-second or more exposure. So that's what the tripod's for. So it can hold the camera still for the 30 seconds or longer as it takes the picture.
All right. I'd like to ask you about a couple of those different components that you just explained to us. I think you said that you read the directions every time. Why do you do that?
Just to make sure that I'm doing it properly.
Sure. So it don't change. You
And
never know. It could be
also
something
with
new.
regards to the camera and the camera settings, why is that so important?
The directions say that it has to be at a certain, set up a certain way so that the lens is open wider when it's taking the photo. Because we're also, and I apologize, didn't mention this earlier, we do this in total darkness or with a little bit of light. So that's why we have the long exposure. I would have a flashlight on my person, so when the lights were shut off, we could use the flashlight to, one, help assist us in getting around whatever object we were doing, making sure the camera was set up properly, and then adding just a little bit of light to the area. There's my understanding that the camera will take in whatever little bit of light there is, and be able to take an appropriate photo.
Hey, Brenda, too.
So when it comes to lighting, do you actually use other officers to help you? Have somebody on the light switch?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you said also that you set up a tripod. Why do you do that?
Yeah, we seen the light,
The
dude.
exposure, once you click the button,
Can't hold it,
take a
get a
photo,
move.
it's gonna be 30 seconds. So if it's on a tripod, the camera's not moving. I'm not able to hold the camera for 30 seconds without any type of vibration or anything like that. So that's why we keep it on the tripod. That takes the photo of the reaction that we see it. Once we see the reaction, the tripod and camera is kept in the same location. The settings are readjusted to a normal photo, and then we take a second photo to show that same area if there was a reaction, what it looks like.
So you're
Makes
taking a
sense.
photograph if there is a reaction, and then separately the lights come back on. I just want to make sure I got this right. And you're taking a photograph of the same spot with the lights on, so we can see what that looks like in regular light. When
That's
you
right.
spray on the Blue Star, then does it physically change the color of the object? So, for example, if I sprayed it on this piece of paper, is this piece of paper going to turn blue?
No.
Okay. And so you take that second photograph. Why? Why is that important?
We take the second photograph if we see a reaction the first time. That way you can see the photo that has the reaction, the fluorescent blue, where those where the reaction is on the object, and then you can see it again in normal daylight with the lights on.
When
Daylight
you
with the
are
lights on.
spraying these items on, or excuse me, spraying this material on, how big an area do you do at a time?
It depends on what the object is.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that then? So if it depends on what an object is, so for example, I wanted to photograph something the size of these tissue boxes that are here, and I just want to spray that and photograph that. When I do that, am I going to want to have my camera up close or far away? And how many times am I going to take a photo?
Yeah, be real.
What do you think?
So the general rule with photography and with scenes is we'd start off with the wide one to show this kind of angle, and then we get to a mid-range photo, and then we wouldn't do a close-up photo. The close-up photo would just be right of that object. If we're using the example of the shoebox, I would probably stand back with the camera probably 3 feet and still spraying at 2 feet, slightly above it. So the mist
Upset
would
due
come
to
down.
shaming witnesses.
But I also want to try to work on getting the top of the table part there, as well as the sides.
Separate from that, then, let's say I had something that was the size of this table here to my right. Which, as you can see, is certainly longer than I am tall. If I wanted to go ahead and blue star an item that large, what would be the process to do that?
Same process as far as taking the photos. Something that size, I would probably break it up into maybe a half or even quarters. And with each section that would get broken up, I would take a photo just of that area, just where I'm processing. I wouldn't do the big area for this small piece. There'll be a photo of this small piece for that small piece.
When you use Blue Star, can you get false positives sometimes?
Yes, you can.
What are false positives?
False positives are you would see the same reaction, the same fluorescent blue color. However, it doesn't last as long as what I've seen to be a positive reaction. The positive reaction is from 30 seconds upwards to a minute. The false positives that I have seen, it turns the bright blue quickly and then it quickly fades.
Do you know what it is that can cause these false positives?
It can be
Rust,
different cleaning
things like
solutions,
that.
bleach, some chlorine-based materials, also some type of metals. I know iron was one specifically that it mentioned.
Do you know if any foods can cause these sort of false positives?
I don't know of any foods. I don't know.
You said in your experience. So have you seen some of these false positives before?
Yes, I have.
And
He said he's done
if you
15,
get
20
a
of them.
positive, what you think may not be a false positive, would you go ahead and then swab that item?
Yes, I would.
How do you do that?
The swabs, it's like a Q-tip,
Mhm.
except it's about 5 inches long. The ones we use, wooden handle, and it's got the cotton swab at one end. They come to a package that's sealed. We'd open the package. We'd take one swab out at a time. We would use sterile water if the
Hit that like, guys. If
sample
you're
that
just
we were
tuning
trying
in,
to
we got
collect,
682
dry
likes.
sample.
Let's hit 1,000.
If it
All right.
was something that was wet or moist, we could just use the swab.
Little
So for the
Dub
dry
just
sample,
gifted.
we would take some sterile water, pour some sterile water into the
Make sure
cap
you thank Little
of
Dub
the sterile
if
water
you got
container,
membership.
and we would dip this the swab in the cap, and then we would take a swab of whatever we wanted to take a swab of. Generally, we would try to use the tip of the swab and just like a little swirling motion. You don't have to get the entire swab soaked in whatever the item is, but usually you want to get a good amount.
When you say the tip of the, I'm sorry, you would put the water in the cap of the sterile water solution. Am I envisioning correctly? We're talking about a cap and you would turn it upside down. So the inside is what you would be pouring the water into.
That's correct. It's probably about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch cap.
And once you go ahead and take a swab of something that came back with what you believed may be positive for Blue Star, where does that swab go?
We then put that in a cardboard box. Cardboard boxes come flat. They're probably 6 inches or so, and about quarter of an inch or so.
No, slow it down a little bit.
Square. So we assemble that box together. We put the swab in it, and we close the swab box. And then to seal the box, we would put evidence tape on both ends of the swab box, label it appropriately with whatever evidence numbers we were using. Generally, put a biohazard sticker on that swab, and then we fill out information as far as the case number. With the,
I think we're at about 3 inches of
And where do
snow
those
now.
swabs get shipped to?
the state lab.
Did you apply Blue Star to this
Membership,
2010
where are
prize
they?
receive
I don't know.
with the New
Who got
Hampshire
a
registration
membership?
436
5 of them should have went
1806
out.
that we talked about earlier.
Yes, I did.
Where did you apply it?
I did the interior and exterior of the vehicle.
It
I'd
says
like
you
to start with
gifted
the
them.
exterior and kind
Right
of
there,
work our
little
way
Dub.
in.
5
When you
memberships.
say the exterior of the vehicle, what parts of the exterior?
The entire vehicle, the hood, the roof, passenger side doors, windows. There were no doors on the driver's side of the vehicle, and I did the trunk everywhere.
Sergeant, you've got a series of photographs in front of you that are photographs that specifically are numbered 4 through
Okay, we're not
10,
too far from
as
our
well
lunch
as
break, I
states
hope.
exhibits 103, 4, 5, 6. I'd like you to go ahead and look through those for a brief moment. Some will be down there and some will be up there.
This one as well.
Yes, if you would, please. That's 104.
Okay.
So I'd ask you to go ahead and look through 103, 4, 5, and 6 are the smaller standard vehicle ones.
Y'all at 10 inches of snow? Yeah, it's about, I'd say 3 inches here so far. And it looks like it's slowing up, but it still looks pretty dark out. Can't hear me roar? Guys, if you're just tuning in, make sure you give this video a like. Let's see if we can hit 1,000. We got 700 in the room. We don't even got 700 likes, okay? So let's see if we can get those likes up a little bit. The algorithm don't like to share this face, and we need it to share it, okay? Big year for Dolly. I need your help. Make sure you like the video. Hey, Jesus freak.
Oh, so sorry.
For membership.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Specifically, I'd
Love
like to go
you.
ahead and start. And you can feel free to either look at the photographs that are in front of you, or you can also look at the screen as I project them behind you. Either one's going to be fine. I'd like to go ahead and start with State's Exhibit 103. Sorry, I don't know why.
All right, what do we got here? We're gonna see the same car that he showed them, the toothbrush.
Yes.
So basically, this dude collected it and he helped them.
Yes, I do.
I wonder if I could just approach the witness for a second. Excuse me. Bring it down, unplug it, plug it back in. State's Exhibit 103. You recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That's the Chrysler Sebring that I assisted in searching.
Okay. And is that the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Let me ask you, were you aware whether or not this car came from a tow lot before you saw it?
Yes, I was.
So they got
I'd
that
like
right
to
out.
also move on to
Jennifer
State's
B?
Exhibit, 5, if I could, please.
14 months.
One of the larger exhibits, or you can look on the screen behind you. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How do you recognize the car?
It's missing the wheels on the front of the vehicle and the driver's side doors.
Now, you stated that at the time that you applied Blue Star to, I believe you said to all of the exterior. So does that include all of the hood that we can see here?
That's correct.
All right. Did you also apply it to the roof of the car?
Yes, I did.
Windshields?
Yes.
Okay. I see that we've got 2 doors missing here on the driver's side, but what about the passenger side doors and the exterior of those doors?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What about the trunk that we can see sticking up in the back of this photo? Did you apply it there?
Yes, I did.
From the Blue Star that was applied to the exterior of the car, did you receive any positive reactions?
No, I did not.
Excuse me.
Oh, they
So,
messed up the food order.
with
That
regards
sucks.
to the condition of the car,
delivered
I wonder if
the
you could
food
go
to
ahead
the
and talk to us a little
wrong
bit about that. What did you feel the condition was when you saw it?
I mean, it's obvious that it had been in a junkyard for a couple years. It was missing what's seen in the picture here: the wheels, the doors.
I
All
was
the
ready for them
struts,
fajitas too. Damn.
to the vehicle were inside of the vehicle. There was no engine. The rear tires were missing. Inside, there were a lot of rust flakes, dirt, dust, and it had like a moldy scent. Some areas were wet and still had some snow and ice in it.
So it still had snow and ice in it.
That's correct.
Probably got to eat.
To the
Yeah, that car was tore apart when they got it. Look at that. It wasn't much of a car left.
Yes, it was.
It had blood on his hand. She did say that. That she had blood on the hand.
It was the musty, damp, gross smell.
Okay. I'd like to go to Exhibit 4 for a moment, please. You recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's that a photo of?
The same vehicle, the Chrysler Sebring.
The Sebring.
I mean, that car was sitting on the ground,
When you
no
applied the Blue
engine,
Star,
no
what appeared
doors.
as possible positive tests in the trunk area of the car? Did you get any possible positives there?
Yeah, that we saw a couple
Yeah, they
areas that
parted
had
it out before law
possible-
enforcement got it.
possible positive reactions.
And was that on the second or was that on the first day
That was
that
on
you
the
looked in
first
the
day.
car? Who was assisting you that first day in collecting those swabs?
Detective Joe Tucker.
And you
Now
said
they're
Joe
all
Tucker.
watching.
That's
Cool.
correct.
And those 4 swabs, were they all from the trunk area on the interior or were there any on the
Dolly gotta
exterior?
get.
Interior.
Dolly gotta eat.
Once those 4 swabs, did you photograph them and apply the Blue Star in the same manner that you described for us a moment ago?
Yes, I did.
And once you collected those swabs, where were they sent?
New Hampshire State Lab.
That's right. West Coast don't know.
Did you also use any tools on swabs? The jury's heard this question before. Something called a hemostick.
Yes.
All right. What is a hemostick?
Hemostick is a small strip of paper that has one end, a small portion of it has some sort of chemical on it.
I'll be
It
an
also
expert
reacts-
DNA time this is done.
And did you use any hemosticks here?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you use them on any of the spots where you had those that Blue Star positive results?
When we had the Blue Star positive results,
Welcome. Welcome. Glad you could be here.
Although I don't want you to necessarily guess.
Order
Let
something
me ask you
now.
if you had a chance to look at your report, or did you write a report on the search of that car?
Yes, I did.
All right. And if you had a chance to look at that report, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether you used hemosticks on any of those 4 swabs from the trunk?
Yes, please.
We're watching Detective O'Leary give his testimony on the DNA that was collected from the trunk of the Sebring that was found in a junkyard. So they took it from the junkyard. It was missing tires, doors, snow inside of it, car wet inside. They did some DNA samples and they recovered a toothbrush from the trunk of the vehicle. We're listening to Officer O'Leary give his testimony about those things that he recovered from that vehicle. Okay, pretty boring, but it's court. What do you expect? Okay. Just technical stuff about how the DNA was collected. I don't know where they're going with this, but I guess we'll find out. Is there a storm today? Yes, that's why I'm stuck in the hotel
Yes,
room. It's lightly snowing now, but it was coming down hard earlier.
The search with the Chrysler Sebring.
I will
If you had
be
a
in
chance
the
to look
court
at that
tomorrow.
report, do you think
Okay,
that
the
might
weather's
refresh your
supposed to be
recollection
better.
on whether or not you used hemosticks on any of those 4 swabs that were taken from the trunk?
Yes.
If you could please go ahead and do that, take your time. And then, does that refresh your recollection?
on
of what that is?
Facebook.
Let me take the report.
And share it. Thank you guys who have been sharing. Sharing is caring. Sharing is caring.
Yes.
Let me grab a soda.
4.
4?
Yes.
So you used 4 hemosticks on the 4 positive Blue Star.
Yes.
Why would you use another testing method after you use the Blue Star?
We use it as kind of a backup, just to kind of reconfirm. In the event, in my experience, we have had some that do come out testing for positive. So this way we can at least explain to the lab if we need to that it tested positive for Blue Star and then also on the hemostick.
And why is that important to do? You say you do that for the lab. Can you kind of explain to us why?
Icy cold.
They ask us if what we've done for processing. Just, I guess my assumption is it's on their end, so they know how that they can process it further. So they know if it's been treated by other chemicals or what other chemicals have been used on it before.
Now it could take another hour to get my food.
Generally, when you do an application like this of some sort of a testing, do you tell the lab what you did so they know what may or may not be on there?
That's correct.
With regards to the hemosticks, can those also present a false positive sometimes?
Yes, they can.
Have you seen that in your experience?
I have, yes.
And can you explain what the hemosticks look like? I believe you said that they were little strips of paper. How small are we talking?
They're probably 2 inches, 2.5 inches in length, 1/8 of an inch wide.
Very narrow then. Is
Very,
that fair to
very
say?
narrow, yes. And then one end, it's got a different material on it. I can't remember if it's a different color, but it's obvious that that is the end where you put whatever reaction or whatever you want to test against on that end.
Did you use some
Hey,
hemosticks
Renee.
on other areas of the car, interior, other clothing that was found in the car, items that were found in the car in general?
Yes, I did.
And generally speaking, where did you send the ones that came back, these presumptive positive from the hemosticks? Um, where did you send those?
To the state lab.
Did you have any that you tested with hemosticks that actually came back
Hey, you
negative? for
rock
Blue
too,
Star
Brenda.
first?
That's correct. Yes.
And did you collect swabs from there as well?
Yes.
And where did you send those?
We just kept those at the police department.
Okay. Later on, do you know if any of those were sent to the state lab?
It's clearing up a little bit out there. It stopped snowing real heavy.
Did you also, I believe you said before that you had, oh, excuse me. No, you didn't. Were you ever involved in a search of 77 Guilford Street?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role in that search?
I was asked to Blue Star a little section of the basement area.
Of a section of the basement area.
That's correct.
Okay. And other than that,
What?
did you
I
have
don't
any
know
other
what this
roles
matters.
related to
Anyway, he admitted he disposed of the body.
I had to go back another time for a secondary search using Blue Star in a different area of the basement. And then I also assisted in a search of the property.
Thank
on
you, Maggie.
77 Guilford Street.
with regards to the two Blue Star applications at 77 Guilford Street? Were they, so you said one was in the basement. Where was the second one about?
In the basement as well.
And also in the basement. And did either of those produce any positive results?
No, they did not.
What about the search of 644 Union Street later on? Were you present during a search of that residence?
Yes, I was.
All right. And who was primarily doing the search of that residence?
Representatives from the FBI.
And what was your role that day during that search?
My role is just mostly being an observer. If they identified something that's going to be taken as evidence, they would physically collect it from where it was, pass it off to myself, and I would bring it down to another representative from the FBI who would complete the evidence log and collect that piece of evidence and do their own documentation.
Just a brief moment, please, Rob. Sergeant Leary, I just have three last quick questions for you. With regards to the search of the trunk, you stated that you applied Blue Star, if I was correct, and you took 4 swabs. Were those 4 swabs from areas that tested presumptively positive?
Yes.
Under the Blue Star. Okay. And did you see any other indications back there that you deemed to be false positives?
Yes.
Okay. And how many? Do you remember?
That's maybe 3 or 4. Maybe 2 or 3 in the trunk area.
Okay. 2 or 3 in the trunk area. Okay. And with regards to the other areas of the car, did you find food wrappers in that car or food containers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just one or multiple?
I hope
I found
the
multiple.
jury comes back with a verdict in
There were
15
snack
minutes.
packs, some baby bottles, some baby food containers, and other miscellaneous wrappers for food.
In your search of the car, were there a large number of pieces
All
of
right, I'm having
evidence
some
that were
technical
taken out that
problems
were
here,
signed
guys. I
with
don't
your
know if y'all
name,
can.
BEO1, BEO2, BEO3, things like
Yes.
that? Okay. And were those ones that all that you had seized and then again got logged in under your initials?
That's correct.
At this time, Sergeant O'Leary, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe we may need to see the court for a brief moment, but then defense counsel will have a few.
Thank you.
I was trying to tell you about the order. It's not the same. What do you mean it's not the same?
Gentlemen, I think this is a good natural breaking point for you all to break for lunch.
All right, hold on,
So
guys.
I'm gonna release you for lunch. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Make sure that you are keeping an open mind. Don't do any research. Don't look up any media. And we will see you after the lunch break. If you would return at 1 o'clock, please. All rise for the jurors. All right, sir. I am going to have you come back at 1 o'clock. I'm sure you're tired, but I needed to give them a break. So, all right, everybody, 1 o'clock. Yes. You may step down. Yes. Okay, give me 1 minute. You may step
Okay.
down. I reviewed the letter. I just want to review the draft.
Did they let the jury go to lunch? Claudia, thank you so much. Big loves to you. Big hugs, virtual hugs. Everybody supporting today, liking the video, sharing is caring, people. So we've heard Leary. We've heard a couple police today speak. What's up, Jeff? We heard some bad things about the toothbrush. We seen the toothbrush that they recovered. So, all right, court. I'll be back in just a little bit. And as soon as it's back, you know, they're taking an hour lunch. That'll give Dolly time to get his lunch. I'm going to take a 15-minute break, guys. 15, 20 minutes, something like that. So you guys hang out, chill, chop it up in the chat room. And I will be back with you guys in maybe 15, 20 minutes. And we'll talk about what's been discussed so far. Really not too much today. Today's been kind of boring. Like, it's just, you know, we went over a lot of the DNA stuff, how they collected these swabs in the trunk. To me, that really don't matter, okay? Because he admitted that he disposed of his body. We know the baby's dead. This is just extra stuff. Like, I think they could go to the jury right now after what Kayla said and decide this trial. You know, I think the defense is trying to board a jury into letting him go. I don't know what else to say. It's pretty damn boring. They just the same thing. Well, did you collect it? Did you do this? Did you do this? What's the card is? We know this. We can see this. You know, then they brought the guy up before him. You know, no disrespect to the officer, but he's a rookie detective and he was just there to help, you know. So they should have skipped him. But I guess, you know, his name's on the list. His name was on the paper for taking the actual swab. But O'Leary is the one that ran everything, and he sounds like he's good at what he does. He don't sound like a stupid guy. He sounds pretty intelligent. He's done this multiple times. And leave the court TV screen up, okay, while I go to break. And he seems like he knows what he's doing. I think this is just a lot of killing time. We have a lot of witnesses according to the list. We got 100 damn people to go through. And what are we through? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can count them on one hand, 6 maybe. We got 100 more people to go. This is going to be days and days of this. I will be in the court tomorrow. It's almost stopped snowing a little bit here. I don't know if it's going to kick back up. But hey, if this is all the snow we get right where I'm at, perfect. Okay, that's perfect because then I can safely get to and from the courthouse. I'll be able to take you guys on the field trip tomorrow. So hang tight. I'm going to run, take care of some things, and I'll be back with you guys in a few, okay? Don't go anywhere. Okay, what is up, guys? Oh man, there's a bunch of y'all left. There's like 450 of you here. Thank you for everybody that stayed. I told you I'd be right back. You know, Dolly can't smoke in the hotel, so I gotta run outside, but it looks like the snow has stopped, which is good. Let's just pray that it stays this way. That way tomorrow, you know, I can be in the court. I ain't gotta worry about the crazy roads or nothing like that. Whew, I just had to run up 3 flights of stairs. Kind of sucked. We're just having our own convo while at lunch. Looks a lot more clear. Yeah, it's brightening up a little bit. It stopped snowing. Okay. So let's just pray to God it stays this way. And then of course you'll get the field trip tomorrow. We'll be in court tomorrow again. Looks a lot more clear. Yeah, I mean you can see it now. There's a little snow. It was coming down pretty hard. It don't look like it stuck. I mean, it stuck to the grass really good, but it looks like the streets were warm enough that it melted a lot on the streets. Now, I don't know tonight when it gets colder, but if it blows over and this is it, this ain't too bad. No, I didn't see the bond hearing. I've been tied up here, you know, New Hampshire. So I've just been really following this case. I haven't been following much of anything else. So if there's something else going on in true crime right now, Dolly don't really know about it. If it don't deal with little, hold on. That was my phone going off. So my food should be on the way. What floor am I on? Dolly, Uncle Kevin's brother opened a sober living home for men in Florida and named it Harmony House. Harmony's house. That's crazy. You know, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's on the way. Okay, my food is on the way. Finally. So they messed up my first order. So Dolly was like, damn, I was ready to eat some lunch, some fajitas. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna tear these fajitas up. They'll be here in a minute. And they took it to the wrong place. So we had to cancel that order, reorder, and now my food should be on the way to the right place. Maybe. I'm hoping. Says 5 minutes out, but I'm sure it's about 10 to 20 minutes. Okay. Well, you never know. Traffic's pretty dead because of the snow. I think a lot of people stayed in because usually this road behind me is filled with people. So when I got up this morning, that whole road was lined up with snow plows. The whole road behind me. You can see them lined up all the way down the street. And then this road beside me, it goes this way, then it goes this way. They had snow plows, sand trucks, they were all just parked. I was like, okay, they're ready. Then it started snowing real heavy, but it looks like it because they were originally saying a foot. That ain't a foot of snow. Okay. That's about 3 inches, 3 to 4 inches of snow. Okay, unless it's gonna start snowing again, which it might, because they said it was supposed to stop snowing around 4. It's only 12:30. But then again, they said it was gonna snow last night at 12 o'clock, and it never snowed last night. Am I on the 12th floor? No, I'm not that high up. When I was in Vegas, I was high up. I was on like the 32nd floor in Vegas, and you could see everything. I had a good view. I mean, like of the whole mountain range, all of Vegas, the strip, everything. This view, not as good unless you like watching traffic, you know. But I didn't want to stay like where it was too crazy, too crowded, you know, and I wanted to be close to the court. So I could have stayed downtown Boston, but it just seemed too dirty, too grimy. I was like, let me get to a little more country setting. So like where I'm at now is pretty nice. It ain't It ain't all rough looking like being in the city. I'm a people watcher. By me, it's nasty, heavy, wet snow. There's about 3 or 4 inches. Yeah, it dropped about I would say 3 to 4 inches here. And now it's stopped. There ain't even it ain't even the parking lot's not even got snow in it. So it don't look like it stuck to the roads too good, but it definitely stuck to the grass, which I ain't driving in the grass, so I ain't too worried about that. So we will be at the courthouse first thing in the morning. Be ready for court, people. Okay. Maybe I can go find a Walmart tonight if it clears up or something and get me a damn butt pillow because them benches are hard. I don't know what they say if I walk in there with a pillow. But that'd be a little much. I don't know if I put it in my book bag, they might not say nothing. But them chairs in there, boy, be killing my legs, especially for that long. Like usually when you go to court, you're in court, what, like, a traffic ticket, you're in there a couple hours. Well, my last name starts with a W, so I'm always the last person they call. So when I go to court for anything, it's like they always go in alphabetical order, okay? And my name is always last. I'm like, I'll be the last person in the courtroom. It'll be like, I'll be the last. I'm like, I hate that. I hate when they go in alphabetical order. But for the most part, usually you're in court a couple hours and you're out. You sit in them chairs for like 6 hours. I was moving around last night like so sore. I soaked in a hot bath. I had to take a bath, crack my back. I was just like, I was all kinked up from sitting in them benches. That shit is a nightmare. I mean, it's 2024. Can we update the courts a little bit? I mean, it don't have to be like a church from the 1960s. Even if you go in a new church, they don't have wooden benches like that anymore. Not a nice church. Not the church I go to. They got nice ass chairs. They lean back like a movie theater. You can relax in it. Padded cushion, cushioned arms. You go to a courthouse, they're like, damn, you better off being in the pod in the back. Use your neck pillow for your butt pillow. I could do that. I think my neck pillow was in my car. Kelly Ann said, sent you a little something on your Venmo for lunch or dinner. Thank you. Thank you. I went to Chili's last night and got a steak. It sucked. Let me tell you, that shit was nasty. I would thought it was gonna be all good. So I got a little steak. I got some broccoli and some mac and cheese. The broccoli was hard as a rock, like wasn't steamed very good. The steak, it was terrible, 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 terrible. Your orders for real there now. Okay, are they bringing it to me or do I need to go down and get it? Why are you complaining now? I'm just saying. I'm just saying it was terrible. So what I ate last night, I'm kind of hungry because I didn't eat a lot last night because the food I got last night wasn't very good. The only thing that was good was the mac. The mac and cheese was just hard to fuck up mac and cheese, okay? I mean, just to be honest. Okay, I don't know what happened to me. Okay, blinking. Try a local establishment. I'm trying to ask the driver, do I need to go down and get it? Anybody? Okay, I just seen a lady get out of a van. She's looking at the hotel. She's getting something out the back seat. Let's see if it's my food. Oh, it's my food. She's walking in. I think this is my food. It's a lady with food. Okay. I think she's bringing it up to me. Or she's definitely taking it in to the hotel at least. Okay. All right, let's see if this lady bring my food up. Hold on, guys. Hey, is she bringing it up? Okay. All right. Well, I seen her come into the hotel. Okay. I seen the lady get out of the car. She came into the hotel with a bag in her hand, but I don't know if she's coming up here with it or is she gonna leave it at the counter downstairs. Okay. Okay. Did you tell him to ask for Elvis Presley? That's who I checked in and asked. Oh, okay. Oh, you put Pablo? Oh, okay. She's here. She's here. She made it. Here.
Yes, Jimmy.
Yeah, you found me. Thank you. You're welcome. Huh? Yeah, I couldn't let her in. She seen how good looking I was. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm live, babe. I'm live. I gotta go. Bye. Okay, my food is here. My food is here. So you guys, we're gonna jump over to court. Let me make me some grub real quick. I'll be back with you guys in a minute. But they made it.
Hey guys, have you washed your ass crack and your titty flaps today? Is your soap leaving you a little bit dry and your clam just a little bit crusty? If that's the case, you're in the right place. I'm Dolly, the creator of Dolly's Luxurious Lather Bars, the best soap in the world. And I'm here to tell you, your soap ain't shit. It's filled with harsh ingredients and chemicals that you can't even say. Some of it is even made by doctors that ain't even doctors. And let me tell you, this right here, downright disgusting. Your flaps deserve better. Here at Dolly, we take every crack, flap, crevice in consideration. We only use the best 100% all natural ingredients because we care about your lady parts. Every bar is handcrafted by me, Dolly, and we carry some of your favorite scents such as raspberry lemonade, pink sugar, our version of love spell, Caribbean haze, and a ton more. To add the full luxury to your bath experience, don't forget to check out Dolly Voodoo Candles. They will cast a spell right into the air that will leave you relaxed, rejuvenated, refreshed. So what are you waiting for? Get over to www.buyDollySoap.com. Save yourself 10% on your entire order when you use promo code Wash Your Flaps. Remember, keep your ass cracks and your titty flaps clean. Look forward to your order. Be shipping out to you soon. I'm Dolly. See you guys later.
Williams is the host of Dolly Vision on YouTube. Check it out, folks. He travels around the country covering all types of cases like this.
What's up, YouTube? Okay, I'm back with you guys. I just had to crush me a couple fajitas. Lunch should be over in court in about 10, 15 minutes. So what we've seen today is basically a bunch of police go over how they collect the evidence. Hold on one second. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Okay, thanks. So we've seen, what was it, the Officer Tucker, we've seen Officer O'Leary, we've seen the tow truck driver, which I really don't think has much to do with any of it. To be honest, do we really need that information? Like, the tow truck driver didn't know who he seen, okay? The police, the first police officer, he was just turned the lights off, hold the cotton swab. The next, none of it really matters, because the first day he came into court and admitted that he's disposed of the body or he's mishandled it, abuse of a corpse. So they're just going to point the fingers back at each other, and we still don't know where this baby's at. And this really, what good is it doing but killing time? Okay. They might as well. I don't even think they need that testimony, to be dead honest, about the car and how they swabbed it. And who cares? They killed the baby. We know that. Okay. All that stuff is just like filler. It's weird. All right, we're still at break. Let's see. I tried your link, Gen B, and it didn't take me. What happened? Right here. Oh yeah, okay. For everybody just tuning in, the link that PJ just posted right here, that is our link. Thank you to everybody who's been donating to Dolly to go to ChromaCon 2024. I don't know how much money we raised because I haven't been able to thank everybody in the last couple of days because I've been on the road. So if you donated to this link to get Dolly to ChromaCon 2024, thank you so much. Okay. And then when I get back to the studio, I'll make sure that I shout out everybody that's donated because I ain't been able to do that in a few days. And also, you know, the merch, the ChromaCon Dolly Vision ChromaCon shirt we're doing, it's going to have all our sponsors' names on it. Okay. So if you want a different name than the name you donated under, make sure you include it in your comment on that donation page. Okay. Say, you know, say your name is Jennifer B, but you want Don Coleon or what, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you want on the back of the shirt that represents you, as long as it ain't nothing, you know, nasty, we'll put your name on the back of this t-shirt as a sponsor. So for everybody that donates through that, if it's $1 to $100, we're going to add your names and to the stuff we use to display at ChromaCon. So the t-shirts we'll be wearing will have your name on it. I think we're going to do a banner and it's going to have the sponsors' names across the bottom of it. Not real big, but it'll be up there. So you will be represented with Dolly at ChromaCon. Okay. I said ChromaCon again. PJ did that. It's CrimeCon, not ChromaCon. Okay. I don't even think they have a ChromaCon. But that'd be cool. A little crime and drama. You know, this is just CrimeCon. It don't matter if you can't donate. If you can, thank you. If you can't, I still love you guys all the same. If you're broke, don't give me no money. Okay. But if you got a little bit of extra, hey, break Dolly off a little piece of bread, a little crumb, okay? But if you don't, ain't no big deal. I still love you guys all the same. Y'all make a lot of the stuff we do possible. So thank you for all the support. If it's just liking the video, if it's just sharing is caring, baby. All in good time. Sounds like Comic-Con. Yeah, Comic-Con. They have a Comic-Con coming here to New Hampshire. I seen it. It's right by the court. I drove past the arena and it said Comic-Con. But it's no time soon. I think it's in like this summer. I was like, ooh, that would be cool to go to, you know, if I was around this area then, but I doubt I'll be around that long from now. Dumpling's birthday's today. Well, happy birthday to Dumpling. What's up, groovy girl? Huntress, good to see you. My allergies have been bothering me today. So it looks like the snow has stopped. The sky's starting to clear up a little bit. We will be able to venture out tomorrow. I mean, I probably could venture out today, but I want to give it a little time for the roads to clear up. So maybe later tonight we'll go take a little field trip if it clears up and the roads look better. I'll have to watch and see what's going on. But as far as what I can see of the roads, they don't look too bad, and it don't look to be much traffic out. Jesus freak, you are, what did it say? You are a good person, my man. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. 5 cop calls. And how death was called the house when they were using a generator in the house was a mess. TCYF ignored. Well, look, we know that that Child Protective Services failed Harmony Montgomery. Okay, they gave that baby to the father. Well, we heard Kayla say he worked for 4 years to try to get custody, but he should have never got custody. Get your drone out. I'm gonna charge the drone up. I'm glad you said that. I'm gonna go mess with the drone in just a little bit. I got to get it charged up. The battery's charged, and there's my batteries were a little weak too. So I'm going to charge all that up today. So when I go into New Hampshire tomorrow, I will have the drone. So we're going to go to the apartments. We're going to go to the gas station. You can go everywhere that Kayla and Adam went. We'll shoot some videos, some TikTok stuff. So add my TikTok, Dolly's True Crime on TikTok, because I'm going to be posting some videos there and I want you guys to see them. So I'm going to shoot some TikTok stuff while I'm out there tomorrow. We'll go to all the locations. We'll get some drone footage, all that stuff tomorrow. I do got to get my drone working. For some reason, when I went to launch it at Brian, where John O'Kee passed away, I was having trouble. It was giving me some errors and like no authorization and some weird stuff. I don't know if it's a no-fly zone right there, but I don't think it is. Usually when it's a no-fly, you can override it a little bit to a certain altitude, but I couldn't even launch. So everyone failed Harmony. Everyone around her, we didn't. We wasn't there, So, but the system did. The social workers did. Her daddy did. It was bad. It's bad, Right now, they're just eating up taxpayers' money because, the dude's guilty as shit. We got to go through 3 weeks of paying all these people, the judges and all that stuff for somebody we know that is guilty. Does anybody in here think Adam's innocent? There's 508 of us. We're not jurors, right? But does anybody think that Adam is innocent? If you do, press 1, okay? Let's have 511 people. What we've watched so far, does anybody think he's innocent? They should be back in just a few minutes. I ain't seen a 1 yet. If you think he's guilty, press 2. How about that? But make sure you like the video first. I see some 2s already. That's what I'm saying. Nobody thinks this man's innocent. Oh, Fuzzy Bedhead says innocent. Fuzzy Bedhead, you just lying. You don't think that man's innocent. 666 equals evil. See, a lot of 2s. A lot of people think he's guilty. That's what I'm saying. They could wrap this trial up today. There's nobody, if everybody watching this thinks he's guilty, why are we even doing a trial? The jury thinks he's guilty. How can the jury pool not be tainted? How could they not know about this case? You think anybody listens to the judge's rules? Don't watch YouTube. Don't do any of these things. No, they do. They go right out, leave that bitch cut on TV and watch the news just like everybody else. So it's nice to hear them say it though. Don't be watching social media. But think anybody gonna follow those rules? If you was on a jury, would you follow those rules? Hell no. They probably done drove past all the locations, walked around. You know how people are. They don't listen to shit. Nobody listens to nothing. Some people live by the rules are made to be broken. I see no 1s. That's what I'm saying. He'd be guilty right now. 500. That's 500 jurors. Okay. There's 520 people in the room right now. That'd be 500 jurors that said he's guilty. What's the chance if that went to a jury today that he would walk? He wouldn't. He's done. It's over with. Now it's just a matter of time. Let's go through the process. We got to treat the man fairly. But I just think it's a waste of money. A waste of money. Waste of money, a waste of time. Just give them people life and don't give her no deal. I would charge her ass. Kayla, I would be like, okay, look, thank you for testifying, but you did implicate yourself in accessory to murder when you cut off the hoodie off that child when she was in the shower after you lied and said you never did nothing. I hate to tell you that's accessory to murder. And you're going to prison for the rest of your life. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. And they shouldn't do. They should be waterboarding this dude right now. Ask him where that baby's at. They should be shipping his ass to Alabama, Guantanamo Bay. Whoever can get the answers out of him. Do the juries know he pled to 2/5 of the charges? I believe so. Yeah, because they have noted inside the court that he has since then pled to what is it, abuse of a corpse and stuff. So yeah, they know. Adam is not confessing to, yeah, he's not. He's pointing a finger at Kayla. Kayla is pointing the finger at him, and they're not telling where the baby's at, neither one of them. So we can't ask Adam where's the baby because he ain't there to question. Can't even ask him. We gonna Skype him? He don't want to show up. That's crazy to me. That is absolutely crazy. Not wanting to show up to court, and you're wanted for murder, and you ain't even got to be there to face your accusers. You can't ask him nothing because he's not there. You can't see his emotions or how he reacts to things, right? Because if he stood in there, they'd be looking at him like, man, he's a killer. They don't get an opportunity to really look that evil in the eyes. Not yet, anyway. I think that's bullcrap. Send his ass to Guantanamo Bay, find out where that kid is at, let that kid get the proper burial, and then maybe we'll let you live. Okay, but you're going to prison for the rest of your life. That's how things should be done. Look, in a situation like this, it should be life in prison. The only way with the death penalty, but the only way you ain't getting the death penalty is you tell where the person's at. Okay, you tell, we won't kill you. If you don't, we execute you. Right now, Adam will be telling where that baby's at. Okay, if he had those options on the table, you either talk or you don't talk. But I'll tell you what happens when you don't talk. You're getting executed. We would already be burying that baby. It's our legal systems are a little effed up. New Hampshire, y'all gotta do something about this. Okay, I don't know. Criminals are charged with felonies. I can understand a misdemeanor charge. You got red light tickets. You didn't pay child support. I can understand your lawyer showing up for you. I get it. Okay, misdemeanor charges. When you're facing felony and the rest of your life in prison, and you don't have to show up to court, what the hell did we even make that court for? What we even got it for? We know you did it. Adam is an evil coward. And then he had all that nerve to talk about how he can't wait to go to trial so he can fight these false charges and how he don't want the judge to sentence him because of his daughter. That he's so innocent of hurting. This dude is a straight monster. They need to bury him under a prison. Yeah, Harmony's pronounced passed away. Yeah, she's dead. She's gone. Rest in peace, little Harmony Montgomery. She's with little baby Jesus in heaven for sure. According to all statements. So we don't have her recovered. I mean, there's that slim possibility she's alive. I don't think so. Not according to Adam, not according to Kayla, not according to the police with the evidence they've recovered, the blood, the decomp, things of that nature. So I would say 99.9% that baby is with Jesus and God. And so should they be. You know what I'm saying? So should they. Reunite them. But the only problem is they ain't going to God. They going to if there is one. And just like if Kayla gets out in May, which, you know, Dolly herself is going to write a letter to the parole board at this point. I feel invested now. They shouldn't let this lady out. Okay. I sat there and looked at it. I watched it. If nobody else will write a letter, I'll write a letter. Everything will be misspelled in it. But hey, I'm going to write it where they get the point. You know what I'm saying? Adam will not testify. I don't know. I think he shouldn't. But it don't matter. It don't matter if he does or not. It ain't going to help him. And I don't think it's going to hurt him. I don't think it's, I think what is done is done. I think the jurors, they already know what they're going to do. That quick. I think they already know. If you walk them in a room, I guarantee you right now in 30 minutes, they come out and say he's guilty. 2nd-degree murder. Right now. You could give them 5 minutes. Say, hey, y'all got 5 minutes in that room. Y'all come back. Tell me something. I guarantee they would come back unanimously. He's guilty of 2nd-degree murder. And not only guilty of that, but guilty of all the charges. Okay, we're back in the court. Over.
Council, those CDs
Oh,
will
let's
get
see,
to
let's see.
tomorrow morning, okay?
My controls ain't working on my computer because it's
Tomorrow morning, tomorrow
hotel
morning,
internet
the
sucks.
CDs. Yes, okay. Sorry, that's okay. I just wanted you to know, maybe we'll stop a couple of minutes early if I can today so that staff can.
All right,
work
there
on
we go.
that at the close of the business day.
Thank you.
We are back. Make sure y'all hit that like button if you're just
For-
tuning in.
yeah.
Let's see if we can get Dolly to
Let's-
1,000.
Take this one back, and we'll just have the. Oh, I see. Because your voice, you just have to speak louder.
I couldn't speak.
You can do
He
it.
has the right not to beat it.
I will definitely speak louder, and I will be much more cognizant of if I need to move about the well to grab that microphone. So we can leave this one here permanently, and ideally leave that one back here.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you. Shall we put the witness back on the stand?
Just have one brief, I just need to say. Just trying to make sure we don't have anything slowing us down.
And Attorney Gotti, if you want us at any point to lower the lights, or defense, if you want us to lower the lights because you're showing something on the screen, then just let us know, okay? All right, now we're gonna put the witness back on the stand. And just be careful of the wires, please.
Thank you.
Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
All rise for the jurors, please.
All right. Officer O'Leary. You're over the Blue Star talk. I'm over it too. I'm hoping they wrap this up really quickly with this officer because it's just him taking a sample. What big deal is that? Thank you, Hunters.
All right.
I agree with you, Don. All rise.
Please be seated.
Thanks for being here, Fuzzy.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
That you remain under oath.
Yes.
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We met, about a month and a half ago, December 29th, for a deposition in this case?
Yeah, I know we met. I don't know if it was that long ago or no. My
Time
time's-
does move pretty quickly
Yeah.
sometimes. But so in any event,
Okay,
actually
looks like it
asking
stopped snowing.
many of the same questions that I asked you then. And I just want to begin by asking you about the experience with Blue Star you had up to that
go.
day of
Over and
January
over.
1st, 2022, when you processed the Chrysler Sebring, or began rather the processing of the Chrysler Sebring. Up to that point, approximately how many times had you previously professionally used Blue Star for processing?
A rough
You said
approximation would
15
be
to
probably
20
15
times.
to 20 times that I'd used it.
See, I knew the answer. I knew the answer. They asked it so many
And
times.
you used that experience in processing this particular item, correct?
That's correct.
That item being the Chrysler Sebring.
Yes.
It was already in the Manchester garage bay when you saw it, right?
Yes, it was.
Missing tires,
Yes.
and
We
I
know
believe
all
you described
that.
them as guts, but a lot of car parts were actually inside
That's correct.
the vehicle.
Yes.
So for using the Blue Star, one of the first things you have to do obviously is mix the chemicals, correct?
We noticed
And
3 tablets.
it is your
and some
practice
water.
before
I
doing
could do it
so
at this
to
point.
always reread the instruction manual.
2 foot back.
It
Long
never hurts just to
exposure
make sure
time,
you're
30
following it
seconds.
correctly, right?
That's correct.
And as you mentioned, there's the possibility that the instructions could have changed since
Yes.
the last time.
Yes.
Okay,
So
Chris.
you implemented that same practice here before processing the Sebring. You
Yes,
reread
he
the
did.
instructions.
Yes, I could
Yes.
answer that.
And I think you had also indicated that the instructions are fairly idiot-proof, I think you had said, but
Yes.
all
They're
the
in
same,
English, man. They're in English.
you made sure to comply with those instructions in the processing of the Sebring.
Yes, it did.
You applied. Well, let me just back up. It took a while.
Don't
to
back up.
process
Let's go
this,
forward.
right?
Yes, it did.
2 different dates.
Yes.
January 7th was one.
Yes.
The second date was the 7th.
Yes.
On the first, Detective Tucker assisted you
Yes, he did.
for at least part of the time.
Yes.
And then on the second date, the 7th, Detective Lamy helped you, right?
That's correct.
And again, your goal with the Blue Star was to apply it to every nook and cranny of both the exterior and interior, correct?
Correct.
We get it.
And before doing so, you obviously you dim the lights in the bay.
In the bay, they're either on or they're off.
Okay.
There's no dimming feature to it.
But there was some light, maybe potentially, but it doesn't have to be pitch black for you to be able to see the Blue Star, correct?
We would use the flashlight that I had.
With
We
the
know this
exterior,
already.
there
Tucker
were
said
no
this.
positive reactions, right?
Correct.
A positive reaction you've learned through your training experience lasts about 30 to 60 seconds.
That's correct.
And it is that
Exactly.
top blue
I
color
knew that.
On that Kleenex box that's by the jury, right?
That's correct.
And you're able to distinguish that from what's called a false positive.
Correct.
Probably the same color, but it's more like a flash, right?
Yes.
It lasts for just a few short seconds.
That's correct.
There are a few things that
Is
can
his
cause
name
a
Mr.
false
Echo?
positive, one of those being a cleaning agent, right?
That's correct.
So
You ain't got
sometimes in your
bleach,
investigations,
Rust, iron.
a false positive can itself have some evidentiary value, right?
That's correct.
It may suggest that efforts were made to try and clean whatever object it was that you were processing.
That's correct.
Let's now talk about the application of the Blue Star to the interior of the vehicle. Before doing so, you place down some butcher paper on the garage floor.
That's correct.
And you removed the items from the interior of the car.
That's correct.
And when I'm talking about the interior,
You're talking about the
there's
inside.
the trunk, and that's been pretty well covered, but there's also the cabin,
That's correct.
Oh,
the
God.
passenger
this
cabin,
dude.
Yes.
Chris Hansen,
the
stop.
front seats and rear seats.
Yes.
So you removed any items, including car parts, from the interior before applying the Blue Star,
Yes, I did.
and you applied the Blue Star in the manner specified to you in the instruction manual.
Yes.
Again, it's not like a
Dude, we know
burst.
the
It's
instructions at this
a light
point.
spray that you're trying to provide, right?
That's
From
correct.
2 foot
You don't need to
away.
saturate it or anything,
You know you don't.
but you want to make sure that you apply that mist over the entirety of the vehicle
That's correct.
and the interior.
Yes.
This would include the steering column,
Yes.
center console,
Yes.
I would find him guilty
Driver's
just for
seat.
aggravating me.
all the
okay?
seats for that matter.
Adam, you're
Yes.
going to prison, bro. Your lawyers are talking you right
And
into life.
that's what you did.
Yes.
And there was no positive reaction.
That's correct.
No positive reaction on the steering column,
Correct.
steering wheel,
Correct.
driver's seat,
Correct.
the entirety of the passenger seat,
Correct.
or the center console.
That's correct.
And that's what you documented in your report.
Yes.
A report which was later provided as discovery.
Yes.
And so just to be clear, this was the entirety of the interior that you applied the Blue Star.
Yes.
That would include not just the front passenger cabin, but the
He said
entirety
entirety,
of
the
the
whole
rear
thing.
passenger cabin.
Yes.
That would include all of the rear seats.
Yes.
I know where he's going. Was there blood on the seat because he had blood on his hand? He had to get Harmony out the
And that would
trunk.
include the entirety of the seat.
I get where he's
for the
going.
passenger,
Okay,
for
I
the
get
back
it.
passenger.
Yes.
And crevices.
Yes.
And again, there was no reaction.
Correct.
False or negative?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a moment, please.
I couldn't kick my shoes off in court. Had the green Nikes on today. I know we're just going with the hand thing, blood on the hand, dry, but she said it was dried blood. He didn't have wet blood. He had dry blood hitting her the day before, the night before,
All right, you may step down.
is why he had dry blood on his hand. So you don't, if the blood is dry, it's not going to get onto something. Okay, we're done with O'Leary.
You don't want to have him totally excused.
I haven't excused him.
Okay, he ain't excused yet. All right, who's this dude?
Please just watch the wires, sir.
I know he ain't no police.
And Mr. Bedero, you can just remain standing.
Sure.
Raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear that the testimony
That's a drug dealer.
jury will be the truth and the whole
Oh, I kind of wanted to be there for this.
truth and perjury?
Sir, yes, sir.
Have a seat and make yourself comfortable. There's some water in.
Oh, Lord.
you.
They done got the dope man on the stand. This is the dope dude. Blood. Oh, it's heating up now.
All right.
Mr. Bedero, why are you selling drugs? You need to be in
Can you
jail.
start
Mr.
by
Bedero.
stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name
Anthony.
is Anthony Bedero, ANTHONY,
AKA the plug.
BODERO.
He has immunity.
And sorry, we're just getting set up, Mr. Bedero. I apologize.
It's okay.
This
Take your
man
time.
take food stamps for the dope. Oh man. See, I was hoping they would have him tomorrow. I
Sure.
don't think I'd make it in time. I mean, I could, depending how long he testifies. But I'm already watching, so I might chill and watch here. I think they're going to be talking to him for a long time. So I might get to see a little bit of him tomorrow. I'm not sure because we got 2.5 hours left. Is that going to be enough time for them? So I might get to see some of Anthony tomorrow. Because there's a couple key witnesses that I want to be there for to kind of see with my own eyes. Mr. Food Stamp himself, okay? This is the man that let him stay in the
Mr.
car.
Bedero, what's your date of birth?
August 30th of 1973.
And how far did you go in
Oh,
school?
He's 50,
High school. 11th grade.
11th grade.
11th grade.
What's the current city that you reside in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived here in Manchester?
13, 14 years.
Dope man.
Mr. Bedero, are you familiar with an area in Manchester called the Colonial Village Apartments?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with that
Colonial
area?
Village.
I used to reside at the residence here.
And again, Mr. Bedero, we're making a record, so I'm just going to ask, there's a little microphone in front of you. I'm just going to ask that you speak into that and as loud as you can.
I used to reside at Colonial Village.
How long did you
Colonial
live in
Village.
Colonial
Why do I
Village
think it
for?
was Isaiah Garden?
Um,
Run, at
lived there for like 4 months at one time, and then like another 4 or 5 months after that.
And what were the periods that you lived there? What years?
I
Colonial
lived there
Apartments.
from July of 2019 to,
He has immunity.
I would say, I think it was March of the following year. Yes, March of 2020.
And who did you live there with in that period that you just mentioned, the July 2019 to March 2020?
I live with a friend of mine.
And what's your friend's name?
Her name is Tanya Clement.
Tanya
And
Clemens.
what
So
were
he
the
was with his girl.
circumstances? What was the arrangement that you had with Tanya, that living situation?
We would share the bills for the rent of the apartment.
While you were living there during that period that we're discussing, so not the later time, but the July to March, did you own a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell these jurors what kind of vehicle?
That was. I messed it up.
I believe it was a 2004 Audi S4 in blue.
He was at blue Audi S4.
Would you recognize that vehicle if you saw it today?
Of course.
Yes, you may.
Does he still have that car?
So, Mr. Bedero, I'm showing
Thank you,
its pictures
Sunshine.
for identification as State's Exhibit 22.
Exactly.
Do you recognize
That's
that?
definitely my old car, yes.
And so you recognize it as your old car?
There's the dope man right there. He's a little too old to be selling dope. 50 years old selling drugs.
Just keep your voice up.
Yes, that was my vehicle.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate representation of your vehicle? Is
Yes.
this what your vehicle looked like, in other words?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark it as full.
How does this man have immunity? I don't know.
Objection.
May we approach?
Yes.
Jesus, take the wheel. I wasn't expecting, I thought they would go with all police today. I wasn't expecting them to bring in the plug, the dope man. There's a lot of questions they could ask him about, was he giving them drugs? Did the drugs play into Adam's behavior? What was his demeanor? There's all kinds of things I could ask this guy. This should be a good witness. This is going to go on for a minute, this guy, because
Mr.
there's a
Bedero,
lot.
You said you recognize this vehicle, that this is a fair and accurate
Yes, sir.
photograph of your vehicle.
Yes.
Is this what your vehicle looked like the last time you saw it?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point.
What happened to the vehicle?
State's Exhibit 22.
No objection. All right, the
Justice
idea
for harmony.
picture does a full exhibit.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Fuzzy Bedhead just gifted $5 memberships. Fuzzy! Mad love. Thank you so much.
So, Mr. Bedero, that exhibit that I just handed you, the photo of your car, I put it up on the screen behind you. Can you take a look at
There's
that?
Audi. They got that out the junkyard somewhere too, didn't
And
they?
can you tell these jurors what that image is of?
What the images of?
Yes.
My vehicle.
And I think you said the last time you saw it, that's what the vehicle looked like.
Yeah.
What
Yes.
happened to your vehicle after you left the Colonial Village apartments?
It was sitting for about 2 years at my in-laws.
Why was it sitting at your in-laws for 2
But
years?
I could not get it started.
Mr. Bedero, at some
So it was
point
broke down.
between when you left that vehicle for 2 years at your in-laws and today, did you consent to a search of that vehicle?
Yes.
And was that with the Manchester Police Department?
Yes.
I will be there tomorrow. Yes.
Mr. Bedero, I want to switch gears. Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
And you can reposition yourself. That's fine. How do you know Mr. Montgomery?
I happened to meet him August of 2019.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So they done brought the dope
Mr.
man
Bedero,
up
I'm
in
showing you what's
there.
been admitted as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this photo?
Yes, sir.
And who do you recognize that to be?
As Adam Montgomery.
Your Honor, may I publish?
He looks old. Yeah, he's 50. August 73, and we make him 50 years old. He's about to be 51 this year.
Montgomery that you that you met in August of 2019.
Yes, sir.
How often would you interact with Mr. Montgomery back in 2019?
He don't look like he buy food with it. He's skinny as a rail.
I saw him maybe every few days or something like that.
How about Kayla Montgomery? Do you know someone named Kayla Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know her?
I happened to meet her in 2013.
2013?
Okay, so he knew Kayla for a while. So that was her plug.
How did you meet the defendant in August of 2019?
I needed a ride to the Rockingham courthouse to dispute a driving without a license ticket, and I needed a ride, so I happened to call a friend of mine, and he didn't have his car, so he said that he was with a friend of his and that he would ask him if he can give me a ride. He called me back, told me that the guy said okay. Then him and Adam Montgomery came to pick me up to take me to court. And when they arrived with 3 children, with Harmony and the 2 boys.
Okay.
And you mentioned Harmony and 2 boys. Did you see those 3 children after that event?
Yes.
When did you, let's talk about, when did you last see Harmony?
The last time I saw Harmony was the second and last time I ever saw her, and that was about 3 weeks to a month later after the August incident. I saw her with them where they resided at.
Okay, so
Mr.
he never
Bedero, I
seen
want
her
to
in
switch
a
gears
car.
with you again. Have you ever been convicted of felony drug charge?
Yes, sir.
Were you in fact convicted
course.
of felony drug possession in 2014?
And tip to distribute.
I think so, yes.
How about in 2016?
Yes.
How about in
This is
2019?
Bedero,
No.
the drug dealer that they were sleeping in his car
And Mr. Bedero, did you provide testimony
with the blue Audi.
to the grand jury related to this case back in March of 2022? So March 21st of 2022.
I believe, yes, sir.
And do you remember being asked in that grand jury proceeding whether or not you sold drugs to the defendant back in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide an honest
Did you?
answer to that question?
No, I did not.
During that grand jury
Okay.
testimony, were you given any type of immunity before you were asked the questions
No.
about drugs?
So
And
he lied.
after your testimony, after your grand jury testimony, did you agree to meet with investigators regarding the case?
Yes, sir.
And was that in September of 2022?
Sounds about right.
At that point, had you been provided any type of immunity regarding drug activity?
No, I don't think so.
Do you recall agreeing to meet with those investigators, signing a written document?
I did agree to meet with them, yes.
Mr. Food Stamp himself.
Did you have an understanding about how your statements could be used, whether they could be used against you?
Yes,
What was your understanding of that?
that they would not use
They
it
all been
against
lying
me
to the
as
grand
long as I
jury.
told the truth.
And you mentioned having an attorney.
Yes,
Is that attorney here with you today?
yes, sir.
So he brought his attorney.
And regarding your testimony here today, have you been provided immunity based on that drug information?
Yes, sir.
Before
Yes, sir.
testifying today, you were
Yep.
provided immunity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank
Based
you,
on
Jennifer
that,
B.
Mr. Bedero, I want to ask you questions about your sale of drugs.
He can
back
say
in
whatever.
2019.
See, he can say he sold the drugs now.
Specifically,
They
back
can't
in
do nothing.
2019, did you sell drugs to the defendant, Adam Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Knew it.
Did you sell drugs to Kayla Montgomery?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
How often would you sell the defendant and Kayla drugs?
Every day.
Whenever I had any available,
How frequently was that?
not frequent.
Were you actively selling drugs back then?
When I did have, yes.
And how would they pay you when they would purchase those drugs?
They would either pay me with cash or they would sell me food stamps.
Okay.
Let's talk about that.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean when you say they would sell you food stamps?
Well,
Half price.
I would give them half
Told you.
of whatever they gave me in food stamps.
See, that's the rate.
Let me
Half
back
price.
up. What type of drugs were they buying from you back then?
Heroin and crack.
Mr. Bedero, did the defendant, in
Knew
this
it.
case,
I
Adam
knew it.
Montgomery, did he ever sell drugs for you?
Negative, no.
Did you ever employ Mr. Montgomery to sell drugs for you?
No.
Did you ever hire him in any capacity?
No.
Mr. Bedero, I want to turn your attention to Thanksgiving of 2019. Does that time frame
Nancy was a
stand out
drug
to you?
addict, not a
Yes,
drug
sir.
dealer.
Can you tell these jurors why that stands out to you?
Because they approached me saying they had no place to live, and I let them stay in my vehicle.
And can you describe that arrangement where you let them stay in your
They
vehicle?
took food out the baby's mouth.
Well,
Yep, for
the reason I
drinks.
had them stay in the vehicle is because I was living with somebody else that it was their apartment, and there was no room for them to be there. So the only choice I had was to let them stay in my vehicle.
And do you recall the specific?
I mean, that was nice of them.
Let me
They're a
back up.
dope man.
How many days did they stay in your vehicle?
2
for?
days.
2 days.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the specific days?
No, it was just after Thanksgiving weekend.
And Mr. Bedero, who stayed in your vehicle?
And he gave him a
Adam,
pizza.
Kayla, and the 2 boys.
He
Earlier,
never
you
seen
mentioned
Harmony.
Adam's third child, Harmony.
Yes.
Where was Harmony during that time where you let them stay in their vehicle, in your vehicle?
I do not know.
Was she with them?
No.
Did you see her at
Okay.
any
It was
point
his
during
baby.
that period?
Oh my
No, sir.
God. What if she wasn't in the car?
And do you recall how they came to be living in your vehicle? What was? Can you tell the jurors what that conversation was like?
Well, from what I
Well,
recall,
we knew that
they
anyway.
gave me a call.
Because she was beside the dumpster.
Told me they had no place to go. They came to where I was staying at. I let them upstairs. We talked, and I told them, I was like, I could let you stay in my car, but I can't let you stay here because this is not my apartment. That was the arrangement.
The car that
She
you
wasn't
allowed
even
them to
alive
stay
in his car. She was
that the
already
same
dead
car
because
that I
they
showed
took
you
her
an
out of
image
the broke
a
down
few minutes
car.
ago?
That's when they started staying in his car. So she was already dead when they started staying in the car.
Mr. Bedero, back in late 2019, did you have a Facebook account?
Yes.
What was your Facebook name back then, if you can recall?
Anthony Tone Capone Bedero.
Anthony Tone, sorry?
Capone
Capone.
Bedero.
Capone.
Is that your full
Tone
name or
Capone.
No, that's just a street name.
Tone specifically? Is that
Capone.
what you go by?
Well, they call me Tone.
Tone Capone.
Were you friends with the defendant on Facebook, the defendant in this case?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what his Facebook name was back then?
I believe it was his name, Adam Montgomery.
Capone.
How often would you communicate back then, late 2019? How often would you communicate with the defendant?
He looked like a Tone. Yo, Tone.
How would you communicate with him?
telephone mostly.
Did you communicate with him on Facebook at any point?
I don't recall, but I wouldn't doubt it.
So I want to talk about those 2 days when they were staying in your car.
Oh Lord,
Defendant, Kayla,
let us
and your
know,
two
baby.
sons. Did you take them anywhere during those 2 days?
No.
Do you think
He
that
went to get the
seeing
car.
your
Remember,
Facebook
they said
messages
2
might refresh
men
your recollection
showed up
regarding
to tow the
whether or not you took
car.
them somewhere?
I guess.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Okay, the tow truck driver said 2 men, which with Tom Capone, went to that car. Adam Montgomery. That's the tow truck driver said that. It was 2 men. Okay, what 2 men are there? There's Adam and his friend, Tone Capone, Mr. Food Stamp, Mr. Duckman, Mr. The Plug, Mr. Oddie. I mean, we could give him a million names, but he was proud of that shit too. He's like, yeah, they call me Tone Capone on the streets. You know what I'm saying? We don't care what they call you, you sorry piece of shit. Okay, you're a drug dealer that sells heroin and crack to people. They need to call you inmate, is what they need to call you. All these people they put on the stand except for the cops, they need to be in prison. Lock everybody up but the police and the tow truck driver. All right. Lock up the defense attorneys for asking the same question over and over again. Just be the judge, be like, you go to jail, you go to jail, you go to jail. Dolly, do you have Adam's rap sheet? Not on me.
Yes, you do. Thank you. So, Mr. Bedero, I'm just handing you.
He may get another pre-jury charge after this. Justice for Harmony. Manchester is infected with drugs. Okay. Infected. I said infected.
So, Mr. Bedero, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 107. I'm just going to ask that you look this document over.
Yeah, he was the only decent human being that worked at Dunkin' Donuts. He told him to get off. He's like, I ain't helping
Whole
you.
thing, or this page?
That page to yourself. And then just look up to that.
They stayed at the apartments because that's where the drugs were at. They were staying close to the drugs. Tone Capone. I was hoping he would testify tomorrow. Damn it. But we're here for it either way. Maybe he won't finish up today. That proves Kayla lied yesterday. Deal's off.
So, Mr. Bedero,
What proves it?
first let me ask, does that refresh your recollection regarding whether or not you drove the defendant?
To tell the truth, I don't even remember.
Okay. The item that you just reviewed, what do you understand that to be?
They must have reached out to me. They needed to go to the clinic. They asked for a ride, and I guess I must have told them, give me 20 minutes. I just woke up, and I guess I must have took them to the clinic.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is that a conversation between yourself and the defendant?
I don't even remember. It could have been with Adam or Kayla.
Mr. Bedero, as part of
We're just talking to that account.
your involvement with this case, did you provide consent for officers to search your Facebook account?
Yes.
Kayla told the truth. She said the baby was dead beside the car that he drove them to
Mr.
get
Bedero,
the car.
during that 2-day period where the defendant slept in your car, did you
Hit that
allow
light, guys.
him to
Thumb it
drive
up.
your vehicle at all?
I don't think so. I wouldn't let nobody drive my car.
And seeing those messages, does that refresh your recollection at all regarding whether or not you took them to the methadone clinic?
It does not, sir.
Kayla hasn't
Do you
spoken
recall
words.
specifically having those communications with the defendant?
Capone. Tone Capone.
Mr. Bedero, when the
So
Montgomery
drug dealer drove them
Stadium
to the
meeting, how often would
methadone.
you see
Yes.
them?
Not much.
That man.
What does not much mean?
Like, I was upstairs in my apartment with my wife, and I hardly went outside.
Mr. Bedero, do you recall sitting down with investigators and talking to them about that period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall telling them specifically that you rarely saw?
He
defendant
saw
and Kayla
Harmony
during that period?
before, not when he was in her car, his car, because she was
I wasn't
dead
checking
by the
on
time
her.
he made it to his car.
Were you aware of their living situation prior to them living in your car?
Not sure. Just I know they told me they had no place to go, and that's why I let them stay in the car.
They were staying in
And at
his
that time,
apartment, in
were
their
you aware
car.
of where they had been living immediately before then?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether they were staying in their own vehicle prior to using yours?
No, I don't.
Okay. They were staying at your apartment complex.
Those rare
in
times
their
that you would see
vehicle.
them, how would you see them during that period?
They would come see me. After I served them, they would leave.
And when you say they would come see me, is that the defendant and Kayla, or is that someone else?
They either came together or separate.
Okay, so he would give them dope and
Do
they
you
would
recall
take off.
telling those investigators that they were always together?
Yeah, they were always together.
No, right? I should be a lawyer.
During those 2 evenings or those 2 days that you allowed them to stay in your vehicle, did something happen to your vehicle during that time?
Yes. The first night,
Battery
I
died.
guess, from what they told me, Kayla didn't know how to drive a manual transmission car. She turned it on for the heat, and it killed the battery. And I guess when he woke up, he went somewhere, supposedly from what they said, he went somewhere in the middle of the night to get a portable car charger. So by the time the next day when I came out, they already had the car started. So I don't know. I wasn't around, so I don't know.
Mr. Bedero, do you recall specifically who told you that information about Kayla starting the
Judge
car?
Dolly, right?
They were both telling me. They were both together.
Do you recall telling investigators that the defendant actually gave you that information?
No.
They were both together when you learned it.
Well, yeah, they were both together.
I hope
And
this
I'm sorry,
goes
you
on
said that
until
earlier. They were
tomorrow.
always together.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you provide them
Hearsay.
any items during their two days in your vehicle?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what you gave them?
I gave them leftover Thanksgiving dinner one
Okay,
night,
she said
and
pizza.
then the following day, I bought 2 pies from Domino's Pizza, and I gave them a pie, and I still with a pie for me and my wife.
Mr. Bedero, if I can have just a moment.
All right. All right. They all lied. They didn't think about Thanksgiving dinner. Hold on, guys.
So just brief follow-up, Mr. Bedero. You mentioned seeing where the defendant resided. Can you tell the jurors where that was?
I always forget the name of this where it's at, but I went there one time to bring them some food.
Okay. Was it a house, an apartment, something
Yes,
else?
it was a house.
How would you describe that house?
It was a small little house.
And would that have been, what time of year was that?
That was in September 2019.
September 2019?
Yes, sir.
He's a drug dealer in the heart.
Mr. Bedero, would you recognize that house if you saw it again today?
That's how all drug dealers should be. Feed you.
Showing you what's been published, admitted and published as State's Exhibit 1.
That's it.
And when you say, yeah, that's it, what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize to be the house where they were residing in.
That house at Gilbert Street.
Yes, I believe that's the name of the street.
How many times did you go to this house on Butcher Street?
I think maybe, but I don't even remember the one time, but it could have been twice. But I remember
He has
only
4
one time.
kids.
I didn't go visit them. So I don't know.
Funny, he remembers some
Bedero, no further
things
questions,
like
Your Honor. Ask
dates.
the witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Bedero. My name is Caroline Smith.
Oh,
How are
here we
you?
go. 1,000 questions.
A little bit
Mrs.
nervous?
Mauser.
Always.
Okay. And I think
Okay,
your
all right.
first introduction to this case was when marshals came to speak to you
Yes.
in January of 2022.
Yes.
And you wanted nothing to do with this case, right?
Nothing. He's a dope man. What are you gonna be like? Yeah, I'm the dope man.
Yeah. Except for what you read in the paper, right?
Except for what the officers told me.
Okay.
I
And you
love
did,
this
you
garbage
said,
truck doing
I've
it.
got no involvement with anything involving a child, right?
Exactly.
And
Yes. Yes.
no way, right?
No.
Okay. And you got subpoenaed to the grand jury,
Yes.
and they had you swear an oath there to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
3 years to
And,
learn to grand jury
they
is what you
gave you
get.
some ground rules about your testimony at the grand jury, right?
What you mean ground rules?
Okay. Well, they told you that you could refuse to answer a question if it would incriminate you, right?
No. They didn't tell me that.
Can't stand how she asks her questions. She's hard to deal with. But if there's somebody going to trip you up, she is, because she's going to ask
They
you the
told you
same
you had the
question
right to be
100
represented
times.
by an attorney, right?
Yes.
And that you had the right to refuse any answer in the grand jury, but only if that answer would incriminate you.
This is Anthony
You remember
Tone
that?
Capone.
Remember that? No.
Okay. Let me show you a copy of a transcript of your grand jury, okay?
Sure.
So first of all, that was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
Sorry,
And,
Kelly.
does March 21 of 2022 sound about right?
I know all the chairs. It's a long time sitting here. I know what I could do. Watch this. Hold on.
So I'm going to show you a copy of, you can see on the outside grand jury proceedings, right?
Yes.
About the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And you were sworn in at the beginning of the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And I want you to go through.
Oh, this is better.
And I'm going to take you from the bottom of page 3 into page 4 and ask you to read that to yourself, okay? And then I'm going to ask you a question.
Said bottom of page 3.
Yeah. In the page 4.
Where the bottom? From here? From
Sure,
there?
sure. Why don't you do there?
This is Capone, man. Tone Capone. The gangster of damn Manchester. Now we chilling with Dolly. Now you chilling. Now we lounging. All right, we got the feet pushed up. Now you chilling. Now we stretched out. This is how court should be. Okay, you should be able to lounge in a chair like this. Is this a recliner? Yeah. Feels like it pushes out into a bed or something. I don't know what this damn chair does. That's something. I feel like this pops out. I just don't know how to do it. Maybe not. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here's the arm to it. Oh, it's a recliner. Oh, yeah, now we talking. Now we're talking. Dolly can get down with this. I should have been
Does that
sitting in this
refresh your
up there.
recollection?
No,
Okay. In the transcript to the grand jury, well, while you were in the grand jury, you were advised that you had the right to refuse to answer a question if it might incriminate you, right?
from what it says here, yes, I guess. I just don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And it says that, yes, you understood, right?
Yes,
So, you also said you lied to the grand jury, right?
yes.
Okay.
I don't know about the color of this
And
chair.
being advised that you had the right to refuse to answer a question or you had the right to an attorney, you chose to lie under oath.
I didn't know that I was gonna need an attorney,
Okay.
so I agreed to answer their questions.
So when the question came up to something that would incriminate you, you chose to lie rather than ask for an attorney, right?
I got scared and I didn't think about what they told me about asking for an attorney.
Sure, sure. And you were scared because they thought you had information about Harmony,
Capone
right?
was scared.
And you didn't want anything to do with
Tom
this, right?
Capone scared.
You didn't want to be implicated in this in
Hell
any way at
no.
all,
He's
right?
just a regular old dope man. He ain't no baby
Okay.
killer.
So I'm gonna switch gears a
dope
little bit
man.
here.
He ain't got shit to
You
do with this.
talked about meeting Adam because you needed a ride to court,
Yes,
and you didn't have a license that day, right?
no,
Have you ever had a license?
no.
You did not have a license in
I knew that was
November
coming.
of 2019.
He got an
right?
aunt, he ain't got no license.
Never
He
had
never
one.
had
Never had one, exactly.
Excuse me, and you didn't have one in December of 2019.
No.
Okay.
He only told the truth when he was picking up
And
the drugs.
you talked about your prior convictions, and one of the prior convictions I think that you said was possession of a controlled drug from 2018.
They done messed this whole career up now. Adam,
And that was actually
I got a
possession
fire
with intent
from
to
a shrink.
sell, right? Or dispense.
I guess I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. If I showed you a copy
You know you the dope man. He knew he was selling
of the record
drugs. I
of
don't
that
recall.
conviction, would that help refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
Okay.
None of these
I'm
tough
gonna show
guys
you
seem
what
so tough
is
on the
a
stand.
certified copy of a conviction returned from Superior Court state prison sentence for Anthony Bedero,
He's
right?
Don Capone, but he was scared.
And January 12, 2018.
That's when I was released.
He's forced to flip
That was
burgers
the day you
now.
were sentenced. Well, actually, okay.
The
I
dope
got
game
released
ain't
as
what
well.
it used to be.
Yeah, because you were actually in jail pre-trial, and the day you got sentenced, you got a suspended sentence, and they released you.
I released. All I know is they let me
Don't
go.
know.
Okay. And so you got a sentence of 3 to 6 years with all but 92 days suspended. Does that sound right?
Damn, he did 90 days for dope charge.
I believe it was the 92 whatever days time served, and then suspended time after.
Right. Okay. I may have said it wrong because I
You
have
did.
gotten a little bit
You
tired.
did.
So it was 3 to 6 years as a sentence. All of that was suspended except for the 92 days that you had already served.
Yes.
So when you mean you got released, you were held on bail before the conviction, and the day you got sentenced, you were let out.
Well, they
Yes.
picked me up from a state prison. I did a bit in a state prison. They picked me up. I did 92 days here in
They in
Valley Street,
jail.
and then I got released.
Gotcha. Okay. And so then you had a suspended sentence hanging over your head of
Yes.
3 to 6 minus that 92 days.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that was suspended for 3 years.
Yes.
Okay.
3 years. Okay. He did a bid. Okay. And then he got out and they hit him on another charge. And he
Then
served 22 days
in
on that. Lord have mercy.
November 22nd, 2019, you got another drug charge,
No.
drug conviction, sorry.
This lady's all kind of
Say
wrong.
that again. When?
November 22nd, 2019, you got
Impossible.
convicted on another charge.
No,
Okay.
Yes.
He's like, no.
that's wrong.
Okay. So somebody, they muted us. This lady done got the wrong paperwork from somewhere. She don't know what he just say, hey, you're wrong. This ain't how the thing went. She didn't know he had just got out of prison and served 92 days. Did she do any background on this guy? Right? She's asking questions, but she don't know what's going on. They muted. They're hitting the side. They're talking right now. You can see him looking like, what the hell are you talking about, lady? From Capone to chicken. Okay. This is Don Capone.
Go ahead.
So I think I was going to show you another certified copy of another conviction, okay?
He is singing like a bird.
I can show you return from Superior Court, Anthony Bedero, sentence November 22nd, 2019.
Sorry, I don't know anything about that. The last time I did time for drugs I came home in 2018.
Sure, because on this one you got a total 2 to 4 suspended. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay. And
don't remember
your attorney was Attorney Sheehan?
Yeah, that was from the old case. That's not, I have it confused.
Okay.
It can't be 2019 because I never got caught with drugs, anything after 2018.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. On June 24, 2019, you were driving without a valid license, right?
That, yes.
And while you were driving without a valid license, they found drugs in your car.
No,
Objection, Your Honor.
no.
I think he's telling the truth because you see how he's laughing? He's like, nah, I've ain't been busted for drugs since 2018 when I came home. So he would know that, I would think. And honestly, he's a drug dealer. He's not a good person, but he has nothing to do with the death. But I guess, if you supply people with drugs and it puts them in a rage, then you're kind of responsible for the death of Harmony just for selling them drugs. Because his mindset was messed up because of the drugs, and you gave him the drugs. So he does have some responsibility in Harmony's death. He was supplying them people with drugs. That made their mental state messed up, made them beat and kill the kid. I mean, it has a cause and effect. Everything in this world has a cause and effect. Okay? What he did had an effect. He sold them drugs. Them drugs messed these people's brains up, and they killed their baby. She was going by the transcripts. I agree, Dolly. He probably was on probation and got in trouble for driving without a license. That's exactly what it is. And it comes up because he violated those, and he goes probably resentenced on them to 2 to 4. Okay? To where he was, 1 to 3, and then they probably sentenced him to 2 to 4 when he violated on that driving on suspended or driving with no license. Also, this is the link right here that PJ has posted to help Dolly, PJ, and Lolo get to Crime Con. I said it right this time. 2024 in Nashville. I will be there May 31st through June 2nd. Okay. So if you want to meet Dolly, come out to Crime Con. A lot of good speakers are going to be there this year. Everybody in the who's who of true crime will be in Nashville. So I hope to meet and see some of you guys when I'm down there. I will be back in court tomorrow in New Hampshire. Okay. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of Anthony if he don't finish up today. Because this seems like this is going to be a little bit long with him. And we got 2 hours left of court today. So I'd like to see the man in person. I want to get that vibe from him. I'm getting that he thinks he's gangster vibe, but just an old gangster, you know? He seems like, you know, he hustles to get by, but not a bad person. A bad person, he fed to people. He knew they had kids. He looked out, gave them a place to stay. He made terrible choices in being a drug dealer, but maybe there's a good piece of Anthony Don Capone in there. Just small, okay? Every bad person, there's a little bit of good in.
Introduce this as the next exhibit, and I don't know where we are.
He thinks he's more than he is. I think read that. He ain't a bad dude. I mean, he ain't a good dude. He just, we'll say he's not a terrible drug dealer, okay? He's still a drug dealer. He's not a terrible one. At least he will home you and feed you.
Mr. Bedero?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, you have some stuff here that
He's an
maybe we'll
old
take
school
away
type
'cause
dealer.
I'll
Yeah, I
focus
can
you on
tell
something else
too.
now, okay?
He used to be a
So I
user. You can
have
tell
in
he
front of
used
me
to
what's
abuse
been
drugs himself.
marked
And he
as
probably
a full
sold drugs to
exhibit,
do drugs.
a certified copy of your conviction from November 22nd, 2019. And we went over that first page.
Yes.
That's okay. So I'm going to go over the second page.
So bad, it's not
And that
much.
second page is the sentence that you got on that conviction, right?
I see what you have there, but that's not what it was for. I was got caught driving without a license.
Okay. And you got, according to this document, you got a sentence of 2 to 4 years, suspended for 3 years, right?
Because they resentenced him
That
because he
means that
violated
2
on
to
that
4
driving on
years you
suspended.
don't spend in jail or prison. It hangs over your head for 3 years
Yes.
with conditions that you stay arrest-free and commit no new crimes and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
And another conviction was that you got a LADAC evaluation and within 60 days, provide proof to the state, right?
What's late at?
Drug and alcohol evaluation. Do you remember that?
Kind of.
Okay. So now we're going to go to the actual charge that was based on. And that's the indictment. You've seen indictments, right?
Yes.
And the indictment
He
is
knows
for
indictment.
activities that you did on or about June 24, 2019. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And the activity that you did was possession of a controlled drug. Is that right?
That's what it says.
And this was in County of Rockingham, right?
Yes.
And it was Superior Court, right?
Yes. Yes.
Amber
Like
Heard's
this
attorney.
court, Superior.
Of course.
Okay. And then you also had with that a misdemeanor for driving after revocation
Okay.
with a sentence on the same day.
That's what it says.
Okay. And your sentence for that was 12 months in the House of Correction, all suspended for 3 years, right?
Okay.
Meaning that you got another year hanging over your head for that 3 years, right?
Yes.
And one of the conditions here was that you not drive until you are properly licensed.
Yes.
So you got arrested for both of those things at the same time, right?
All I recall is getting arrested for driving without a license. No
Okay.
drug charges.
And so that the jury recognizes it when they see it later, if I may just sort of share that.
Yeah. So that was a little confusing. If he was revoked, he had a license at some point. Yeah, I think when he said he never had one, I don't know if that's true. Of course, the paperwork is wrong. No drug charge in 2019 is what he was claiming. Yeah, he was pulled over. He had the drug charges back when he went to prison. I think what they're doing is, since he wasn't done with his time, he had that time over his head. They resubmitted the time to 2 to 4 and gave him the 92 days in jail.
So
But I-
November 22nd, you don't recall it now, but you didn't have a license then,
Well,
right?
who cares? Who cares? Get
And,
to the point that has to do with
it sounds
Kayla,
like you're saying
Adam,
today you were,
Harmony.
selling drugs in November?
I don't recall.
Selling drugs in December of
I don't
2019?
recall.
Didn't you say on direct that you sold some to Adam and Kayla?
I have, yes.
Okay, so you were still selling drugs in December.
I don't recall.
So when you were telling the state that you sold drugs to Kayla and Adam, are you saying that was not in December?
I'm not saying that.
When you said that, you weren't necessarily talking about December of 2019 when you told the state you were selling them drugs.
Say that, repeat that?
Okay.
Can you repeat that? Yes,
Were
he
you
was selling
selling them
drugs.
drugs around the time that they stayed in your Audi?
I don't think, no. I don't,
Okay.
not that weekend. I can't say I sold them drugs that weekend. No, I know I didn't sell them drugs that weekend.
You know you didn't sell drugs that weekend.
No.
You can remember that clearly.
I'm pretty sure I remember that.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
did you give them drugs? Giving,
Well, let's talk
selling.
about
They
those
said you
food
gave it to
stamps,
them,
those
sold
food
it to them,
stamps.
fed them.
Didn't that, they sell you some food stamps when they were in Kayla's mother's home?
I don't know where they were at. I just bought the food stamps.
Okay. How about when they were at the fit shelter? Okay.
I probably did. I don't know where they were at I didn't go. I don't remember where I went to see them for them to give me the card.
Okay.
See, it's on the card. So he go spin it, bring the card back.
Audi had a clutch, right?
Yes.
And the problem with the clutch, if somebody turns on the battery without turning on the car, the battery just runs down.
Yes.
And otherwise, you have to put in the clutch and have it in neutral or whatever and turn it on and keep it in neutral. And then it can run for a long time and the heat stays on.
Okay, Big Bird.
And Kayla didn't seem to know that and the car broke down.
Yes.
Well, the car battery died.
Battery died.
Okay. And okay. You said that the picture of your car was in this same condition and it states exhibit for ID 22. Is it stricken? It's fine. I would agree if it wasn't. Was in the same
Yeah,
condition.
like
the
keeps
last time you
correcting
saw
her
it,
over and
right?
over.
Yes.
Because the last time you saw it, it
Me
had been
too.
sitting for a while.
It was worse. It was worse.
Okay. But when you had it at Colonial Village, it was in good condition.
Yes.
It was in real good condition.
Very good condition.
And you like to drive it around.
He only gave turkey leftovers.
I mean, I drove it, yes, not drive around.
Okay. And you kept it in good condition.
Yes.
You took care of it. Right?
Yes.
And in November, late November, you had just been convicted of a crime. You had a suspended sentence on your head, and you didn't want to be caught driving that car without
I'm up the
license
video.
again, right?
True.
So you had other people help you drive.
Sometimes.
Okay. Adam was one of those other people.
Yeah, he has driven the car, yeah.
Okay.
And he likes to dope
Adam
man.
knew how to drive a clutch, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because he and your clutch because he had driven that car. I think you said on direct that you saw
You need to pick better men,
Harmony
Amy.
twice at Guilford Avenue.
No, one time at Guilford Avenue.
And what was the other time?
Before that, the day he took me to court in August.
Oh, so she was in the car.
Yes.
Okay. And with the boys.
Yes.
And at Guilford Avenue, she was there and playing with the boys.
Yes.
And you said that Kayla and Adam needed a place to stay Thanksgiving weekend?
Yes,
And when they came and told you that they needed a place to stay, you said that you would let them stay in your car for 2 nights.
I didn't specifically say 2 nights. I said they can stay in my vehicle, but they happen to only stay 2 nights.
Okay.
2 days, 2 whole days.
Okay. And one of those nights it ran out, the battery got drained.
From what they say, the first night, yes.
Okay. And you are saying that you did not go down and see them sort of squatting in the parking lot at Colonial Village
No,
in their Sebring.
no, I did not.
And you are saying that you did not go down on a daily or every other day basis to connect with the family and see Harmony and wave to her.
No,
And you are saying that Harmony did not wave to you during that time.
I didn't. They didn't have Harmony with them.
Pardon?
They did not have Harmony with them
Okay.
when they came to see me.
On those 2 days or before those 2 days?
It depends when you're talking about.
Okay. Did you ever, are you saying?
The weekend they stayed in your car, you didn't
to
see it.
them?
I'm pretty sure I went down a couple of times each day,
Okay. Okay.
but each time they did not have the girl with them. It was
Okay.
only the boys.
And when you were questioned by the police, they actually played a recording of Kayla's statement, right?
Yes.
And they played a recording of Kayla talking about
I think she's trying to catch Caitlin in a lie, but she's not. Caitlin said that the Harmony was dead. That weekend they stayed in his car. Harmony was not there. She was in the trunk or she was beside the dumpster. Okay. The tow truck driver said that there was 2 males that came and got the stuff out the car. That's Anthony Capone and Adam Montgomery. Asked Amber Heard how she liked this attorney. Does she think he has something to do with her? He don't have nothing to do with it. He's a dope man. He got himself caught up in a situation because he's a drug dealer. You really can. You sell somebody drugs, you can't control what they do. He was just trying to help his homeboy out, and his homeboy beat his baby to death, which got him jammed up. Make sure y'all hit that like. The more likes, the better chance we got in the algorithm. The more people see the coverage. Justice for Harmony Montgomery. That is right. There's 731 of you in here. How many likes do we have right now? Let's see if we can hit 1,000 for Dolly. 100,000 would be great. Okay, 100,000 would be great. Hit it up. Take a second while we're waiting on them on the sidebar and give the video a like. We got 740 of you here with us right now. Let's see if we at least got 740 likes. How many likes we got, guys? Let me know. Hope says justice for Harmony. I'm getting tired sitting in this chair. It's a little bit too comfortable. I'm almost wanting to lean over and take an old man nap. Y'all wake me up when Bedero. 839. Let's see if we can hit 1,000, guys. We can do it. We can do it. It shows 844. Well, let's see if we can get 845, 846. Let's see if we can get that we can get that to 1,000 would be great. The algorithm seems to pick it up a little bit at that number. Starts to anyway, not like majorly, but it's a little bump. Old man nap, you know what? I feel like Mr. Capone here. You're like, damn. I'd love to hear what he has to say about this after the court. Yeah. Come on, everybody, give Dolly what he wants. Let's get 1,000 likes. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you. And it's free this week to like the video. All right. Look at this guy shaking his head. He's just like, come on, man. He's ready to go already.
So they played a section of Kayla's statement and you got pretty upset with that, right?
I guess.
Got pretty upset with what you were hearing.
I guess
They're
yes.
calling him a drug
you
man, the
said-
dope man.
That you never saw Harmony
I never did.
and that you didn't go down there
Let's
daily.
go. When did I not see Harmony? You're just saying I didn't see Harmony, but where? When?
At the Colonial Village.
No.
And that you didn't go down to the car on a daily basis. Right?
Well, 2 days they stood in the car. I went down at least a couple of times each day.
For 2
So that's on a
days,
daily
you went down
basis,
a couple
woman.
of times
At least
each
a
day?
couple of times, yes.
Those 2 days.
Those 2 days.
Okay. And
God,
you
lady.
never-
I
your
swear
son
she is so annoying.
Never.
Never waved to the boys. Overruled.
I'm telling you, she wasn't in the car. How can I wave to someone that's not in the car?
Did you wave to the boys?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah.
Okay.
The boys loved me.
So you would go to, when you would go down there, you would see the boys and wave.
Of course.
And you want to have nothing to do
Don't argue
this
with an Italian.
investigation or Harmony, right?
It's not the way you're making it sound. I want to help you guys.
Who?
The prosecution helped find who killed that little girl.
Okay, so one of the things before they stayed in your car was you drove Adam and Kayla and the kids to get clothes out of their broken down car.
This lady
I don't
is
recall
annoying
that.
as
I don't
shit.
think I ever did that. I don't. I'm not sure, but I don't recall I ever did that.
Okay,
Why would I?
He
no.
did do that.
I wouldn't stuff my car with anything. Let's put it like that.
you wouldn't know what?
I would not stuff my car with a whole bunch of furniture or bags or anything like that.
Okay, so bags that were from a car that people had lived in for 7 days, you never got them and packed them into your car.
I don't recall ever doing that. No, I do not.
And so you don't recall taking Adam or Kayla or Adam and Kayla or Adam and Kayla and the boys.
No matter how you put it, I don't recall.
Okay. And
I'm glad he said that. I'm glad he said that. However you mix it up, I don't recall it. You can say it 1,000 ways. I don't recall it. You can change this name to this name, that name to that name. I still just don't remember the shit. Okay. He did do it though. Tow truck driver said 2 men were
the
there.
food that you brought them,
Anthony's car was the one that took him there, so he
Thanksgiving
was with his car. So he was
right?
there.
Yes.
and then
But what he don't know is that baby was already gone.
and
So he didn't have no
Thanksgiving,
parts in moving that
if
baby.
you had them in your car for around the 8th, Thanksgiving was over a week before, right?
Well, of course, that would be right.
Okay. Thanksgiving was about 10 days before that, right?
I guess. I don't know what you're talking about.
And actually, you gave the family Thanksgiving leftovers when they first came to Colonial Village in the Sebring.
No,
You didn't give them,
there was no Sebring.
okay.
They stood in my car. If they had their Sebring, they would have stood in their own car, wouldn't you think?
Okay. And you're saying that
There
they
you
did not
go.
park out in Colonial Village for 10 days prior to living in your Sebring.
I don't own a Sebring. And if they did bring the car to the parking lot, then I didn't know that either.
Okay.
They telling me they have no place to live. I let them stay in my car 2 days. That's
And
all they stood. They left.
I do want to correct. I did say Sebring and I meant the Audi.
Okay.
So you're saying that you did not see the Sebring in Colonial Village for the 10 days leading up to when they stayed in your Audi.
Didn't see the car, no.
Okay.
Hairline gonna be farther back. I know.
You
she's testing
said
my
that the
patience.
boys
Oh my
loved you.
God, lady.
Had you seen the boys
I have
For
not
more
seen
than those 2 times before?
before and after. Yes.
Before?
Yeah.
When did you see the boys before
I
they
saw
stayed in
Adam
your
came to
house?
see me one time with the oldest one.
Pardon?
Adam came to see me one time with the oldest one.
Okay. And how about the others?
I guess the other one, they were with Kayla, I guess.
Okay. But I'm asking, so now that's 3 times.
No, that's
that
not 3
you-
times I saw Harmony. No.
Okay.
Don't get it confused.
I'm not.
I only saw her 2 times.
I'm backing up.
Okay.
Okay. First time you saw Harmony, she was with her brothers.
You did let her know.
Second time you saw Harmony, she was with her brothers.
Yes.
You're talking about another time that you see the brother, but not Harmony.
Yes.
How many other times did you see that brother?
Plenty of times.
When?
Throughout the whole time I knew them.
Okay. Did you see the boy prior, more than those 3 times that we're talking about?
When are you referring to? Before Harmony went missing or after Harmony went missing?
I'm trying to get there. Before the
Trying to get there.
when they stayed in your Audi, had you seen the son more than 3 times?
Of course.
When?
I can't tell you exactly when, but I've seen the boys with them.
In the 10 days prior to staying in the Audi, you saw the boys with her?
I can't tell you exactly how many days prior to the day I let them stay in the car, but I did see them. Yeah.
No.
I seen the boys.
Okay.
Not the boys. Let me correct that. The boy. The boy. There was only one boy with him.
And what circumstance did you
Definitely
see
came
that
to
boy?
his house.
Was Kayla coming up to see you and bringing her son with her?
No, Adam came to see me with the boy.
Okay, so Adam would come up to see you and he'd bring his son.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
woman.
And did they ever come in to use the bathroom or maybe clean up their kids?
No.
Okay.
Nope, never came in to you clean up the kids. They didn't care leaving the kids dirty, pissy. He's sassy. I enjoy him, says Honey Bun. Well, he has immunity. He can say whatever the hell he wants. They can't do nothing. He can say, yeah, I sold him dope.
Thank you, Mr. Bedero.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bedero, what's your
Okay.
involvement been like with the legal system? How
Been very bad, sir. I'm not gonna lie.
Very bad. Very
Um,
bad.
Attorney Smith was just asking you about this time that the defendant came to see you with his oldest son.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
Don't recall exactly when, but it was before Thanksgiving.
Before Thanksgiving.
Before Thanksgiving.
Before Thanksgiving. Came with his son.
You said that the 2 days they were staying in your car, that you remember that.
Thumb up the video,
clearly, that
guys.
You didn't sell drugs to them. You were very clear on that. Why is that?
Because it's like for a family weekend. Like I don't recall selling them drugs that weekend. I don't even recall me having drugs.
Mr. Bedero, let me ask you this. How many times have you allowed a family to stay in your vehicle?
I never have. That was the first time.
Was that the only time?
First and only time, yes.
Does that stand out to you?
Well, I remember, yeah.
The defense asked you about letting people drive your car. You didn't have a license, is my understanding. Is that right?
Yes.
And the defense attorney asked about letting people drive your car. I want to follow up on that. You said that you'd occasionally allow folks to drive for you.
Not really. I would drive myself. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't have a license, but I would drive myself.
Do you recall telling investigators that I didn't let anyone drive my car? I didn't let them drive it. Do you recall telling investigators that?
I'm pretty sure I did, yeah.
The them that you were referring to, is that the defendant and Kayla?
Well, I wouldn't lend them my car if that's what they were. I don't know what y'all really trying to say by that, but I would never have lent them my car. Yeah, I recall a time he drove me somewhere in my own car, yes. But I've never lent him my car to just be on their own and drive my car.
And the time that you're talking about where you lent him your car and let him drive.
Well, that's changed a little bit because before he
I
said
don't
he
even
didn't let him
recall,
drive
sir.
his car.
Recall whether there was snow on the ground, whether it was hot or warm outside.
I don't remember any of that.
So at first it was like he didn't let nobody drive his car. But he does let people drive his car because he don't have a
You
driver's
mentioned
license.
seeing the two
He
boys.
did go get the stuff, but
waiting,
Harmony
actually
wasn't
waiting
there.
back.
She was at the dumpster.
Were
He's
you
just trying to
referring
not
to the
take
2
any
days that
accountability,
they
and I
were
don't
staying
blame
in
him,
your
but
that the boys were staying in your vehicle,
or he
was
just
that
don't
some other
remember
time?
well.
Actually, yeah, that was some other time. I was just, whenever they saw me, they waved to me. They said hi. I would grab them, hug them. I can't recall. That's what all kids do. They say hi.
Thank you, Mr. Bedero. No additional questions.
So Adam did drive you around in your car, but you don't recall exactly when.
Of course, because it wasn't on a regular basis.
But it was more than once.
I can't even say that. I don't even recall that.
Okay.
I'm thinking it was only one time. So.
Okay. And when you interacted with the boys, it wasn't just waving. I think you'd say that they came up and
Of
they would
course.
hug you.
Yes.
So it wasn't just a wave from afar. If the kids were around,
I will.
came up to them and interacted.
All the time.
I
Okay.
agree, Emma.
Oh.
He's changing the story up. She's catching him up a little bit, but this don't have nothing to do with if he killed her or not. Who cares if the dope man's changing the story? The dope man just killed a little girl. Okay? He didn't see her in the car the
No
2
further
days that
questions.
they were using his car.
Let me sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that's it for
Your Honor, this
Anthony.
has this witness be excused.
Any objection to his being excused?
I'd rather not know.
You may sit down, but you remain under subpoena, sir. The state will explain that to you.
Okay, step down, but you remain under
Yes, and I think
subpoena.
it's probably. it's
So
about
if they need him
2:30, ladies
again,
and
they can
gentlemen, so
ask them
it's time
something.
for a mid-afternoon break, so we'll take 15 minutes. All rise for the jurors, please. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any independent research, please.
Well, she's asking the same questions over and over in hopes to catch him up in a lie. And she did. She caught him in a couple different lies right there. The whole driving the car lie, you know, the whole was he there when they went and got the stuff? He's lying. He's been with them in that car multiple times.
Minutes, please come back.
Okay.
Couple
The
minutes
good thing is
before
I will be in court tomorrow because the snow has stopped, if y'all can see. All right. So we got about just 3 inches here. They said it was going to be a lot worse. So that's why I didn't go this morning. So I will be in court tomorrow morning. They are taking a 15-minute break right now. I hope Adam gets on the stand. That woman will make, I missed what that said. Pretty successful dealer don't use drugs. That's not a snowstorm. No, it was supposed to snow over a foot and it didn't. So I'm thankful for that. And that way, at least we know the roads will be clear for us to get to court tomorrow. They're calling for it to be sunny, around 40, 45 degrees tomorrow. So that's a lot better than it is out there today. I would have liked to have been there to see the drug dealer, but he's still under subpoena, and maybe we'll see him speak tomorrow. I doubt it though. That's just in case they want to call him back to the court. 851 likes. Let's get those likes up, guys. We ain't even hit 1,000. Damn. Okay. Dolly got up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I ain't even get 1,000 likes. All right, I'm sleeping in tomorrow. That's it. I ain't even going to court. I'm gonna pull an Anthony Montgomery and gonna be like, I can't do it. I can't do it. Just leave me here. I'll do it by Skype. Okay, if I feel like it. Just kidding. You guys do me a solid. Thumb it up. Give the video a like. The drug dealer, he said he didn't see them in the car, and we know that at that point that he was hiding her in the trunk, and he was also putting her by the dumpster and leaving her there. So I believe the drug dealer when he says he never saw the girl. I mean, his job is just to sell you drugs. He ain't a family counselor. Dolly, I would call Uncle Capone on you. Yeah, old Tone Capone. What did I call him? Don Capone? Yeah, it's Tone Capone. Old Tone Capone. The forecast changed last night. All right, let's see what this says. Last night at 4 p.m. to 1 to 3 inches. The roads were absolutely fine. No more than 0.5 inches, but New England doesn't count that. Okay, all right. Well, I'll be there tomorrow. Not a big deal. I mean, I think, it's hard for me to review the case there. So at least, you ain't going to get commentary from me tomorrow, but during breaks, because I will be in the courtroom most of the time tomorrow. So today, at least y'all get a little commentary. Y'all get to hang out with Dolly a little bit. Even at 3 inches of snow, me not being around here, me not knowing the roadways real good, it's probably best that I did what I did and stayed in today. We still got to see everything. We still got to hear everything. We will be in court tomorrow. So, yeah, how would he see her or wave to her if the little girl is in a bag? Okay. She's literally in a duffel bag at this point, and he's hiding her because they didn't want the dope man to see that they had a dead baby. Do you think a dope man is going to give you drugs and you got a dead baby in the car? Then he gonna be like, man, you gotta get the hell out of here. You're gonna bring the heat down on me. That drug dealer didn't want no parts in that. How many likes do we have? Let's get Dolly to 1,000 or more. Definitely thumb it up. It's free this week only to like the video. Next week I'm charging. I'm kidding. I'm not. It's always free to like the video. Bottom line, Adam is hiding. He's a coward. I agree. Oh God. Who knew court was so tiring? I think it's just sitting in one place for so long, watching one thing with the same question being over and over again. Because when I left court yesterday, I felt exhausted. I was like, man, I'm tired. That lady drove me crazy. Sitting here today listening to her, she's still driving me crazy. And I feel just as tired sitting in this chair. Maybe a little more tired because it's comfortable. But one time I was nodding off. I was like, I'm going to fall asleep. I don't recall. So either that lady has the wrong Anthony Tone Capone, or she was just the information on his paperwork wasn't 100% accurate. Okay. Definitely can't do that. Definitely can't do that. We got 895, so we're almost to the big 900 likes. Okay. Replay crew. Replay crew's been hitting the likes too, so this video might make it to 1,000. Only if the replay crew is super awesome today. Beck says justice for harmony. Definitely thank you, Beck, for being by today, hanging out with me. Okay, with his anger issues, she's probably going to make him mad. He's going to lose it. Yeah, but look, here's the thing. The guy's just a drug dealer. He's not a baby killer. He didn't know. You heard Kayla say he didn't know. So he didn't know that baby was in his car dead ever. He knew what he played out to. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody out there. And to PJ, my squeeze. I'm talking about Adam. Go to the market basket, exit 1, get some lunch for tomorrow. Okay, I'll see what I can do. 903 likes. Is court over for today? No. They're taking their second recess. It will be back in 15 minutes, and then 15 minutes, and then we got an hour left. Okay. Court ends at 4. So I'm thinking they're probably going to call one more witness. They kept Anthony on subpoena. So he's not done. Okay, that means they can call him back up to the stand again. Miss Kitty says, Happy Valentine's Day, Dolly and PJ and Turtles. Tomorrow, yes, it's Valentine's Day. Definitely happy Valentine's to each and every one of you guys out there. I hope y'all have a great day. Me and PJ, we celebrated our Thanksgiving. I said Thanksgiving. Our Valentine's Day this weekend that just passed, and we're going to celebrate when I get back. Okay, so we're having 2 little Valentine's Day celebrations because one, I was here. I'm going to be here for Valentine's Day in court. Okay, so we had our little celebration beforehand, and then when I get back, we're having another little thing for Valentine's Day since I missed it. Okay. Tina, he gave me a gift. It's not that serious. It's okay. Yeah, we discussed this anyway. I think he said he was doing this for Harmony. I think he really wants to help. Well, I think the drug dealer just don't want to be in trouble. Okay. I mean, if he was a drug dealer, you're not the best person in the world. You know, these drugs he's selling destroys families. They're lucky that they ain't dead in this parking lot in the car from doing that H. Okay. Look at what just happened to the Kansas City 3 because they were doing that cocoa mixed with that F in it, and boom, they were gone, all 3 of them. So how would Mr. Tone Capone felt that if he'd have walked down to the car, there'd have been 2 little boys sitting in there and their mom and daddy been dead. He didn't care about that. So he's not really that good of a guy. He would let that family die in his car. He would sell them drugs and things of that nature. Like, I understand, yeah, okay, I'm a good person. I let somebody stay for 2 days, but at the same time, you're also selling them drugs, making money off of them, buying their food stamps so you could eat. And you know they got kids. So if you're buying their food stamps, what are they supposed to eat? Ollie, PJ, and Lolo. In front of the Union Street house, that's the main one. There are a few. 908 likes. Thank you guys for everybody that has hit the like button. Lesson learned for sure. It makes me wonder if he's rolling over. Okay, let's see. I need to know day to day. Yeah, sometimes this court stuff gets hard to listen to. Okay. They use WIC for baby food. That is right. And then they sold the food stamps for drugs. So that's why they were all eating baby food, is because they didn't sold Tone Capone all their food stamps for drugs. So he had plenty of money for food. That's probably why he was feeding them. It's a little more mild, a little less graphic today. I think he gave the permission to sleep in the car, not drive it. You think he misunderstood the question? I don't know. I don't know if he misunderstood the question or what. They had Burger King money. That is true. Rose are $60 a dozen. They absolutely disgusting. Okay, chat moves so fast. I missed a lot of that. Have you had Fave's hot chicken before? Dolly? No. Can't say I have. Let's see what else we got here. My comments are pulling up a little slow. The internet here at this hotel sucks. Short legs. Well, yeah, the drug dealer is up there speaking. He talks about, taking food stamps, that he would take their food stamps for drugs, that he was supplying them with drugs up until that weekend that they stayed in his car. That weekend that they were in his car, he didn't supply them with drugs because it was a holiday and he wasn't selling drugs on the holidays. He's one of those, drug dealers that take the holidays off. I hope Kayla and Adam never see those kids again. Well, we know for sure that Adam's never seeing the kids again. Kayla going to be out of jail in May, and you can believe the deal she made. It'll have it to where she can see her kids. Remember that list of demands she wrote? I guarantee she got every one of those demands. Okay, she will get visitations with her kids. As far as her getting custody of her kids, I doubt that, but really, all she's convicted of is perjury. They gave kids to Adam, and he had way worse charges. Okay, so the chances are she will be able to see her kid again. I mean, maybe not at first, but in a couple of years from now, I guarantee they let her see her. So she kept her end of the deal with the state. She got up there, cried. She answered all the questions, even if they were bad against her. She still answered them. So I believe that they're going to keep their end of the deal, and we'll have a link up sometime this month so you can write the parole board and ask them not to release Kayla Montgomery because we believe she was involved in these crimes more than what she's been charged with, and that the community is not safe allowing this woman to hit the streets. She was pushing a dead baby around the streets of New Hampshire. And look, New Hampshire's a really nice place. We can't have people pushing dead babies around there. All right. Wasn't like my first time being there. What if I'd have walked by a chick and there's a dead baby in the damn stroller? Okay. I'd never come back to New Hampshire a day in my life. I'd be like, last time I was there, there's a dead baby in a stroller. That can't be good for tourism. Okay. Do you want to go to a place where people are pushing dead babies around? I don't think you do. I don't think that's where you want to go. Can we all remember, without Kayla, there would be no case. She is a liar and evil piece of shit, but without her testimony, there would be no timeline. You're right, but they would have got him. Look, what about the West, what is it, the Cal City boys? Owen, Orson, West, never found their bodies, parents convicted, foster parents convicted. I mean, they can do a lot without much these days. It ain't like where they got to have a body. Where he's thinking if they don't find their body, they won't be able to convict them. That's not true. They convict your ass without a body. When there's just enough blood to say this person's dead, that's all they need these days. They don't need the body, none of that. And they will convict you. A jury right now with no body, with what they heard so far, would convict Adam Montgomery right now. We did a poll just a few minutes ago. Everybody in the chat room said he was guilty. That's 700, 800 people. They only got to convince 12. If 800 people are convinced right here, right now, how hard do you think it's to convince 12 people? Not very hard. He's done. Second degree murder, he's getting convicted of every charge he will be found guilty on. We know this. Kayla will be out in a few months, which is totally messed up. The world we live in is crazy with a bunch of damn crazy ass people. So New Hampshire, you will see this girl walking around with a bunch of damn kids. Well, you probably won't see her with no kids for a little while. But from my understanding, the mother got the kids. And we know how that goes when the mother gets the kids. Look at Savannah, Billy Joe Hile. Okay. Remember that nightmare? Billy Joe Hile got the kids. First thing she did is let Leilani be back involved with the kids. When Leilani killed that kid, she didn't have custody of the kid. Billy Joe did. Okay. So what do we allow damn this woman, which could allegedly, she could have been beaten on Harmony. We don't know. Okay. We allow her freedom. We allow her to go back out and do drugs, relapse, and maybe kill one of her kids. Right. And then her mother is the next Billy Joe Howe. Right. Billy Joe couldn't help what Leilani did, but what Billy Joe could have helped is allowing Leilani to be in Quentin Simon's life. I hate to compare things to that, but there's a lot of similarities in this. Okay. And if you're not familiar, like if you're watching me, because I'm up here in Boston and New Hampshire and you're from this area and you never covered the Georgia thing, some of that don't paint me in the best light, but the case itself has some eerie similarities. The darkness of the girl, the grandmother having custody of kids after it is taken from one parent. So there are some of those similarities in it. Okay, let's see what this says. The mother was allowed unsupervised video with the kids, and then DCYF made a change so she couldn't see or talk to them. One is rumored to have memories of Harmony being hurt in the car. Okay, well, she said the kid was like a little over 1. Like, here's the thing, I can't remember nothing from when I was 1. Okay, I can remember kindergarten, little pieces of kindergarten, just little fragments of that, maybe 3rd grade on. But before that, if you're younger than that, we would pray that they don't stick in that kid's memory. But it's possible, you see something so traumatic at 1 year old, or almost 2, but still 2. You don't completely understand what's going on, So if that baby's being beat, it probably ain't real traumatic to those kids, like seeing it, because they don't understand what's happening, especially at that age. So I would hope that don't scar none of them kids, but you never know, it could, definitely. He was a toddler, traumatic, and they will remember trauma. I don't know. That's hard to say. I can't remember 2. I can't remember 2. I can't remember 3. I can't remember when I was 4. It's like them young days, you just, I guarantee if you went to 99% of people and you asked them what they did when they were 2, they couldn't tell you, okay? Other than drink a bottle. You ever remember drinking a baby bottle when you was a kid? I don't, okay? Poor baby probably has night terrors. Possible. I'm just saying that those ages over time, likely the memories will fade, okay? There's points in times that I can't remember things that were 10 years ago. Okay, court's back in. Let's do this, guys. I'm going to let y'all watch a little bit of this court. I've been talking y'all to death for like the last 15 minutes. So let's blow this back up. Dolly's going to mute out. Let y'all watch a little bit of this. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes.
You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Since Since we're being recorded here for the day, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Ryan Hile, Ryanheile.
And Detective Hile, where are you currently employed?
The Manchester Police Department
How long have you been working for the Manchester Police Department?
since April 2013.
2013, so
Correct.
a little over 10 years then.
Yes,
And let me ask you, are you a full-time certified police officer with them?
I am.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy?
I did
And when did you graduate from there?
the summer of 2013.
Do you remember your academy class?
151.
And let me ask you, in your time at the Manchester Police Department, first of all, did you have any law enforcement experience before you started working at Manchester?
I was part-time in Southampton, New Hampshire for about a year prior.
For about 1 year?
Correct.
Okay. Since you've been with Manchester, can you please describe for the jury some of the different patrols that you've been on, different units and assignments that you've had, but basically your different job duties for the department?
Okay. So when I graduated until September 2018, I was in patrol. In September 2018, I was assigned to detective.
I'm sorry, did you say September or December?
September.
September 2018. Okay. With regards to that time period of being a detective, what are some of your duties that you do right now?
So my specialty is fire related, but I also deal with anything that is adult related.
As opposed to what, when you say adult related?
So either juvenile or domestic violence. My area is the adult side.
Okay. Back in specifically January of 2022, were you working as a detective then?
I was.
Okay. And doing the same sort of crimes involving adults?
That is correct.
In January of 2002, were you involved and a part of a search that was done specifically of a 2006 Audi S4 with New Hampshire registration 4569334?
I was.
Okay. Where did that search where was that taking place?
In our evidence bay at our secure lot of the Manchester Police Department.
And what was your role in the search of that car?
So I type up what we call a crime scene note, which basically documents everything that took place during the search.
And what were some of the challenges that you and the other officers faced while trying to process that particular car?
It was a very biohazard conditions. Since the vehicle was covered in mold, we actually had to wear a Tyvek suit and a full face mask respirator during the search of this car.
And Detective, I'm just moving the microphone for a moment. I'd like to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 22. Do you recognize this car?
I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That is the car that I searched.
Could you go ahead and just for a moment, please? What are we looking at that's all over the front of this car?
Leaves, dead pieces of trees, twigs.
And where was the biohazard that you had to deal with when you were processing this car?
All inside, the complete interior of the car.
I'd like to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 23 for identification purposes only. Just have to take that down there.
Okay.
And do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What's that a photo of?
That's the interior of the Audi that was searched.
Does that accurately reflect what you just told us with regards to the condition of the car when you searched it?
It does.
And also, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 24 for identification purposes only. And I wonder if you could take a look at that photo.
That is also the interior version in the trunk of the vehicle that was searched.
The trunk of that Audi S4?
That is correct.
Does that photo accurately depict the condition, the same one that you saw when you were part of that search back in January of 2022?
It is.
Other than the fact that both of those photos had small little red labels down on the corners, have there been any other sort of changes or alterations with regards to that photo based upon your memory of what that image looked like on that day?
No.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for identification to be stricken from States Exhibits 23 and 24.
Without objection.
The ID is stricken, not 22, just, oh, you already had
22
22 is
is
already
already
full,
installed.
yes, okay. The ID is stricken on exhibits 23 and 24. They're entered as full exhibits.
Full exhibits. Okay. Hit that like button if you're just tuning in.
Sir, I'm going to go ahead and show you States and permission to hold, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 23, this particular one. Again, what part of the car is this?
That is the interior front of the vehicle that was searched.
Interior and front?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you had to wear Tyvek suits. With regards to the interior, what was the interior color supposed to be?
It was a lighter color.
A lighter color?
Yes.
Can you, instead of any particular color, like gray, like tan,
I believe it was a creamish color.
kind of green color? So with regards to the color that we're seeing on the seats, what's that on the seats here?
That is, I believe it's mold.
Also showing State's
Because
Exhibit
Carter had
24.
doors, and it was
said
getting
this is the
snowed
front
in.
photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
With regards to this photo, do you recall, was this the condition of the trunk when you guys opened the trunk? Or were there other items that had been taken out?
There was a large amount of items that were removed prior to that photograph.
Large amount.
That is correct.
What kind of items are we talking about that you find inside this car?
It was a large array. It was a lot of household items, towels, clothes, masks, like COVID masks.
Colored masks?
Yes.
Okay, so there was COVID masks, household items. Definitely sub up my TikTok, guys. I get to 1,000, I'll be able to stream from
We did,
there.
yes.
Okay. And how did you go about doing it with a vehicle that looked like that?
All of our skin was covered up just because of the biohazard conditions of that car. We did a very slow search of the vehicle. When we did it is we did seat by seat, so make sure we did not miss anything in the car itself.
And from that, were there a number of items that were taken and placed into evidence that day, taken out of that car?
Yes, there was.
And in the end, were you yourself able to determine whether any of those items had any relevance to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery? Just based on your own knowledge?
No, I did not know that.
And with regards to those particular items that were taken out of that car, where did they go when they left the evidence bay, or excuse me, the garage bay where you were working on the car?
They would have got secured at the evidence, which is on the second floor of the Manchester Police Department. So we were on the ground level, and it would have gone up to the second floor, been secured that way.
Are you aware that some of the evidence in this case, in general, was taken down to a place called DNA Labs International
Defense
in
has two
Deerfield Park,
witnesses
Florida?
listed.
Yes.
And how are you aware of that?
I was one of the detectives actually that brought some of the evidence back once it was finished being processed from Florida.
Did that include any large pieces of evidence?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you recall what those large pieces of evidence were? And by large, I mean physical.
Yes. It was a ceiling tile was one of the items.
How big was it?
We got a full-size SUV, and if you lay it flat, it barely fit in the back seat of the SUV laying flat. So it was very large.
Was there any other sort of large items that came back from that particular lab after testing?
Yes.
What else?
That was
We brought 33 different pieces of evidence back. Not all were involved in this case, but also some were railings that were part of the ceiling tile that was wrapped up and placed in a bag.
And with regards to getting those back from Florida, can you just describe for the jury how those came back and how you were a part of that?
So myself and Detective Scott Riley actually drove from South Florida all the way back up here in the SUV with all the items with us.
While driving
they
with those
drove to
items,
Florida.
did you ensure that they were not left alone at any time during that drive?
That is correct. It was secured in our possession the whole time.
Let me just have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, because if he stopped somewhere, somebody could have tampered with those items. So he had them in his possession the whole time. He drove from South Florida to New Hampshire to get the stuff.
All right, Detective Hile, thank you very much for your time. I don't have any
Yeah,
further
I think
questions
it's
for
the
you. I
ceiling
believe
tile
defense
from
counsel may have
from
a
his
few.
shelter.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And good afternoon to you.
And I think this is going to be the last witness for
Good
the
afternoon,
day.
sir.
I just want to make sure I heard this right. So June 29th of last year, you picked up some evidentiary items pertaining to this case from a DNA lab office in Florida, correct?
That is correct.
Did you also pick up items belonging to a separate case?
945 likes. We can do it.
That we're picking up items for, yes.
So when this kind of a trip is made, I'm taking it's not that often. It's kind of like one-stop shopping. You'll just pick up everything that's ready to be brought back.
Yes.
Thank you.
Makes sense. I mean, you got a couple cases to do.
To your knowledge, Detective, how many times has a trip like this been done to DNA Labs International?
It's the first time that I've been made aware of it.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, so they did it special because it was
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
this one. Okay, well, it's only 3. We got time for some more witnesses, so they may call somebody else.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call.
Here's the court TV. Look, they still on my spot. The girl from Jay from Justice, viewer from Jay from Justice, she's still in there. Short legs. Thank you so much. Just gifted $5 memberships. Big love to short legs. All right, who's this chick? And what does she know?
Ms. Lubin, if you would please remain standing for a moment, and please raise your right hand.
Make sure y'all
You solemnly
thank
swear
Short Legs
that the
if you got a
testimony you give
membership.
this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms.
51
Lubin, as
more
we're being
likes.
recorded here today,
We hit
would you
1,000.
please go ahead, state your full name, and then spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Christina Lubin, CHRISTINA LUBIN.
Hey, Christina.
And
Lubin.
Ms. Lubin, what town do you live in?
Manchester,
How long have you lived here?
24 years.
And are you working right now?
I'm self-employed.
And what are some of the things that you do being self-employed?
Deliveries, flipping furniture, and a hired-in server.
And in addition to living here in
He's a
Manchester,
furniture flipper.
is your residence currently on Dubuque Street?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you have a daughter?
He's a
Yes.
doxter.
And what's her name?
Kayla Montgomery.
Do you
Ooh,
know
this is
someone by the
Kayla
name of
Montgomery's
Adam
mama.
Yes.
Who was he?
My daughter's husband.
They got all the good people today.
You also know someone by the name of Harmony.
Yes.
Who is she?
Adam's daughter.
Granddaughter. Well, step granddaughter.
Go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 1.
So she has the kids.
Recognize this man?
Yes, I do.
Who is this?
Adam Montgomery.
Damn it. Why'd it have to snow today? The mama and everybody was going to be up in there.
When did you first meet Harmony?
It was shortly after Thanksgiving in 2019.
So you only got to know her for a small time,
One time, yes,
one time. Where did you see her?
at my house.
And I believe you said it was right around Thanksgiving. Is that appropriate?
It was shortly after Thanksgiving, yes.
To your knowledge, was that before or after they got evicted from 77 Guilford Street?
I believe that's after they got evicted.
So beginning in the winter, December of 2019, at some point, did you receive a phone call?
Kayla does
from
not
your
look like
daughter?
her mama.
I've spoke to her a couple times. I'm not sure exactly which particular one you're.
Let me be more specific. At some point, did you ever see her and Adam and the two boys at your house, but not with Harmony?
Yes.
And when did that occur in December of 2019?
Why
was-
does she look like
it
Kayla
was
Buckshot?
before December. It was shortly after Thanksgiving because I had just put my tree up. And I don't remember the exact date. I just remember shutting off the overhead lights so that the kids could see the Christmas lights and the ornaments.
And that's when you saw
That's
Harmony that
That's when I
time?
saw Harmony.
Later in the month, did they come back to stay with you? I'm sorry, for a longer period of time than just one afternoon?
Yes.
And when they came the second time, was Harmony still there?
No, she wasn't.
When did you find out that they had been evicted from 77 Guilford Street?
Kayla had called me at one point before seeing them at my house about having a flat tire and needing money for it. So I was leaving to leave for the day. So I left the money in a cooler in my side hallway so that they could get their tire fixed.
You left the money in a cooler?
Yes.
Could you describe what did the cooler look like?
It was
The
a
cooler they put
red
the baby
cooler
in?
with a white top that would flip open.
Later on, when you saw them next in December, I believe you testified a moment ago that they did not have harmony at that point. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Where did you first see them and how did they get to your house that day?
I picked them up at my sister's house. They went there because they had no place to go. I guess their car broke down at that point, and they had nowhere to go.
Okay.
My sister said they
Well,
definitely.
hold on
couldn't
just a
stay
second.
there.
I don't want to necessarily ask you what somebody else said at this point, but I appreciate that. Let me ask a few more questions about what you just told us, though. You stated that you picked them up. What kind of car were you driving?
I had a green minivan, a Ford minivan.
So were you able to fit your daughter, Adam Montgomery, and the boys in that minivan?
Yes.
Did they have anything else with them? Did they have any luggage with them?
They had some bags with them. I don't remember exactly what.
This second time when they were there without Harmony, did you ask Adam Montgomery where Harmony was?
I asked Kayla.
You asked Kayla. Dawn.
They were there a couple of weeks. I think it was like December 29th, 30th, right around then.
Do you know where they moved to when they left you?
They went to Fit in Manchester.
And FIT, is that short for the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
That's
When
where they had the
were
baby in
spending time with you, if you could just go a little bit into detail for us to explain your particular apartment in your building. How, if I were to come visit, how would I be able to get inside your apartment? What are the doors and where are they?
There are 3 doors to my apartment. I'm the full bottom floor. The very front door facing on Dubuque Street is where the mailboxes are, and that door is always locked. There's a middle door to the left-hand side next to a tree, and that's the side door that I have a door to my apartment there. And the people that live on the 2nd and 3rd floor use that door to go up and down the stairs. Then there's a back door where I park my car, and that's the door that I use as my main entrance.
When you said before that you had left money for the family and you had left it in a cooler, where was that cooler located in relation to these
It's
3
the one that
doors?
holds the door open.
Middle door that's next to the tree.
That's next to the tree?
Yeah.
So that's the middle door.
Holds that
You mean
door
the tree
open.
outside, not a Christmas tree, I
Right.
take it. Okay.
Yes.
That particular hallway, the door in and out of that hallway, is that, first of all, is that a hallway that's just yours, or is that a common hallway that other people can use to go up and down
That's
stairs?
a common hallway.
Common hallway. And the cooler, was that stored inside a locked part of your apartment, or was that out in the common hallway?
That was out in the common hallway.
She was in a closet in a cooler house and the
When they
refrigerator.
stayed with you for those couple of weeks in December, what doorway did they come into your apartment? Did they go in from the back one that you described for yourself, or from that common hallway?
They went through the common hallway.
And
I
did
don't
they
we
have
ain't
a
got to
car
that
with
point
them
yet.
while you were there? Did you see that they owned a car at that point?
They put her in
In
a cooler.
December,
Yep.
no, I didn't see a car. They didn't have a car.
This
You
is
stated
after the
that your
car broke down.
apartment's on the ground floor. Is that a first floor, or is this like a basement apartment?
No, it's the first floor.
First floor. Got it. And that hallway, what else is in that common hallway besides your cooler that you stored there?
There's a door that goes to the basement that's paddle locked. There's there's an entrance to my apartment that goes to my dining room. And then there's the stairs to the 2nd and 3rd floor.
The door down to the basement, I believe, is that locked? Not locked.
Yes.
That's locked one. How long had you owned that red cooler in the hallway?
Couple of years I used it for basketball, for the basketball team.
Did you always store it in the hallway?
No, sometimes it was in the apartment. Sometimes it was in the hall. Most of the time it was in the hall when basketball was all done.
You said a moment ago that you left money in the past there for Kayla and for the defendant. Was the cooler in the hallway when you did that?
Yes.
And how would you leave
So
that
they could
money
come
so
over
that somebody else wouldn't take it?
So it was next to my apartment door, at the end of the hallway. And I would put money under a piece of cardboard and then close the cover.
So the cardboard was inside the cooler?
Yes.
Okay. So she's hide the money inside the cooler, leave it for them to come get it. Mary Ann, thank you for gifting a membership. Make sure you thank Mary Ann if you got the membership from her. Thank you so much. We're almost to 1,000 like guys. We can do it. Hit one thumb up at a time. Josie, definitely crazy. We got 962 likes. We're getting close. 38 likes away.
Let's go ahead and show you. It's been marked States Exhibit 28 for identification purposes only at this point in time. Do you recognize the object in that photo?
Yes.
And what is that object?
That's the red cooler from my apartment.
I'd like to also show you States Exhibit 29. Actually, and you said that's the cooler in your apartment. Is that generally in the same condition as you would keep it? Hasn't been scratched up or marked or anything else at that point?
Yes, it looks a little bit dirty.
A little dirty?
Yeah.
I'm not going to show you what's been marked States.
Get her done. Dolly Rocks, thank you.
Is that still the same cooler?
It looks like the same cooler.
And can I ask, are there any other differences that you see with regards to that cooler from how we just looked at it a moment ago versus how you're looking at it there?
It looks really dirty.
971.
And do you see any stickers that have been placed on there?
Yes, I do.
But still the same cooler?
It looks like the same cooler.
Ron, at this point, the state's going to ask.
All the bad coolers look the same. It's hard to tell.
No objection. The ID is stricken on exhibit 28. It's entered as a full exhibit.
I'm glad all that snow stopped. So we will be in court tomorrow. Don't worry, guys. I will be
It looks
there
like my
first
cooler,
thing,
yes.
ready to rock and roll.
That was there back in December of 2019.
Yes.
Yeah, she was definitely placed in that cooler. Uh-oh, he's about to pull something out. Is this the cooler? This is the cooler. That's the big bad. This is the cooler. They've had this there the whole time, too.
But I have an item in here that's marked States Exhibit 77 for identification purposes. What I would like to do is I would like to open up the top of the packaging so that you can see it, and then ask whether or not you can identify the object. Okay. Okay. I'm going to borrow the scissors again, please.
Okay, this is the cooler. We knew that was a cooler the whole time anyway. Everybody was guessing what it was the other day. We were like, oh, that has to be the cooler because it's so big. We didn't know they were going to break out the bag, the diaper bag, or the toothbrush. But today I see the toothbrush, and we'll get to see the cooler. How's she not emotional? Well, what her grandchild? You have to remember that. Her grandkids are still alive. So maybe she's like Kayla, didn't care about the grandbaby, didn't care about the baby.
Stephen, can you
Yeah.
if I could ask the witness just to step down for a minute to look inside?
Yes.
Do you mind stepping down for me?
Okay, so she's gonna step down, look at the cooler, identify that cooler as the cooler that was in her hallway.
You can just look at this object in general. I'm gonna go ahead and open it. Other than the conditions it's in, can you see the color?
Yes.
The shape?
Yes.
The handle?
Yes.
Is this the same cooler?
It looks like the same thing.
Looks like the same cooler to you.
Yes.
Well, you can, you know, so they make so many of those. They should have brought that out earlier.
Is this, I'm saying, does this look like the same cooler and the one that you identified before?
I mean, they should have showed that to Kayla too.
Yes.
Did you ever keep anything else in this cooler?
I used it for basketball tournaments for food. Mhm.
Food. Oh Lord. You gonna have to get you a new cooler, woman. Breaks your heart.
At some point, did
984 likes. We're 20, or what it was, 84, 6.
Yes.
16 likes away.
Later on, did you agree and allow them to do a search of your home relative to that investigation?
Yes, I don't remember them actually searching the home. But they were free to come in and do whatever they like.
And let me ask you, did they take that cooler from you when you met with them on one occasion?
Yes.
Did they explain to you why that they took the cooler or no?
Not really any detail. They just needed it.
Do you know why they took the cooler?
I had a suspicion.
What was your suspicion?
I know they were looking for
Speculation.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained.
Ms. Lubin, one thing I do want to make clear, other than the money and the food that you had before for basketball games and other than the money that you left for Kayla, do you have any idea what else was kept inside this
No.
cooler?
No.
Did Adam Montgomery ever talk to you about this cooler?
Never.
It's my understanding that you do some woodworking.
Yes.
What do you do?
I upcycle and recycle pretty much any furniture I can get my hands on.
Any furniture?
I have a table
Thank you,
saw.
Laura.
I have a circular saw. I have a band saw. I have a sill saw.
Sill saw. What kind of saw is that?
It's a saw that I use to cut pallet, not go through the nails on pallet wood. It's like it's a handle and it's got long blades that you can put in it.
Long blades? How long?
Oh, that's a multi-tool.
Well, the blade itself's
Okay.
like this big, and then you have the end piece that attaches inside the machine.
Yeah, it's a multi-tool. You use it for cutting like baseboard, door jam.
No, it's like just a long blade
Flat.
about this thick, and it kind of vibrates back and forth as it.
You and you hold your hands up to be what, maybe about an inch thick? Is that about right?
Yeah, maybe almost an inch.
Almost an inch. Sorry, I apologize for the delay.
Yeah, I mean, it's rumored that she may have used her saw in the bathroom when he disposed, when dismembered her at the fit center.
I do have a miter saw, yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 63. You have a grinder?
No,
You don't own a grinder.
no, I don't own a grinder.
And how long have you been doing woodworking?
About 6 years.
6 years or so?
Mm-hmm.
She does furniture. That's why she was on the power tools.
Mm-hmm.
Woodworking.
Yes.
And a grinder is not one of them.
No.
Let me just have a moment.
She said a seal saw. I don't know if she meant a skill saw. I thought she meant like a multi-tool with that has the blade that comes in and out, like, and it's flat. And you cut it underneath door jams with it.
Cooler is exhibit 77, it's exhibit 73, so I apologize for that mistake. And that's, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your time. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Caroline Smith, and I do have a few questions for you, and let's start with the tools, okay?
I mean, I don't know if the mother, she may not have known.
I
Sawzilla?
have some by the
Sawzall?
back door.
I thought it said
on a
Sawzilla.
rack, and then I have
Sawzall.
some put away in a little storage unit that I made that's on wheels in my off the side of the dining room area.
Okay, so that's in your apartment, some are in the apartment, some are out?
No, they're both in the apartment, just different locations in the apartment. I've
Okay.
had to move them around.
Okay.
Only
And the
7 more
basement,
likes to go. Yes,
is that
we can
something
do it.
anybody-
We're almost at 1,000.
No, well, the tenants have access to it because we each have a key,
Okay,
because it's
If my
padlocked,
daughter
but
borrowed those
it's not
things, it would
anything
raise
that
my
we use
brow.
or
A
use to
cooler?
store anything or.
okay. And I said I'd get to the tools, so I'll get to the tools first. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit H. Okay. Do you recognize what kind of tool this is?
That's a miter saw.
And that's one of the tools that you have, right?
Yes.
And did you say that you had a circular saw?
This is Kayla's mother.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of.
Thank you, Josie.
Can you tell me what kind of tool is in this image?
That is a circular saw.
Okay, I'm going to show the jury.
Or skill saw. Most people call them skill saw, circular saw. Now that'd be hard to cut a person up with a skill saw or a circular saw because you got to hold the thing back and be like, cut through it. Now a miter saw where you just chop like a chop saw. Oh yeah, you cut through some shit quick like that.
I want to get a little bit of an understanding of your place.
Got the 1K, baby. Thank you guys.
Adam and the kids stayed. Were they in your apartment?
Yes,
Did you have an extra spare room for them?
not for them. That was packed full with furniture flipping and tools.
Okay, so it was a room that you had available that you let them use for a while, but it wasn't a room that you had intended for them.
They didn't really use the room. They just put their items in there, their clothes in there, and they slept on the pull-out couch in the living room.
Okay, all right, so all the kids are, and the family is all together.
Mhm.
Okay, so just. to
1K, woo-hoo, from the UK. Thank you, Harley.
Jury two, of your house, you're on the first floor,
Yes.
and if you're on.
Mega
Dubuque
Million
Street,
says, thanks for making such a horrible case bearable.
the
Thank you, Mega
right
Millions.
side of the building,
I try.
facing Dubuque Street is a door.
Yes.
And then you've got a arched window beside that door.
Yes.
I love
And
to.
then on the other side, there's a sidewalk that goes along the side.
Yes.
And I think that you said that there was a door in the middle.
I
of
don't
the
think they
building
found a
along
saw
that
that we
sidewalk.
used.
Yes.
And then in the back of the building, there's another door.
Yes.
And you use the front door?
Thank you,
No.
Brenda.
You use the side door along
Back
the
door.
sidewalk?
No.
You use the back door?
Yes.
The
Okay,
back
and
door,
then
lady.
that-
Don't listen.
there?
Yes.
Okay, so you drive around back of the building, you park, and you can come in the back way.
Yes.
Do you have the whole downstairs?
The whole floor. Yes.
Okay, so any door that you go in, you can access your place.
Yes.
You don't necessarily, but you
Right.
can. So the middle door, where did you say that Adam and Kayla and the kids would go in?
The middle door.
The middle door along the sidewalk.
Hmm.
Okay, and the front door would be for tenants going upstairs or something?
They would use the middle door.
Okay.
We used the middle door too. What's the second, third, fourth?
Front
This
door, you
lady
go out
don't
and get your mail.
listen. Play stupid.
And now I want to talk about when you met Harmony
Sully.
And you recall that visit,
Thank
right?
you, bro.
And you even recalled what she was wearing,
Thank you.
right?
No, I don't recall what she was wearing.
Okay, I'm gonna show you a copy of a
Homie dad.
report that I believe that you were given to review prior to your
This
testimony.
is just a mom. I don't know if the
And,
mom has anything to do with it,
Do you
Stone.
remember meeting with the state about your prior testimony?
Yes,
And you reviewed the report that they asked you to review?
I remember reviewing it. Yes.
Okay, and you said that it was accurate?
This is
Okay.
Kayla's mother.
If I show you a copy of that
Kayla Montgomery's
report, will that
mother.
help refresh your recollection of if at some point you remembered what she was wearing?
Yes.
It's been a
Yep, Kayla's
chaotic
mom.
couple of years, huh?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Did they steal her tools? I think so. One of them, I think they got. And I think they got the circular saw.
So, I'm gonna show you a copy of that page 165 that they gave you. And
You can't stand the female.
any of this report about
attorney. I can't
you
even.
that I'm gonna ask
They got some
specifically
mutual feeling
about,
everybody got in the room.
what you told them there.
But I think she plays dumb to try to get you to repeat yourself and repeat yourself and repeat yourself and repeat yourself. So when you slip up, she can use it against you. Sometimes, believe it or not, these most boring ass, lame ass attorneys are the best ones. Because they're just baiting you, baiting you, baiting you, and baiting you, and baiting you, and baiting you until finally you take the bait. But it only takes once. You only got to take the bait once. She can throw the bait out there 1,000 times. If you take it once, you took the bait. So you can't blame her for asking 1,000 questions, but it's annoying as shit to listen to. You know, smart move on her part is asking tons of questions, but
Okay, I just read that.
as far as viewing it and listening to it and having to sit through it, it's torture.
Do you recall that you remembered then that she was wearing a pink jacket?
So I don't really remember what she was wearing, like visually. I remember this. I remember everything else in there, but I don't really remember.
Kayla said Adam stole the saw.
It doesn't say anything about pink.
But they
And
never
pigtails?
found the saw.
Yes, I remember the pigtails
Okay. And glasses.
and glasses.
And you remember that because you were paying attention to her, right?
She was next to me in the living room.
Okay. So you were able to see her face
Yes.
and she was adorable.
If you didn't have such good
And
clean
you
humor,
enjoyed
the only way I
meeting
can handle
her
this
and
attorney.
trying to get to know her.
She didn't talk much, and they were there very briefly.
Okay. And
If I
I
ever
believe
get to
that
meet her,
you
I'm going to ask her the same
said,
question
she
10
looked
times.
healthy?
Watch.
Yes, she did.
okay, and she was
Is
pleasant,
Adam
didn't
innocent?
talk much,
Is Adam
but
innocent?
seemed fine.
That guy,
She
is
seemed
he
fine,
innocent?
yes.
Okay,
Do you think Adam's innocent?
thank you.
By the way, is Adam innocent? In your opinion, is Adam innocent? Do you think Adam's innocent? Could Adam be
I'm
innocent?
sorry. No,
I'll just ask her something like that, like a million times, a million different ways. The same answer every time. Okay? I mean, that's what she does. That's her strategy. She makes, and the guy that sounds like Chris Hansen, he gets up there and just makes you repeat yourself. He's like, okay, so you said there was a cooler in your hallway. You said you parked at the back door. You said you live on the first floor. You said that they use the middle door. He just repeats what she says. Like, it's like, oh my God, bang my head on something. Like,
I believe you said you did not own.
by the time
No, I do not
we're
have a
done, we,
grinder.
know we could recite the answers.
Haven't owned one in the past either.
Never.
Do you think anyone thinks Adam is innocent, Rocky?
So
Right?
if somebody saw one new in a box, it wasn't yours.
No. No.
I say lock them all up. At this point, lock them all up. Do us all a favor and put everybody in jail, including the female attorney. Lock them all the hell up. Get damn Tone Capone, get him in jail too while you at it. Tone Capone. That's the best part of the trial so far, Tone Capone. That's gonna be my title for my video tonight. Let's talk about Tone Capone. So y'all be prepared for the title so y'all know what it means and y'all see it. We discussed what went down in court today. We're gonna do a show tonight. And that's gonna be the title. We'll talk about court. Tone Capone. Right? So y'all be able to look out.
Thank you. At this point, the state would call criminalist Katie Swango to the stand, please.
Okay, Katie Swingo. They're going through some people today. They're moving now. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get the shit. I hope they're shaking and baking tomorrow too.
Sorry, Ms. Swango, for the courts. I apologize. Thank you very much for being here. If you
Please
please
sign
raise your
press
right
that.
hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please
I
feel free
do.
to have a seat.
All right, I'm already set. Let's do this.
And
I'm
as
ready.
we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead, state your full name and spell both your first and last
Dolly
name? for
Vision,
me?
bitch.
Katie Lynn Swango. Katie Katie
O-L-L-Y.
Swango SWANGO.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Swango, where are you currently
Dolly
employed?
Vision.
I work for the New Hampshire State Police.
You
in the
too.
Forensic Laboratory.
How long have you worked for them?
Next month will be 16 years.
16 years.
Yes.
Okay.
She's been working a minute.
Where did you first begin work as a criminalist?
She got them
I
good
worked at the
benefits.
California Department of Justice in Richmond, California, in their laboratory.
How long did you work out in California?
Just over 6 years, I think it was 6 years and a couple months.
6 years and a couple months. Okay. What did you specialize in when you were working in California?
So when I started there, I was actually working in their method development unit, but the whole lab that I worked in was all still forensic
No line
DNA.
in the oath. Okay.
But I was in method development, which is just testing methods to see if you can do things faster, cheaper, better than whatever.
She's
the
a police. She ain't no monster.
workers are doing.
She's what monsters
And then I
look like.
entered a training
This woman's a
program
cop.
to be an actual forensic DNA case analyst. When that was over, I was an analyst for about a year there.
This lady's
before I
smart as
moved to
shit.
New Hampshire.
And when
She's
you
an
moved to New
analyst
Hampshire,
working
and I'm
law
thinking at that point,
enforcement.
did you start working for New
Law-
Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory? Was that your first job when
Pound
moving into New
Capone to
Hampshire?
OG.
Yes, I moved here specifically for the job.
And what position did you start at for them?
The same position I'm in right now, a criminalist too.
Just 333 make a wish.
So with regards to that,
I
what
would say
unit do you
wrap
work
this up.
in inside the State Police Forensic Lab?
Forensic biology.
And could you just please, for a brief moment, explain to the jury what the different units are at the State Police Forensic Lab?
Sure. So
Oh, hers as an
the
expert witness.
lab has a lot of different services that we offer. So there's fingerprints, there's controlled drugs, there's toxicology, there's digital evidence. So there are many different sections, one of them being the forensic biology unit.
And what sort
Okay.
of background do you have to have in training? First of all, let's talk about
They're about to
education.
wrap Adam on.
What kind of education you have to work as a criminalist too, and to work in the forensic biology unit?
So to work in the lab in general, you have to have a bachelor's of science degree. But to be in DNA specifically, to be an analyst in the US, to be a DNA analyst, you need to have specific classes on top of a Bachelor of Science degree. And the Bachelor of Science has to be in a science, chemistry, biology, forensic science, something like that. But the classes that you have to have specifically for DNA is you have to have microbiology or molecular biology, you have to have statistics, genetics, and biochemistry.
So,
Oh,
for
this
your
lady's
own
smart as
educational
shit.
degrees, I think you
Okay.
obviously meet the bachelor's requirement, but
Some of them
what
words that
other
I can't even
degrees do you have?
say.
Right. I also have a PhD in human genetics.
I'm sorry, in what?
Human genetics.
Human genetics. Okay.
Sorry,
She's way smarter than me.
for myself. So if you could just scoot in a little bit close to the microphone, I
I got an
appreciate that.
LD in life.
And what are some of
okay?
your current duties inside the unit? What do you do right now for them?
You got a PhD,
So
and I got
I-
an LD.
DNA
learning
analyst for
disability.
casework. So that means that I will do DNA cases. I also work or am trained to work in another section of the forensic biology unit, which we call serology. That is identifying body fluids on evidence. So I work in those two sections within the unit. I write my own reports. I review other people's
Okay,
work.
lady, just make us all feel dumb as hell. Okay, we all
Okay.
feel
Do you-
dumb now.
so
You're
I take
smart.
it then
We
that
get
your
it.
duties do include the
smarter than us.
analysis and the comparison of different DNA samples.
Yes.
Could you please describe,
This
I
lady
believe
eats
you talked a
sleep
little bit
law.
about some of the additional training that you need and qualifications, but what sort of training and qualifications did you gain to be able to make those comparisons between different DNA samples?
So that's all part of when you're training to be a caseworker, both back when I was in California as well as here. That's we take classes, you have on-the-job training, and that's all teaching you how to follow the guidelines that are recommended for DNA testing in the U.S.
Do you have any
That lady
continuing
asked
education
that was
requirements
one
once
of
you
her
get your
questions
degrees?
about
Do you
the
have to
same
keep doing
thing.
other coursework to be certified?
Yes, to remain an analyst in the U.S., you have to have a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education every year that's specific to DNA. Generally, we go to conferences, so
That's
it's
it, 8 hours?
a couple days. It's not just the 8 hours, but it can be just 8 hours, but it's a minimum of 8 hours a year.
So between your
Okay.
7 years in California and your 13 years here in New Hampshire, when you add those together, how many DNA profiles would you say that you've analyzed over your career so far?
Thousands.
Just thousands.
Right.
Thousands.
Specific number, but thousands of samples.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert in the area of DNA analysis and testing?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Around 40.
Okay, so she's a DNA
And with
expert.
regards to those qualifications,
Damn!
of those, being qualified as an expert, has that occurred here in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, most of the times. I think only 2 were in California, so around 38 times here.
38 times here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
And does that include here in Hillsborough County in the Northern District?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, we would ask that Criminal Swango be qualified as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
I have no objection to her giving her opinion.
I find her so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Criminal Swango,
She
if you could
paid
explain a little bit
$10,000
about
an hour
DNA.
for her
Everybody's seen a
time.
lot of things on TV,
No
in the
way.
news, but courtroom is not necessarily like they put things on TV or in the news. Or, excuse me,
I trust
TV
her
or
with
in
my
movies.
DNA, right?
Can you just
She
explain
looks
for us,
smart.
what is DNA? Where does it come from? And how does it play a role in your work?
So DNA is what we kind of hear as the blueprint of our bodies. It's what makes us a human instead of an animal or a plant or something like that. We get our DNA half from your mom, half from your dad. We can find it in any cell in your body except a red blood cell. Everybody has different DNA in their body, except identical twins. So if there's an identical twin, they'll have identical DNA, but everyone else will have a different profile.
I didn't know that.
It's in all the cells in your body, which is why it's helpful in a case like this, or not just this kind of case, but forensics in general, because everybody's profile is unique except identical twins. If we can find a body fluid or cells from a person, we can identify who that's from, usually.
If I could ask a quick
She's
follow-up,
become the
you stated that
DNA
the
the
DNA
greatest
cannot
of all
be found
time.
inside red blood cells. So how is it then that DNA can be found in a blood sample from somebody or a blood swab, even if it's not in the red blood cells themselves?
Because there's a lot of other cells in your blood. So blood isn't just red blood cells. It's got platelets, it's got white blood cells,
White blood
and
cells.
other components of your floating around in your blood. So yes, if we were swabbing
Mm-hmm.
literally just red blood cells, we wouldn't necessarily get a profile. But we're not. That we're getting the whole component of the blood, and that's what we're getting the DNA from.
What part of the DNA do you look at when you're going to go ahead and kind of process and develop a DNA profile?
So we're looking at, so every cell has a
can't say the
nucleus
word.
inside, and that is the DNA that we're looking at, the DNA in the nucleus.
Is it mitochondrial DNA?
We're not sequencing. We're not sequencing your DNA. We're not trying to get like all of your DNA. We're looking at certain regions of the DNA that scientists have found are not linked to any certain diseases or anything. So we can't look at the profile and know what someone looks like. We can't tell if they have some sort of medical history. We can't tell anything like that. These are just parts of the DNA that for some reason that we don't know, through time have developed such that they're different from person to person, but they don't have some sort of, they don't actually cause anything in particular. They don't cause anything to be wrong with people necessarily. It's just that they're different from person to person.
What's the purpose then of comparing DNA? I mean, how is it really used in forensic work?
So we will
To rule people
get
out.
DNA from an
If they
item of
have different-
evidence at a scene, and that's where we get one profile from. And then to know whose it is, we have to have known samples from people that they think might be players in the scene. And we would take the profile from each person. We would look at them side by side, and you can just look down in like a tabular format at the profiles to tell if they match or if they're similar and could be from the same person. And then we have to tell them how strong of a match that is, or how close those profiles could be. And so we do a statistic to provide that information as well.
So, and I want to make sure
That
I'm
was
getting it
the
right. So
trunk
you
of
can
the car
develop
from
a
the scrap
profile
yard.
of an individual,
The
either
toothbrush.
something that's not known. So, for example, a part of DNA that's found in a location, maybe on a podium, and then compare that to a known profile of somebody from a known sample. How do you get those known samples?
They have to be submitted by the police department.
Okay. If you were to take a known sample from me right now,
I
what
don't
are
know
some
if
of the
the
different
whole
ways that we
family's
do it?
monster, Stony.
The way that is
That's a
easiest
little,
and what
you know,
usually we do is we take what's called a buckle
there's
swab.
definitely a few
So
monsters.
it's just a long swab on a stick. So it's kind of like a Q-tip, but whereas a Q-tip is double-ended, it's just got one end that's cotton and it's got a long stick, maybe about 6 inches long. We would swab the inside of your mouth or give it to you to swab the inside of your mouth. And that's what we would collect, and it's called a buccal swab.
Could you also be able to develop a profile from somebody's blood if you know whose blood it is?
Absolutely. That used to be what
Mhm.
people did, is we would have, but you'd have to have a phlebotomist, and it's a lot more invasive for a person. So it's just easier to get the buccal swabs. But we could get it from any body fluid if they know it's from a certain person because they can see it being collected from that person. We could use it. It's just the buccal swab is easiest.
Help
As
us
long
get
as
the
it has
Chromicon
cells
in
from the person.
2024.
Did you
Thank
conduct
you, Professor.
any DNA analysis in this case, either of something where you didn't know who it was from at the beginning or whether it was a known profile? You knew who provided the sample.
I did.
And what known DNA samples did you have for this case? What are the knowns that you were working with?
I had 2 known samples. I believe they were both buccal swabs. One was from Adam Montgomery and one was from Crystal Sorey.
So one from an Adam Montgomery and one from Crystal Sorey.
Yes.
Did you obtain a profile for Miss Sorey from the known swab that you had?
Yes.
And did you obtain a profile for Adam Montgomery from the swab that you had?
Yes.
That's how they know the
Were
blood
you-
addict was hers.
From looking at those two, you now had 2 fully known profiles. So if I were to put these 2 side by side, I take it they would not look similar to one another.
No, they wouldn't, because as we said, everybody is going to have a different profile.
How many pieces of evidence did you then compare to the known profiles that you had for Crystal Sorey and for Adam Montgomery?
I would have to check my reports. I don't think I ended up with that. I had at least one, but I don't know if I had more than one. I don't believe I had more than one to compare with either of them.
But the samples matched. If it compared, it compared.
The reports that you wrote in this particular case, I want to make sure that I have.
There's
an
no sense in a
understanding.
nonsense world.
Did you do a report on January 19th of 2022, February 21st of 2020, excuse me, January 29th of 2022? Apologize, let me get these in order. January 1st of 2022, February 1st of 2022, February 21st of 2023, and June.
Can you
29th.
imagine the question that woman attorney's coming up with?
Those.
Better
Oh
yet.
my
I wrote
God.
several reports. I would have to see them to know if those are the correct dates.
This will be
And
our
so,
first
if I
witness
may approach
tomorrow when I'm there. Okay. So they're going to go to the bench. We know that it's not going to get, because court ends at 4. It is 3:45 right now. So when I get there tomorrow morning, this will be probably the first witness on the stand, this DNA expert right here. The lady she's been to school, she's done all her classes, she's been an expert witness 40 times in criminal cases. This lady is like Miss DNA herself, you know? So She's very believable, educated.
When you said you've done thousands of these analysis in your career, with regards to reports that you write, about how many reports do you write per year?
I'd say maybe 60 a year, something like that.
And do you review other people's reports as well for accuracy?
I do.
I'm going to show you.
So she actually
document
checks
that
over
show
other
defense
people's
counsel.
stuff.
I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and let you take a look over it and just let me know when you're done.
My grandkids wouldn't be living in a car. I would at least take the kids, right?
Yes, they all look like my reports, and that from looking at the items, that looks like the right number of reports as well.
With regards to those items, I'm going to have you hold on to those just for right now. Feel free to turn them upside down if you would, and to refresh your recollection with regards to specifics on this
That's
case.
exciting. Maybe you could interview her and
Okay.
ask her to come to Crime Con.
Myself or defense counsel.
Well,
Okay.
I don't host Crime Con. That's up to the
One of the
people
things
that
that
host
I
it.
would
They
like
get
to ask you
speakers.
is with regards to the number of, you have these two known profiles, one for Crystal Sorey, one for Adam Montgomery, but the number of different things that you compared those to, your unknowns, if you were.
Everybody
I'm
failed this
wondering if
kid,
you could
not
tell
just
us
a
how many different swabs or cuttings
What
or
about that
items
social
that you
worker that didn't
compared
do
your
his
two
job?
knowns to.
That's a mailman
As I
now.
said, I know that there was one item that I compared them both to and was able to provide statistics.
Okay.
I did not actually get comparable profiles for most of the other items that I tested.
And let's talk about that. When you say comparable profiles for the other items that you tested, from those other items, what were their test results?
So a lot of the items that I got, we there wasn't enough DNA, so it was below the level of detection in our methods, or there was at least one that had DNA from more than 2 people. We don't have methods in our lab to look at mixtures of more than 2 people. So that was something, again, that I couldn't compare to anyone. And sometimes there's DNA there, it's detected, but there's not enough that would, so for us to make a comparison, the profile has to be of a certain quality. And so we would get the profile, we would look at it, we would do a statistic on the profile to see how rare or common it would be in the population. If it doesn't meet a certain threshold, we say that it just isn't able to be compared. It's too little DNA to compare to anybody. And so
We've
that's
heard
what
that
happened with
before.
most of the samples that I tested in this case, unfortunately.
So if I'm understanding that clearly, so most of the samples that you did test, there just either wasn't enough there or it didn't meet enough thresholds that you can definitively say, haha, I've got a DNA profile here.
Correct. That's following our protocols in the laboratory. That's how most of them panned out in this case. Yes.
And what to generate those profiles, even in the one item that you said that you could, or the ones that you couldn't, what are the 4 steps that you go through to basically get and try to create a DNA profile from a swab or from an item?
Okay. So I'm not, and
I
we
hope
don't
they found
create
those
them.
sensors. I don't
Creating
know.
makes it sound like
I
we're making
apologize.
them.
To be able to see if there's sufficient information there to generate a profile, not generate, excuse me. I want to make sure I'm using your language. You tell us the right words to say.
So the first step that we have is we're going to take our item of evidence and cut a piece into a tube, and we're going to put some buffers and chemicals in there, and we're going to try to break apart the cells. And the purpose of that is to get the DNA out of the cell, because we can't do anything with it if it's still within the cells. And that step is called extraction. We're extracting the DNA, just like we would extract juice,
Extraction.
or anything else that you'd have an extract. So we're going to extract the DNA out of the cells. Then once you have the DNA, we need to figure out how much we have, because we've, through validations, looked at our methods, and we know how much DNA is ideal for our downstream. So if we have too much DNA, our equipment isn't going to work properly. If we don't have enough DNA, it's not going to give an ideal profile. We might not get any profile. So we need to know about how much DNA we have so that we can decide if we have to dilute it before we go on, because we don't want to have too much that it doesn't
Too
work.
much.
And of course, if
Too
we
little.
have methods online, or depending upon how we do our extraction if we need to concentrate a sample and if that's possible. So our next step then is figuring out how much DNA we have, and that is called quantitation. We're figuring out the quantity, so quantitation. The next step is amplification.
We're learning
so that's where
today.
we're going to make lots of
Test
copies
tomorrow.
of the
Test
pieces of
tomorrow,
DNA
people.
that we're interested in. Again, I said we're not sequencing your whole genome. We're just taking specific locations of the DNA. As I said, these ones that scientists have found are different from person to person, but they don't cause any sort of diseases, or they can't tell if you wear glasses or not or anything like that. So we're just going to make copies of these specific pieces of DNA, and that's called amplification. We're amplifying it, making more of it. The next step is when we run it on our instrument, which is called a genetic analyzer. So we would take our DNA, we put it on the genetic analyzer, the samples run through
amplified.
and the data is collected by a laser, and it's just colored light is what the instrument sees. It sees colored light coming off at different times. But if I just look at that data, it's just colored light at different times. And a human can't really make anything out of it. So of course we need a computer software that can take that information and make it something that we can use in some way. The way that it does that is what it comes off of, something that I would see is you kind of say it looks kind of like a graph with a bunch of hills and peaks and valleys, and we call that an electropharogram. And that is what we would look at to determine a DNA profile, because the software is going to compare the peaks and valleys and the different colors with knowns that come from the company to tell us if you see a blue peak at this time, at this size, this is going to be this. This was what the number would be for that part of the profile. If you see a red peak at this time, it's going to be this number in the profile. And that's how we end up making a table from our hills and valleys and making a table of
The
what
chart
that person's profile
that we
is
see.
going to be. Even if we don't know who it is, we know that that came from a person and that's their profile. And then we would do that with each item and compare them.
And so if I can ask, you said before you had 2 known samples. Is that the same process that you put the 2 known samples through, the one for Crystal Soria and the one for Adam Montgomery?
Exactly, yes.
So from
How
that,
close are we to
you
that,
were able
PJ?
to see
our
a
goal?
table of what their DNA makeup
For
was
Comic-Con.
with regards to the standards and the protocols that you would ordinarily follow in the lab. Again, like you said, we're not sequencing somebody's entire genome here.
That's correct.
And did you have a known sample for Harmony Montgomery?
I did not.
The one item you said before that you were
She
able
can compare it to
to
the 2 and
come
say
up
it's
or not come
from
up, but
that
be able
one.
to discover and see that there was a profile there. Do you remember what that item was?
It was a toothbrush.
And specifically, do you remember, did you look at the toothbrush itself?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it was a Trolls toothbrush.
She remembered. Purple. $13.35. Okay, we're getting close.
Show you what's been marked States Exhibit 66. Do you recognize that?
I recognize that to some degree, but mostly I can recognize the packaging because it has my initials and the date that I went into the bag on the outside of the package. So I can see my initials and the date that I opened it the first time and the date I opened it a second time.
So is this the Trolls toothbrush that you have?
That is.
Yep.
When you
Just like help Harmony, I pray.
How did you collect the sample from the toothbrush?
That's why Defense
I
asked
just
about the
cut some of the
toothbrushes.
bristles off into my tube.
And from that, did you put it through the same sequence that you just described for us?
I did.
And with regards to that particular profile that you were able to see from that toothbrush, what were you able to conclude after you were looking at that profile in comparison with your 2 known profiles of Crystal Soria and Adam Montgomery?
So remember we said
You're
half
feeling
is
smarter.
from mom, half is from dad. So
5
I
minutes
could
before.
look at that profile as compared to both Crystal's and Adam's, and I could tell what part came from Crystal and what part came from Adam, and everything lined up perfectly as if that could have been from a child made by those two people.
And specifically with
All right.
regards to the child, could you tell what the gender of the child would be?
It was female.
At the time that you did this, did you know or not know that Crystal Soria has only had one biological child that's a female?
I did not know that at the time.
And with regards, did you know or did you not know that Crystal Soria only had one
child.
biological child with Adam Montgomery?
I didn't know that either.
With regards to making this comparison and being able to look at this, you stated before that you're able to come up with a probability or a certainty, or what's the right term to use?
We call it a probability. We would say the words are, it's more likely. It's however times more likely that it came from two people than as if it didn't come from those and it came from a random person.
So are you able to, or the probability, what is the probability that there is some other female out there unrelated to a child of Crystal Soria and Adam Montgomery having a matching DNA for the DNA profile that you saw on that toothbrush?
I feel like that's a statistic that maybe is possible, but I didn't run that. So I know that if I could I look at that last report that had the statistic?
If you could, please. Yes. And
it's the June 29th report, 2022.
And with regards to page 7280, if you give up the second page.
Probably a witness interested in hearing what she has to say because she's smart. And we're learning things. I think that's why people don't mind listening to her.
The statistic, once I looked at the profile of the toothbrush and compared it with both Crystal and Adam, the statistic was that it was at least 100 sextillion. So that's a lot of zeros.
That's her. 6 billion.
21.
Something like that.
21.
I would have to write that down. More likely to see these genetic results if the profile of the toothbrush was a biological child of Adam Montgomery and Crystal Soria than if it was two unrelated people.
So it's that much more likely that it's from a biological child of Adam Montgomery and Crystal Soria than
2 minutes to 4.
The random people.
So we ain't going to hear the
And that's
defense question her today.
100 sextillion.
Yes.
We'll be there for that tomorrow.
So
to torture
practically
me.
speaking,
Okay.
From looking at this, without being able to say, of course, that this is in fact Harmony Montgomery's profile, it's 100 sextillion more likely her profile than anybody else.
Right. If
How many?
they have one
21
child or one female child, then that would be my next step in saying that makes sense. Right?
If they had one female
If they had
child.
one female child.
Right. Which you didn't know at the time that you did this testing, right?
Oh, thank you. That's nice of you.
Your Honor, if we can approach.
I try to keep everything light, you know. I try to make the best of a bad situation. There's only so much you can make a baby that's been beat to death entertaining, but I try to give y'all something to joke and laugh about, things of that nature. But this lady's really smart, and she knows her DNA, that's for sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day.
Okay.
We'll resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So please be here at 8:45. I'm just going to ask you, ma'am, to stay seated. I remind you,
Dolly,
don't
we'll see
discuss
this one on
these
the
with each
stand
other
tomorrow,
or with
yep.
anybody else. Don't do any
damn sure
independent
will.
research. Don't look up any law or terms that you've heard. Don't do any scientific research. Your verdict must be based exclusively on the evidence that you hear at this trial, not on something else that you've heard or read, or based on
Don't
any
watch
conversations with you that you've had with
Okay.
anybody else. So
That's what the judge
it is
needs
your
to tell 'em.
highest
Don't
duty
watch
as
Dolly.
officers of this
He's a
court to
dummy.
make sure that you are following that obligation. Please come back tomorrow morning at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you very much for your time and attention today, ladies and gentlemen. Please all rise for the jurors.
All right. Thank you, Dolly, for covering the Harmony trial. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here with me. Okay. All rise. That's the case today, guys. All right, let me jump over here and give y'all my outro. So thank you for everybody that's tuned in today, of course. Thank you for everybody that's liked the video. You got us to 1,000. Everybody that's been hitting the link to, for CrimeCon to help me, PJ, and Lolo get there. Thank you guys so much. We're almost halfway to our goal. I believe the goal was set at 3. And that just covers our booth and tickets. I hope to meet some of you guys there if you're in the Nashville area, May 31st through June 2nd. Me, PJ, and little Lolo will be down in Nashville. I hope to get to meet some of you guys and all that good stuff. So tomorrow I will be in court personally because, as you can see, the snow has stopped. Okay. It snowed 3 inches, but it was coming down heavy, but it wasn't sticking to the streets real well. So we set out today. Today, let's do a little recap. We've seen a couple officers talk about taking DNA. We saw the tow truck driver. We saw Kayla, Montgomery's mother, take the stand, identified a cooler that was her cooler that at one point did house the remains of Harmony Montgomery that they have in the court. Now, that bag that they have, that's just a bag that resembles the bag because I believe that bag is buried with Harmony Montgomery's body somewhere. I believe Adam Montgomery is the only person that knows where that is. I don't think Caleb really does. I kind of believe her on that one. I do believe she was abused, but at the same time, I don't think she cared. She did nothing to stop the beating and torture of little Harmony Montgomery, and she should pay for that. This stuff where she's getting a deal seems a little bit crazy to me. Okay, seems a little bit crazy. So I will be in court with you live tomorrow. You got to remember, I won't be able to do commentary, but on the breaks. Okay, so y'all don't get Dolly like you do in the hotel today, where I'm talking about everything. So you'll get me during the breaks tomorrow and tomorrow morning during the breaks, lunchtime, that type of stuff. I'll be streaming with y'all live. We will air the trial day. What is it? 6, day 6 tomorrow. I will be there in person. We will be taking a field trip to the locations right after court. And as a matter of fact, I may leave the court just a tiny bit early and leave it streaming so y'all can watch court while I'm going to these locations. And then once I get to these locations, I'll jump up on screen with you guys, show you the locations, things of that nature, so that we're not trying to do it at nighttime. We'll be able to attend court, watch court, and still go to these scenes. So I'll have court playing on one part of the screen, and I'll be moseying to the apartments, to the intersection, to the Burger King, to all those things, okay, to the methadone clinic. I ain't stopping at the methadone clinic because I ain't on drugs, but we will go there so y'all can see these locations that the jury got to see. So is it still snowing? No, it stopped. It stopped snowing, okay. About 3-4 inches on the ground. I'm not too far from the court. I'm not going to tell exactly where because I don't want people showing up and stabbing me in the neck. But I'm not too far from the court. So, and they're not calling for snow tomorrow or the next day. So that's about basically what we're going to get here. I'm hoping, unless it starts snowing tonight. But they said it's supposed to stop snowing at 4. It's 4 o'clock. I don't see a snow cloud and I don't see it snowing. So I think we're pretty good there. So Dolly will be in court tomorrow. So, we got to see a lot of stuff. I don't know what other witnesses they're going to have. I'm sure this DNA witness, she's going to talk for a few minutes, okay? Because smart people, they can go on and on and on and on. So don't forget to like the video if you haven't. Sub up if you're watching in the ether. Dolly's going to bring you a ton of awesome true crime stuff this year, from everything from if they have the Brian Kohlberger trial, we will be at the Brian Kohlberger trial. We will be at the Leilani stuff, okay? We will be at, I might do a little bit of, I don't know if we're going to do Rex Huberman. We may do Chad Dorman. We may do Rex, I don't know. But we're going to do a few different court cases, right? Like every couple months, we're going to be somewhere across the country at one of these cases. And then, of course, we still have our searches we're going to be doing. And there's a couple of those that are taking place this year. We got a lot of big CrimeCon. So we have just a ton of things planned. It'd probably be the busiest year of Dolly Vision yet, far as just straight true crime. We ain't like, it's just what it is. All right. So I'm going to take me a break, go get my smoke on, something to snack on, and I will see you guys later this evening. We're going to do what went down in court today. Okay. We're going to talk about it. I'm going to let some of you guys come up on panel, all that's good stuff later tonight. And I hope to see some of you guys there. Libby and Abby, Justice, Delphi, Richard Island. Look, we may definitely go to Delphi. Delphi has been one I've been wanting to go to for the last 5 years. Even before I had a true crime channel, I wanted to go out to the bridge in Delphi. I don't know why. I just wanted to look at it for myself. Now, I know they've rebuilt the bridge a little bit in Delphi and it looks different, but the bridge itself is still there. The locations are still there. And we can take a walk in the woods and try to find us some Odenism. Okay, some Odenism. We're going to be doing some crazy stuff. Plus, me and PJ going to be doing some ghost hunting this year together, different conspiracy stuff. So you're going to get a lot of Dolly cool stuff. So if you're watching out there and this is your first time being here, sub up, ring the bell for notifications, and of course, feel free to share this ugly face on any social media platform that you choose. 7 years today, Libby and Abby. Hopefully, there's some justice. Keegan Klein never gets out of jail. Richard Allen, we figure out what's going on with Richard Allen, okay? And his court date's been pushed back to sometime next year. So it is what it is. I will be back with you guys tonight, and I also will see you guys tomorrow morning for day 6 court. Dolly will be at the courthouse for sure. So make sure you tune in, hang out with me. Until then, peace.